Welcome to night 2 of the Athletics live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft, coming to you from Detroit. I am Robert Mays, here to help me break down all of the action tonight. This is when it really gets started. This is when the real draft nerds come out to play, and we have the preeminent draft nerd here right now, Dane Brugler. Dane, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I love day 2.
I know you do.
Day 1, you find your impact guy. Day 3's fun. I mean, you get your reserves, you fill out your depth chart. Day 2 is when you find starters. Every draft, every team there's an unwritten goal. You want to find 4 starters in every draft. Day 2 is when you find the bulk of those guys. And so it'll be fun as we see which team identifies which position, which players, who are their guys, who are their starters. So last night was exciting. Tonight will be just as exciting.
Also joining us tonight, it's my good friend Nate Tice. Nate, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. We're doing this again?
We're doing this again. Here, yeah. 5 hours last night, and we're just getting started tonight.
Just imagine how it used to be. This would all be on one day. Imagine all on one day. It'd been 12 hours with us, and that would have been a new adventure. A marathon. But I'm fired up. Like Dane said, day 2 is a lot of fun. Day 2 is for my guys and Dane's guys, and everyone's my guys and our guys and all that, and risers and the hidden gems that like everyone says is a hidden gem, so it's not so hidden anymore. So that's why day 2 is so much fun. Can't wait.
When we all finished last night, when we all decided it was time for bed or it was time to wind down a little bit, we went back to our hotel rooms and chilled. You did a 2nd and 3rd round mock draft because you have a sickness. So we are going to start today by talking about the top of your 2nd round mock draft and some of the picks that you think might become or might make sense when teams get on the clock today. So Buffalo is now at 33. I always do this whenever we get into day 2 of the draft. I always forget the trades that happen at the end of day 1 because there's just so much coming at you on the first night of the draft. So Buffalo moves back twice. They end up with the 33rd pick because Carolina moved up for Xavier Legette. You had Buffalo taking Adonai Mitchell from Texas with a 33rd pick in your mock draft. This is somebody that was mocked there at the normal spot, wherever Buffalo was originally picking. So the fact that they could move back twice and potentially get him, why do you think A.D. Mitchell would make sense for Buffalo in this spot particularly?
And we once thought maybe they had to trade up for him to go get him. And so here we are. They traded back twice here at 33. He is the one player left that I think you really identify as could be a future number 1. And as we know, Buffalo needs that X. They need that guy on the outside that could be a playmaker. And I compared him to the late Chris Henry, just that tall, limber, athletic, tremendous body control, doesn't drop the ball, not going to give you a ton of yak, not that type of player. But with what he can do down the field, how he can win one-on-one, that could be a weapon, especially for this team and the Bills. And so it'll be interesting with Adonai Mitchell at 33. Would they go for that style of receiver? Would they go Keon Coleman, I think, could be in the mix. I would be surprised if Buffalo traded down again, but Mitchell's the one that's kind of sitting there blinking, flashing red lights. We'll see if that's how it turns out.
Nate, you like Adonai Mitchell, but are you surprised that he's still available at this spot, or were some of the red flags that other people brought up in the process think are kind of driving this a little bit?
Yeah, and it's the other stuff, off the field stuff that I think is just the concerns are coming, and I think that's why you had to be realistic. It was a heart and head kind of thing with him with A.D. Mitchell. It's like, this is so intriguing. The twitch, the Chris Henry comparison is awesome because I remember when Henry was coming out, you know who Henry was getting compared to, right? Moss. Yeah, and I remember people were offended, and I'm still offended by that comparison. But Henry, there's not a lot of 6'3", 6'4" guys with twitch and speed and
West Virginia connection.
One, Randy tried to get out, he had to go back. That's what this guy can bring. And when you get into the second round, there's a lot of kind of more of those auxiliary pieces as receivers, as pass catchers, secondary guys. Maybe they can end up at number 1, but that's not what you're betting on them being. But that A.D. Mitchell has the profile, has all that, but you have to be realistic with some of the inconsistencies. Where do those come from? Is that from the coaching? Is that from his own learning? Is that from how he works in the film room? Is it work ethic or any of those things? So I think teams are all have different temperaments for that, have different appetites for that. So that's where the early second round, that's where these guys kind of maybe go.
I think it's telling that the guy you have going after him, Dane, is Ladd McConkey. So these guys that are maybe secondary pieces that have a role but probably won't develop into number ones, that's likely what Ladd McConkey is. You have him going 34th to New England, who even after, especially after drafting Drake May, still has a desperate need for pass catchers or playmakers somewhere along the way here.
Disrespecting Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, well, I kept thinking about last year, the 2022 tape, watching Drake May, and how much fun it was watching him and Josh Downs make some magic. I think you added Ladd McConkey to that mix, May to McConkey, I think would be a lot of fun. Whether it's out of the slot. I don't think he's not a slot only, probably best in the slot, but he could take some reps outside. He was medically red flagged by a lot of teams. That's going to be part of his profile. He's a smaller guy. This year dealt with a back issue, ankle issue. So that's part of his projection, but like that fit a lot for McConkey there at 34.
Absolutely. Ladd, and like you said, I think we kind of both came down to it. He's like a 60-40 guy. 60 on the outside, 40% on the inside. Not full-time slot that he's kind of been pigeonholed as, but one of the best route runners in this class, one of the best route runners you'll watch as a prospect, and just the layering he has on that. He's a guy that we always talk about plug and play. He feels like that, especially for the Bills. Yes, they're kind of revamping, reloading, rebuilding, however you want to put it. He makes sense for right now, but also makes sense for next year, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, because of just the chemistry he can build, but also contributing right now.
I think every team could find a way to use a Ladd McConkey.
Yes.
Every single team. Yeah. Sudden and
If
skill.
there's one team that can, it is the New England Patriots. Another undersized white receiver going to New England is exactly how I want this to all play out.
No, that's absolutely. But with the Patriots, too, it's like, okay, so Kendrick Bourne, Hunter Henry, Tyreek Thornton, and then,
Taekwon Thornton.
What did I say, Tyreek?
Tyreek Thornton.
He's fast.
I thought Tyreek Stevenson.
It's a good
Yeah,
slip.
I remember Tyreek Stevenson, but no, sorry, no, it's in my head. But Thornton was supposed to be the speed guy.
Yes, he
and
was.
he's 172, 174. Ladd is actually bigger than that and has a lot of juice that he can bring. All three levels with the route running, too, so he's just a different element than what they have.
This is a new regime too, so this is, they want their guys. They want to draft, their receivers, and so that plays a factor in this as well.
Think about all the resources they've spent on receivers over the last 5 to 7 years, and not all of them are first-round picks or huge contracts, but the free agent contract they gave Nelson Aguilar, we've just forgotten that. That was for $11 million a year and never worked out. First-round pick on N'Keal Harry, second-round pick on Taekwon Thornton. They traded for Devontae Parker. It was a marginal pick, but they still went out and tried to make a move. And even after all of the shuffling and all of these additions, they still have a depth chart that needs 2 to 3 additional weapons.
I think it'll be interesting because this pick feels like, okay, let's help our new young quarterback we just drafted. So will they opt for the tackle that they can develop, or will they go with the pass catcher? And Kingsley Suamataia, Patrick Paul. This is a tackle class that we've been saying it the last few weeks. It's not a deep group. If you don't get your guy early, it's like musical chairs. You're gonna be left without a chair. And so for New England, they don't pick again until the 3rd round to pick 68. So they might look at it and say, we still kind of like the receivers we're going to get in the 3rd round. So let's go get maybe it's a Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. Maybe it's Roger Rosengarten from Washington. There are several talented tackles that I think you look at it and, all right, we're not confident he's going to make it to us in the 3rd.
Right.
Especially if all the guys still available are complementary pieces. Then it depends on which flavor and which type of complement you want, and those guys are going to last longer than starting caliber tackles are going to last.
Yeah, and in this tackle class, and we've gone deep into it, this is now you're getting to project range. And do the Patriots want to go, yeah, we got a project left tackle for you, Drake? Have fun.
My argument is it's better than no left tackle.
That is also true. And we were actually talking pre-show, and actually why I have Kingsley Suamataia, which I only can do when I'm tired, apparently.
Suamataia.
Yeah, there's an extra E in there I always get.
There's always one more.
But him, Patrick Paul, Tyler Guyton that went last night, those guys usually are higher in the draft. They usually go because we don't have this much depth. So, but the other side of that is that when you're picking an early mid-second round, we're like, we might get what's usually like a top 22 talent at tackle, all right, 20 spots later than usual, just because of the depth. So maybe they see something that they like more. We know that Elliott Wolf's going to go for size. So it's like, all right, well, Patrick Paul and Kingsley, they kind of fit that. They fit that all the way. So if they want to go that path, and like you guys said, there's some interesting receivers, especially if we're looking at them as complementary. Early 3rd kind of makes sense. They kind of slot in nicely.
Let's reminder again, we all have our own boards and how we view these guys. Every single team, their boards look wildly different. So if this pick is Troy Franklin or Jalen Polk or, let's not get too programmed with, okay, so this receiver's gone, that means it's going to be this guy next. Like it's going to look wildly different from team to team.
Yeah, we saw that at the end of the first round. In fact, Xavier Worthy and Xavier Legette are both off the board, while Adonai Mitchell, who both of you had higher. I think that says a lot. The other team in this range that desperately still needs a tackle, and likely you mocked one there, and 100% could see it happening, is Washington. Washington still needs another tackle, and we thought they were a team that might move into the first round to try to get that guy, but don't want to put words in their mouth, but I can understand them saying, even Tyler Guyton's a little project-y, so why would we trade up for somebody that we think needs work if 2 or 3 of those guys that fit a similar profile are going to be available to us when we're picking 36 anyway?
Right. Yeah, I was going to say the first big board I think I put out there, I had all 3 of those guys, and I think maybe Jordan Morgan maybe just above them, but I had those 3 that we're talking about right now, Guyton, Paul, and Kingsley. I'm not going to the last name yet. I had those that were not warmed up yet, but those 3 I just grouped together because I was like, all right, which project do you want?
Yeah.
Which we're on the 3rd floor with one guy, the 4th floor, and the 2nd floor of this building of this project. Which floor do you want to get on with these guys? So again, they're going to have different tolerances. We also don't have Dante Scarnecchia there anymore, so that would have been very nice for me to go oh yeah, he's going to go for this guy. No idea. So that is another thing, another curveball, and then the evaluators, what they value. So we might tier them together, but they might have one way high up there.
And it's tough for the Commanders because they really need someone pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so it's okay, what's their tolerance for how long before they're going to be able to wait before they realistically want someone out there? And that might affect who they draft here. They might have 3 or 4 guys lumped together, but this one probably has the best chance of starting this year or by midseason or whatever, how they look at it. So that will influence who they draft. And just remember, they have picks 36 and 40.
Yeah.
So if they have 3 or 4 tackles they really like, which is why they didn't trade up into the first round, maybe they go with a different player at 36 and take the tackle at 40. That could be part of their thinking as well.
You may not know what Dante Scarnecchia would, the fact that he's not there anymore. You do know the offensive line coach for Washington. You worked with Bobby Johnson when you guys were in Oakland together. Any sense between those 2 guys or 3 guys what his preference might be?
Size and length. Okay. Him and my dad got a lot.
Patrick Paul in those 36-inch arms, probably calling to Bobby Johnson there at 36.
He liked Evan Neal. So what's Evan Neal's physical profile? He likes size, length. He loved Deion Dawkins when he was coming out, even if he coached him afterwards. He wants that big brawler type. So Paul makes tons of sense. Kingsley does as well because he has length and huge hands and some pedigree too to him. Guyton would have made sense as well if he was there, but Paul to me seems like a Bobby Johnson guy because of maybe some of the physicality. He has plenty of work to do with his hands and a lot of other things, but can't teach the length. Yeah, hand timing. But it's kind of funny with Patrick Paul is that some of his inconsistencies, you get to see some of his other traits. He misses with his hand placement, and then you're like, oh, look at that bend, because he has to. He has to recover. That's appealing. That's the glass half full, glass half empty stuff, but Bobby Johnson might see that and go, yeah, I can work with this.
That's my biggest worry with Paul is the ability to recover consistently. Because I've said this before, I think his length at 36-inch arms is great, but it's almost a deterrent. Because when he misses and he throws those hands out there, it takes him a little bit more to get him all the way back and reset and get underneath his guys. So that's something that me and Brandon Thorne and I were staying and watching Patrick Paul during one-on-ones at Senior Bowl, and we both kind of its length's great, but I don't know. It's kind of taken him a while to get back into the strength of what he is. So that Patrick Paul is definitely one of the more polarizing players, I think, on day 2.
The long arms thing is so great. I mean, just look at anyone that's lifted weights or anything. A bench press. If you have longer arms, it's harder.
Right.
I know, but it's harder to bench press. But that's it. You have to extend further. We like that usually, but you have to be aggressive with it. The hands have to be in the right spot. If you have length and you can't use it, who cares? You watch guys that have shorter arms. Jordan Morgan from Arizona, 32 3/4-inch arms. Hands are perfect every single time. He maximizes it. So that's the argument. And also Paul has, 50 starts, 40-something starts in college?
A lot.
And we haven't figured it out yet. That's also kind of the glass half empty view of him as well.
His brother's already on that Washington offensive line, so it'll be a lot of fun too.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have a little connection there. Chris Paul, but not CP3.
Not that
CP3. No, about 250 pounds difference.
Dan, you mentioned Washington's also picking at 40. You had Marshawn Kneeland from Western Michigan going there. Marshawn Kneeland was somebody that you thought might slip into the first round. So if Washington can manage to come away with an intriguing tackle prospect, a guy you thought was potentially worthy of a first-round pick on the edge, 2 desperate positions of need for them, along with Jaden Daniels without having to give up anything, That's a pretty decent haul in the first 40 picks.
Well, I'm actually also Marshawn's agent, so if I have to leave to make a call, that's what's going on. But yeah, because you look at the Commanders, they could use a corner. They could use. I mean, there's a couple different positions, especially with a new regime coming in, new head coach, new general manager. There's a lot of different directions they could go, but adding another edge rusher to this mix makes a lot of sense. And Nealand, I think, fits their profile of. He's going to bring power. Like there's some Ryan Kerrigan there, you know.
Yeah.
So I like that fit a lot, even if I know there are a lot of Commanders fans yelling at me that want a corner there. But I like the edge presence.
They got Manuel Forbes. They can have fun with that. And that's the thing too, is like what Dan Quinn has always been about: length, tenacity, and all those types of things. He likes bendy guys too, but he likes length. Length is always his thing.
Because their edge. Right now is like what, Dante Fowler and Cleveland Farrell.
Fowler's going to fall. Dorrance Armstrong.
Yep. Former Cowboys.
Yep, the Cowboy contingent.
Him,
yeah, I know. Yeah, and that's really it. Of course, you got Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen on the inside, which is really nice. But oh man, actually now I'm thinking with Nealand there. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of strength. But maybe they go for more a bendy guy. That's what he prefers. Just also it's like the complementary skill set too.
One of the most intriguing names this entire draft thing for both of you guys was Cooper DeJean and where he would ultimately land. Thought is that he might make sense for Arizona picking at 27, still available, and you had him mocked to Arizona at 35, Dane, so they can kind of have their cake and eat it too, going with Darius Robinson in round 1, and then being able to swing back and get DeJean here possibly.
Love that fit in the first round. Love it even more here if they're able to get that value. He can play in the nickel, can play outside. The Cardinals could use help in both spots. And I think he's getting beat up a little bit too much, like, oh, he's a safety or he can't play outside. He might not be Sauce Gardner on the outside. That shouldn't be the expectation. No. He is a good outside corner.
Good is good. Like, I want to emphasizing this. Good is good. Like, that's a high level.
And he's also an outstanding tackler, so he fits in the nickel. He's very aware. Special teams, big-time special teams guy as well. And I think he fits the culture that Jonathan Gannon is trying to build on that team, especially on defense. So it makes a ton of sense. And, hey, he would make sense at 33 to Buffalo. Yeah. He would make sense. And we always talk about the trade action at the top of the round. Teams have a chance to go home, think about it, reset their boards. A lot of times teams just stay and pick. We saw it last year with Joey Porter Jr. and the Steelers at 33. But
yeah, I can talk about that one. We previously owned that pick and why they didn't have it anymore.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
he's still on the roster though, right?
It's good stuff. All is fine now. All has been made
good. I don't want to hear it.
All has been made good.
Yeah. You slept nicely last night.
I honestly, I didn't sleep nicely last night because I was just sitting there thinking about what the Bears' offense might look like.
I'll watch some more highlights.
Like the winged helmet.
I absolutely watched Roman Dudes at highlights in bed last night.
Oh, that's fine.
100%.
You like you're photoshopping the winged helmet, the blue with the orange on there, like all that. So yeah, I'm sure you're very excited.
One of my other lingering questions as we head into day 2 is, when are the Michigan guys going to go and do the Los Angeles Chargers pick one of the Michigan guys? The answer for you in your second round mock was yes. You had Junior Colson going there at 37 to LA. We joked about this in the show we did right before the draft about the biggest questions we had heading into the draft. How many Chargers, or how many Michigan guys are the Chargers going to pick? The thing about the Chargers is they have needs at all the positions where those Michigan guys are coming out. Mikey Sainer still at nickel corner, Chris Jenkins at interior defensive line, Junior Colson at linebacker. So you can make an argument they need all of them.
Roman Wilson at wide receiver, Blake Corum running back. Yep. It'll be interesting to see. It feels like it's going to be a Michigan player. It makes all the sense in the world. Which one is it, though?
I know.
If they go that direction.
Picking amongst his children. I know. It's kind of curious which one he prefers.
I love the Colson pick just because he was a 30 visit for them, which is kind to weird because you think they would know everything.
They just high five.
They just wanted to hang. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Get the band back together.
Catch up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So, third-year player. He's still very young. Played a ton of snaps, had over 200 tackles the last 2 years. So production, he's a good athlete, even though we don't have the testing for him. That might be a sticking point for some teams, but I don't think it'd be an issue for Los Angeles at all. So, but you can also make a case. Mikey Sanders still is one of the best pure football players in this draft. Chris Jenkins is going to be much better than what his stat sheet said in college. Roman Wilson just got open at will whenever he wanted on that Michigan tape. So you could make a case for a lot of these different Wolverines there at 37.
Yeah. Maybe outside of that top 40 guys we haven't talked about yet, Nate, just a guy whose landing spot you're intrigued by that might go a little bit later on day 2 here.
Oh man, it's an assortment of it's really the linebackers, the safeties. It's like I keep doing this rather than one guy. It's positions because shoot, me and Dane,
because it'll depend on where the other guy goes, right?
And just the preference. We keep talking about these preferences when there's not these elite talents at the top. Even when there are, there's different preferences. But for us, like especially these positions, Dane and I are we've talked about safeties this entire year. Our stack for the safeties is wildly different. His number 1 guy is not in my top 100. My number 1 guy is a 4th rounder for you. Yeah, Mustafa, yeah, 3rd, 4th type of guy. But
he made my top 100.
But still, it's such a wild.
And Dane, your number 1 safety was who?
Jaden Hicks.
And he's not on your top 100.
Not on my top 100. I view him more as a linebacker. But that's the thing is, teams are going to do the same thing. So, all right, which is the first linebacker taken? Which is the first safety taken? Which one of those guys goes? Does that start a run? Does that
same thing running back?
Yeah. Is there a surprise guy that goes one where you're like, oh man, that was my 9? Okay, cool. Like that can happen too. So just really those positions.
Last night was the first time ever in first round history we didn't see a linebacker or running back drafted in the first round. So not surprising, but yeah, and that's part modern day football, is part what this draft has given us. But yeah, we'll see those positions plenty tonight.
Dane, how about you? Somebody who's landing spot here, maybe outside of the top 50 that you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, a lot of these corners, like Andrew Phillips, Kentucky, who I've comped to Roger McCreary, I think is a really good player. Eager to see where he goes. And this, getting away from maybe the specific player, but I want to see how some of these teams, like the Browns, who we haven't heard from yet, they didn't have a pick in the first round, they've got to wait 50 picks before they get an opportunity to draft. How are they going to attack? Because this is, a playoff caliber team. How are they going to look at their needs and say, okay, are we going to go for pure depth? Are we going to go for someone that's going to help us right away? Is that a defensive tackle? Is that a linebacker? Could they add another wide receiver to the mix? So I'm very eager to see what the Browns do at pick 54.
A couple of fan fiction things that I've now talked myself into after going through your second round mock. Not picks that you had, but picks now I want to see.
Yeah.
You had Roman Wilson going 52 to the Rams. Doesn't he make so much sense to Cincinnati at 49 though? No Tyler Boyd. You just drop him into the slot with those other 2 guys. That I kind of want to see. And you actually did have this one, and I think it makes all the sense in the world. Kingsley Suamataia going to Philadelphia is kind of a developmental project for them. I mean, it really couldn't work out better for either of those 2 parties if that ends up happening.
I think it was our friend Fran Duffy who mentioned it like months ago when he watched Kingsley Suamataia and was like, "Oh, this would be perfect for the Eagles. That right tackle, they can develop, can also play left side. Yeah, Suamataia is one of the more polarizing, him and Patrick Paul. They're both polarizing guys. They could go 33, 34. They could go into the 50s, 60s. It's every team looks at them a little bit differently.
Yeah, both of those guys on my big board I ended up very high on. I had Paul over Guyton just slightly. I think it was 1 spot. But then I had Kingsley as a top 25 player because I was just betting on those flashes, betting on the upside. Yeah, if he goes to the Eagles, I'm feeling really good about where I had him on my big board. But then if he goes to another place, say even just like a Washington right there, like we just brought up, it's like, maybe, but we don't know. We don't know how he's going to get thrown into the deep end because he'll probably have to play right away, as opposed with the Eagles, he's depth. So all about landing spots for these guys. But if you bet just on their flashes and the glimpses and the profile, it's like, okay, these are guys that we can really work with.
Second round is fun because there are a lot of like, oh yeah, that happened in picks that traded hands. Yeah. Washington's pick at 40 is from the Montez Sweat trade. The Packers pick at 41 is from the Aaron Rodgers trade. The Saints pick at 45 is from the Sean Payton trade. And then on a fun little spin, the Eagles pick at 50 is from the Saints as part of the trade up for Trevor Penning and Chris Olave that happened 2 years ago. Wow. So there's a lot of like teams that have just picks in their back pockets for random reasons that we're going to get to engage with today, which I always really enjoy.
Every trade you bring up, it's like I flashed what show we're doing. And then so usually it's recently, and all of a sudden you brought that one up and it's like, oh, we were in Vegas.
That's a particularly bad one. The second round pick 2 years from now, which is just Howie Roseman twisting the knife on that one. That one's a little bit cruel.
Yeah, Sean Payton doesn't really care that much anymore about that one. But
he's got Bo Nix stats to throw out there.
That's all that matters.
Oh my God, he threw out the whole. He put out turnover differential as one of Bo Nix's stats, and I was like, "Is Bo Nix playing safety?"
He came with ammo. Like,
oh yeah, he was.
He knew he was gonna need it.
Yes,
exactly. He needed to defend the pick, and so he was ready for it.
That's what you want when you take a quarterback 12th overall. You want the
it.
first reaction to be, "How can I defend this?"
As opposed to everyone just going nuts, like in just in a good way, positive. They're going nuts in like, "What are we doing?" kind of way.
I don't need to sell this at all.
I do feel bad though, because if we're talking about quarterback trauma, the Broncos are an underrated team. I mean, if you look at the stretches post John Elway, pre-Peyton Manning, and then post-Peyton Manning, it's been a rough go of it for Denver. So the fact that they had to go with quarterback 6 at number 12, I'm familiar with the life that they're currently having to live. I no longer have to worry about it, but that's where they are right now.
They've
so
got 3 Super Bowls the last 30 years.
I want to be fragile with where the Broncos are at quarterback.
They're like one of the highest winning percentages of all franchises.
They are a very successful franchise, but the quarterback problem itself has not been a fun thing to have to navigate over the last decade or so.
Was Kay McCown a quarterback 6 as well? So yeah,
quarterback 4?
Yeah, what was he?
There's been a lot of quarterback 3-4s.
Because 1, 2, 3. Culpepper, and I think him. Look at us. We're just going to go over it. Let's talk about the 1999 NFL draft. Here we go. Which actually, that's what J.J. McCarthy's record he just broke. Talking about quarterbacks. He picked 10, Culpepper, picked 11. So he swooped
the
right
highest
in there.
picked Vikings quarterback?
Yeah, everyone knew I was talking about there, right? Yeah, the highest drafted Vikings quarterback of all time.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break here before we really get rolling today. Diana Rossini is going to join us when we get back. Please stick around. Talk to you soon. Welcome back to the Athletics live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. It is night 2. Joining me tonight, we have Dane Brugler, Nate Tice. A lot of fun stuff on tap. Calling in right now to give us a little bit of insight on some of the things that went down last night. It is the senior NFL insider here at the Athletic, Diana Rossini. Diana, how you holding up? How you doing over there?
Not a lot of sleep, guys. I'm running on fumes like you, but it's like the good fumes because it's all adrenaline at this point after, yesterday was nuts and I was on with you guys and I think you probably felt it when we were having that conversation that there was just a lot of stuff flying around, just a lot of information gathering and, just in general, the excitement around the league, it was so palpable. Even just through text messages, I could feel like how pumped everyone was. So then you get through the draft and last night, everyone just kind of took a big exhale, like what the heck just happened? And so I spent most of the day, guys, just trying to get a vibe on what everyone thought about everyone else's moves, right? Because everyone thinks they won the draft last night. I don't really want to hear from them. I want to hear about what everyone around them thought, what people in their division thought. So I spent a lot of time on the phone today for you guys.
We thought there was going to be some craziness in the top 10, but for the most part, the first 7 picks were pretty chalky. I mean, it was a lot of predictions that a lot of people had when doing mocks. That changed at pick number 8 with the Falcons picking Michael Penix. Dana, you had a tweet last night just kind of sifting through the Falcons' thought process as relates to that pick. The idea that they knew or hoped that they weren't going to be drafting this high anytime soon. And this was a chance to not only think about their quarterback position now, but for the future. Just walk us through what the Falcons were thinking when they ultimately made that move to draft Michael Penix.
So the way they see it, it's actually very simple through their prism. We think we're going to be a really good team for the next 2 years under Kirk Cousins, and our opportunity and chances of getting a good quarterback at the top of a draft probably won't be there for us. We'll be picking late. So we like this guy. We think he's worth picking him with the top 10 pick, and we're just going to go after him. Was it the plan the entire time headed into the draft? I was told no. They were going defense. In fact, there was a time where they were considering even moving up. There was a time yesterday afternoon, the Rams were calling them. Remember, we'd had that conversation yesterday that they were in very serious talks about trading with the Rams having their eyes on Bowers. So in the end, for them, they felt that this was the right move. And really the drama that, of course, came with it was, when Kirk Cousins met with the Falcons formally, they let him know, hey, we're going to probably draft your successor coming up here in the draft in a few weeks. And, later round, most likely, that's how it's going to go. So the plan was never to go, or at least they didn't inform him that they were going to go for his successor with their top pick. So the second that pick came out, I immediately reached out to Cousins' agent to just try to get a feel for how he was kind of comprehending all of it at the moment, because I think we were stunned. So I thought maybe he knew about it and he didn't. They called him exactly when they were on the clock. They let him know. He was on his way going to some event for the Falcons, actually. And he was told about this. So they're not happy. They're really, really upset, actually, about this, and it's continuing today. Tons of people around the league are obviously discussing it and dissecting it, but just through his perspective, you can understand why he doesn't believe that this is good, not just for him individually and making that quarterback room just a little strange, a little awkward perhaps, but the pressure that it now puts on Kirk, and then of course he went to Atlanta with this idea that they're going to go and try to win a Super Bowl, and to use a pick on a quarterback that isn't even going to or isn't most likely to step in there for another few seasons. It just doesn't make them better today.
It seems like they're throwing a wrench in those successful 2 seasons that they're about to have.
Exactly. They have needs. And I think that's the part of this that is really shocking teams that all saw this last night of this isn't a roster that was set. They weren't just a quarterback away and let's start building for the future. No. You guys have been discussing what the Falcons need, not just today, but in the podcast before. So look, they didn't do that much work. They went to a 45-minute workout in Seattle and saw him. They never brought him in for a visit, which, you guys understand the visit and the importance of it. And I don't think a lot of fans truly get the importance of it in terms of the install, to go over the offense that the team is doing right in front of their eyes. And usually the way it works for most of the teams I talk to, the player gets an email with a couple of plays in there, with the install, with the offense. They get brought in for the meeting. They meet the coaches. They get some time to continue to study it. They go over it. And then it's game time. And they're usually in some meeting room and they're standing there at the line of scrimmage and the play caller calls out the plays and they want to see the process. How are they able to process the information? And it's so important because we know the most successful quarterbacks we have all seen are those that can process the material at a really quick pace. And that's really the best way you can do it, is just to test them in the moment. So the fact that they were willing to do that without even that time together is crazier to me than the Washington Topgolfers. Like, that is without a doubt the most bizarre thing. So look, around the league, I can't find a GM that's like, I kind of get, no. Everyone thinks that's crazy. On top of the fact that you have an owner who's 81 years old, he's not trying to win when he's 90. He wants to win now.
What changed? If they were considering moving down with the Rams, if they were considering moving up for a defensive player, what ultimately pushed them this direction?
They didn't truly believe Penix would be there. So once they saw that Penix was on the board still, they said, "Ooh, we got to do this," right? And obviously, all of this had its own tentacles to other things, like the Denver Broncos, let's say, right? Because think about it, Terry Fontenot helped Denver here in all of this because they took the quarterback that Vegas wanted, right? Well, we assumed that Vegas wanted, and based on the conversations I had. And so Denver could just sit there and they were ready to go, obviously, with Bo Nix, which I'm sure we'll get to. But really, the whole choosing of this, the picking, and now with how they're going to live in this, I called some people from Minnesota today just to get their reaction to this. What do you think? How Kirk's situation? And they're like, there's no way he's happy. There's no way he's going to be happy there. That is not what he signed up for, a honeymoon that did not last very long.
Let's transition to Denver. I know that you know people there and have a lot of conversations about where they're at and kind of what their thinking was this offseason. What ultimately pushed them not only to Bo Nix, but to be aggressive in using the 12th overall pick on Bo Nix rather than waiting a little bit later or trading down?
Yeah, the path to Bo Nix, they call it. So from what I was told, there were only 3, I think max 4 people that were associated with the Denver Broncos that knew the entire time that Bo Nix was the choice that Sean Payton wanted. That in terms of his quarterback order, it started with Jaden Daniels, who he was absolutely blown away by. He compared him really to a Lamar Jackson type. But for him, there were things about Bo that resembled Drew Brees. And I think that's really where the love fest began for him, is just identifying with that, seeing that certain type of mental toughness, the skill set. In his press conference today, you heard him talk about, Brees had that 60% completion percentage, and Bo had 75%. So he's using a lot of these numbers. He did a lot of work, allegedly, behind the scenes and making sure that this was the guy. And look, he put out a lot of smoke screens. He did a lot of work to try to let everyone believe that McCarthy was the guy. And I was told that he didn't even have McCarthy any higher than, again, he went Jaden, Bo Nix, Penix, and then McCarthy. So all of that, I think, helped. It worked. I think it did. Still don't know if it's fully true, but I'm just telling you guys what people in Denver are telling me about the process here. But they are thrilled in that building. They were fired up yesterday. I talked to some people right before the start of the draft, like a minute out, and they're like, I think, like, someone I was talking to that was in the draft room was like, I think Sean is seeing just like flames in his eyes right now. Like, he's so pumped for this, because I think he knew that he could shock the world with a pick that, guys, not a lot of people had Bo Nix high on their board.
Besides what happened last night, what were the other things you were digging around about today that might happen? Or the things that are on the horizon that were kind of at front of mind for you?
Yeah, the 49ers wide receivers, we talked about it yesterday. It's still creating a lot of buzz around the league. A lot of teams have called the Niners. Niners have reached out to a lot of different teams. You know, who wants Ayuk, who wants Debo. Debo seems to be the receiver that more teams are willing to take on and perhaps maybe have further conversations about that trade. So we'll see if anything pans out tonight. Right before I hopped in on the show here with you guys, I checked in on it, and there wasn't any significant movement. But I'm going to be watching that all night long. And of course, you know, just seeing all these defensive players now, I'm expecting them to fall off the board here at the top. Buffalo, that pick, guys, everyone is calling them for that pick. Maybe I'm being a little aggressive there. A lot of teams are interested in trying to get there. You know, I always like to gauge what the big topic of the day is just based on what people are asking me in terms of the sources and people making these decisions. And everyone was asking me to go find out what Brandon was doing there. So we will see if Bean decides to stick and pick there. And the other team are the Texans. They were trying hard last night, Robert, to get in. I talked to a lot of teams pretty high that told me they got calls from that Texans building trying to make a deal. So I'm expecting some fireworks from them tonight. Any sense of what it was for, why they were being so aggressive? I think, well, I'm pretty sure it was an offensive player. Okay. I know they're looking at receiver. I think the tight end, I think Bowers in general, I think he blew away a lot of teams. And I think everyone kind of wanted to test it out to see if there was a way they could get him. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was him, but we'll see what they try to get done tonight. Diana, thank you very much. Hopefully we will catch up with you soon. Really appreciate the time. Thanks, guys. Are we buying what the Falcons are selling?
I'm just fascinated. Who was the driving force in the room? Ownership, general manager, ownership, front office, coaching. There had to have been a loud voice in the room really pushing it, and who was it? So I don't know. I mean, obviously we were surprised last night. It was one of those picks, but thinking about it last night and this morning and over and over and over again, I think we really have to look at the pick as if, what if Drake May fell? Because not that they're similar players, but the way we feel about Drake May. Say the Falcons drafted Drake May at number 8, how differently we would feel about that pick.
So this is what I was going to try to do and how I was framing this. If we removed the evaluation of Michael Penix, if we were, and I think Dan Orlovsky said today that he had heard from the Falcons that they had Michael Penix as the second best quarterback in the draft, period. Okay? So if we can concede that, if we can say, all right, in this hypothetical, if Michael Penix is the second best quarterback in the draft, then how do you feel about this move? I think then it becomes a slightly more interesting discussion.
That's it. And that's why I used May, because, I mean, he was my number 2, your number 1, but a guy that we felt was a top 2 quarterback in this draft. And obviously the ages are different. They're different style of players, all of that. But we would feel differently about the Falcon. Like, part of us would even applaud the Falcons for doing it, because it's like, okay, we like him this much, we just can't pass on him. Even though we have our quarterback in the building, the opportunity to throw all these resources at the most important position in the sport, it makes sense to us. But obviously, because it is Penix, it's a player that we feel differently about as opposed to a May, and it does color things a little bit differently. So it's a fascinating.
And I really like May, of course. It's that the other thing with him is usually with these guys, we're sitting, we're grooming them, we're letting them kind of develop. They're 20, 21, not a lot of starts to their name. Yeah. Penix has a lot of starts. And the other thing that, Diana was talking about, that top 30 thing, we were just talking about this pre-show. Top 30 visits are usually character and medical.
Question marks.
Right. What has Michael Penix's career been littered with? Injuries. So you did not bring him for a top 30 to go over with your doctors, your quarterback that you're drafting top 10. Again, this process just smells to me. And I get it, you can make the argument, it is the most important position. You have to have some plan, some semblance of plan. If he's your number 2 guy, your top 2 quarterback with Jane Daniels, and you knew that maybe after December meetings or January meetings.
Why are you saying Kirk Cousins? Why are you going with Kirk Cousins? $45 million a year deal.
Why are you going with Kirk Cousins?
Right.
Then oh man, there's going to be 2-3 quarterbacks going high. We can get the 4th guy that we really like at 8. We don't have to do anything. Like what the Vikings kind of did. I mean, 11 to
it's a fascinating way to frame it because the Vikings made the opposite decision of this. The Vikings could have given Kirk Cousins the same contract that the Falcons did, and he would have stayed in Minnesota. And then they could have drafted a quarterback at 11, had him sit for 2 years, and then trot him out there in year 3 while Kirk Cousins had a $25 million dead cap hit. The Vikings decided not to do that because in their minds, they would be burning the advantage of being on a rookie quarterback contract. So we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. There's no advantage then of getting onto this financial timeline. The fact that the Falcons made the exact opposite decision, it is a fascinating case study.
It is. It is. We've never really seen something like this before. So how this plays out will be really interesting. And a lot of people, Ross Tucker, former player, he had a really interesting rant about it on Twitter about how he just thinks it's selfish by the front office and by the coaching staff.
It is, yeah.
Feels like they're looking out for them.
I love that.
They want to extend their,
Their
for that
timeline.
extension, and right. So they're already planning.
You got to let me see this through.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the players in the locker room, they're looking at them and saying, well, we could have helped you a little bit more this year, but you guys can figure it out. We'll look towards the quarterback, and so interesting perspective there.
And also, Kirk Cousins coming in. I'm not sure if Ross touched on this. Kirk Cousins is coming in the locker room that he's not been a part of. And he's going to take ownership. He's a hard worker and all those things. And players really respect Kirk Cousins. But what if Kirk has a bad game?
That's it.
What if why are we paying Michael Chance, Penix Chance? I know we're just going down the pessimist timeline. This has happened so many times in the NFL. And I just want to say one more time, they have expectations for winning. Every NFL team does. They have to tell themselves. It's hard. It's a hard business. You have to be somewhat positive that we can get 10 games, 12 games, make the playoffs. The hubris of that is kind of blowing my mind.
Yeah.
We're not picking the top half of the round for the next 2 years.
No one has ever been right about that.
Ever.
I think the good examples of that when the Seahawks traded for Jamal Adams. It's like, well, we have Russell Wilson. We're going to be a playoff team, and then they give away a top 10 pick. That's happened plenty of times when that mindset you've grafted it onto trades. It's a little bit different, but there's been a lot of treachery in that sort of thinking over the last decade in the NFL.
Think about Atlanta's quarterback situation in the post-Matt Ryan era. Like, now they're overcorrecting.
I don't want to.
They're going from an area that was a big issue, and now they're overcorrecting it, throwing too many resources at the position.
I get it to an extent. Like, I've sat and I thought about it for a long time over the last 12 hours or so after we got done. And I get it because we've seen teams run into this where we don't have a pathway or an off-ramp with a guy who is in his mid-30s that is only on, realistically, a 3-year contract.
And insurance, too.
Yes, and it's insurance
Injuries
as well.
happen, and sure.
But I think that the two things I would consider are, one, the opportunity cost for what you could potentially do this year. Yeah. If you have a defensive player that you can drop in that's a difference maker, what does that do for you in the short term if your goal is really to win the division, potentially win a Super Bowl? It's the opportunity cost, and it's the human element. The idea that you're going to do this as the second step after signing a guy to that contract a month ago and then not tell that guy. With Jordan Love and Rodgers, one, you're making the pick in the 20s. Two, everyone in the building knew what the dynamics were between Rodgers and the organization. Right. You're not worried about spoiling some honeymoon period there. It had already gone sour, and people understood that. And the way that worked is it motivated Rodgers into 2 MVPs. I don't think you're dealing with the same set of dynamics here when we're talking about when Kirk Cousins got there, the fact that they are in that honeymoon stage, and he doesn't need any extra motivation. He literally just got there. Yeah. So there's so many different complicating factors on that side. On a spreadsheet, in a vacuum, independent of any of the personalities involved, okay, I get it, because I think it is a sound team-building process that we would complement a more patient organization for doing, but I think there's too many complicating factors with this specifically.
What if the Falcons moved back from 8 to 19 with the Rams, like we might expect they did, and they took a defensive player and they got all these other picks? When we go, man, this GM, this franchise is doing a great job of doing now and the future.
Right.
That would seem, I don't know, kind of like a clean path to me. But again, they decided they want to go quarterback. They want to address that position. But to me, it's like there's other ways to win now and also plan for the future. To me, that was their path, and they decided not to do that.
We've seen other teams get rewarded for this, right? The Jordan Love situation in Green Bay, they absolutely got rewarded for it. Even the Jalen Hurts pick. Remember all the kind of consternation about Jalen Hurts getting drafted by the Eagles? It's like, they just gave Carson Wentz that contract. Why would they do this? But they had seen Carson Wentz play a season after he got that contract. And there's a little bit of doubt in the back of their minds. But all of those, at least you'd gotten something from the quarterback and Curley in place. You had some kernel of doubt about why it wasn't going to work out. If you have any kernel of doubt about why it's not going to work out with Kirk Cousins, you shouldn't have given him the deal a month ago.
Yep. Yeah. Knock a zero off. Like just
the process element of this is as fascinating as the actual pick. Yeah. How did they arrive at this? When did they arrive at this? At what point did it become clear, okay, Penix is going to be our guy? And I'm not buying for a second they thought he wasn't going to be there. Like
it doesn't make sense because no one else.
No, we talked to NFL teams too. Nobody had him that high.
No,
James Palmer said last night that multiple teams were trying to move into the top 10 to draft him. That's different than not thinking.
One rescinded it already.
Yes,
that's an argument for why you can't move back to 18 and think he might be there.
Right.
I don't think that's a strong argument for drafting him at 8.
That's quarterback tax. That's okay. We believed he was, a second rounder or a late first rounder, but okay, if we have to get him, we have to go here. That's definitely part of it. But yeah, not going or thinking he'd go in the first 7 picks, I ain't buying it.
There's so much I did like about where they're like, we're addressing the quarterback position. We had conviction on a guy, and it's like, yeah. Not like this. Yeah. It's switched the matrix. Not like this. And that's kind of how I feel about it a little bit.
And we talked about the financial element of it a little bit yesterday.
I thought this was a great point, by the way, that you brought up. Yeah.
Going into year 3, it's $25 million of dead money from Kirk. So if you move on from him after 2 years, then you're going to pay your quarterbacks collectively. I'd say the Penix contract, without looking at it, it's probably like $8 million in year 3, $8 to $10 million in year 3. So you're going to be paying your quarterbacks $35 million against the cap. The cap will have exploded by then. Let's say it's $280. $35 million is not that high. I'm sure if you look at positional spending, it'll be the 12th to 15th highest quarterback payments collectively in the entire league. But that's not rookie quarterback money. Yeah. So you're still conceding the advantage of the rookie quarterback contract for 3 full years. And with other teams, it has worked out. It worked out for the Packers. But that is a very, very, very small needle that you're threading.
It's going to be fascinating to watch it play out. It really is. Obviously, we might have to wait 2 years, but it's just something we'll be talking about at length for a while.
It could be a 26-year-old, first-time, full-time starting quarterback that's making essentially a $30+ million cap hit. It just feels unprecedented at this point in time. We don't know how these next 2 years are going to shake out, or 3, and all these things. But and again, it's not some project type. The whole appeal of Penix was, and this is why so many NFL coaches, like quarterback coaches, really liked him, is they don't address that he's 24, has medical concerns. They just watch the film. The personnel guys are the ones doing all the background stuff. Oh yeah, he's doing this, he's doing this, he's doing this. Plug and play. So why are you telling him to sit? This is not Mahomes cleaning up footwork. This is not, and that's also going to a huge winning franchise, moving up from the 20s. That's another thing I just want to get this off my chest, too, is a lot of people are going, oh, these quarterbacks sat like this. This is a good example. They were all teams that were winning teams, picking from the 20s, moving up, or doing something like that. Even Dante Culpepper is another one. Pick 11, going behind Jeff George, Randall Cunningham on a winning team that had an extra first-round pick. That's the usual thing. A guy from UCF, a guy from Utah State, these small school guys, not Washington.
How old was Jordan Love?
21, I think.
Yeah, he was a redshirt junior. So I do wonder if this is a better defensive draft, if that would have affected their thinking. I mean, if they just loved Penix and that was it. But if this was considered, we didn't see the first defensive player drafted until 15. So if this was a better defensive draft, would they have still gone this direction, or would they have gone with, if a Patrick Surtain was in this draft? Think about that 2021 class where J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Michael Parsons. It was offensive heavy in the first 7 picks, but then some defensive studs came off the board. Would the Falcons still have gone this way, or would they have gone with a defensive player? I think that factors in as well.
One of the most intriguing picks of the entire first round, one of the ones that we were really keeping an eye on when the top 10 got started yesterday, was what the New York Giants would do, whether they would end up going quarterback. They ultimately did not. They went with Malik Neighbors. Here to chat about that with us is one of our Giants writers at The Athletic. It is Charlotte Carroll. Charlotte, walk me through the initial Malik Neighbors press conference. And the fact that a new number 1 receiver referred to himself in the third person 20 minutes after arriving in town has to be encouraging.
I think Malik Neighbors is a confident guy. Giants fans are going to be happy about that. You can't be mad about that as the initial interaction. And nice to see you all, and thanks for having me on. But no, he's the confident number 1 receiver that this team has been missing. Comes from LSU, long line of quality, good receivers. So I think fans should be happy about that.
The quarterback question. Do you think ultimately it was a move up for Drake May or bust sort of proposition for the Giants in a way that a lot of people were framing it in the lead up to the process?
I think it would be a different story for sure if Drake May was still on the board, but that's something we're never going to know. We kind of had the ideal scenario getting JJ McCarthy and Malik and Rome all on at the same time and kind of this choice of what they were going to do. So we did see who their pick and who was the best and who was the top of their draft board. That's kind of where things landed. But if it was Drake May who was still around, we'll kind of never know.
Why do you think they ultimately decided to go Neighbors over Arome Odunze or some of the other guys available to there? What tipped the scales probably in his favor?
Definitely. Malik is explosive as Dane. I've referred to your guide so many times and I've read through that. Everyone should read that for sure. But he's explosive. He can create separation. I think one of my favorite anecdotes from the presser, not even just the third person, but even last night when we were speaking with Malik for the first time, was in the meetings with Brian Daboll and kind of, they're getting to know him. They're getting to know who he is as a player and as a person. As Brian Daboll, was trying to be competitive with Malik and was like, I can take you. And Malik is going at him. No, you can't guard me. I got you. So I think that speaks to who they wanted as a player. They wanted someone competitive. And that has been referenced countless times just in the last 24 hours, that dog mentality. I know that's cliche, but that's what's wanted around here, and that's what they got.
What do you think this move and the decision to pass on a quarterback says about Daniel Jones, his future, and just kind of how the organization views that situation right now?
Yeah, I mean, it gives Daniel Jones that number one playmaker. So he's got an option, so it's going to be fascinating to see what he can do with a receiver of this caliber. He's not had that since he's been around, so I think there's a little bit more pressure. Okay, if you can't make it work like this, what does that mean for the future? It also kind of changes the timeline a little bit. There's not that round one draft pick waiting in the wings just to kind of take over. So he's got a little bit more time depending on how things shake out.
Do you anticipate them maybe taking a swing on a quarterback somewhere along the way on day 2, even if they decided to pass on one in the top 10?
I don't think it's out of the question. They've done their homework on all these quarterbacks. Most of the ones they've done their homework on are gone. Spencer Rattler's still around. There's a Michael Pratt. Dane, we talked about that in your mock. That's a potential option. Whether they do that is a different question. Is it the smart move? Does it really make a difference on a roster with Drew Lock, Tommy DeVito? I don't know. Can't really say. But if they view him as someone who's worth bringing into this room, I think you said it yourself, Dane, what's the worst it can do to keep trying to get this room right, no matter what the cost or what they can do? So that's we're going to see. We'll find out in a couple hours.
All that matters now is when the quarterback's got the ball in his hands, Malik is open. That's all the Giants fans should be caring about. So, Charlotte, thank you very much for joining us. Great to see you. We'll chat with you soon.
Thanks so much for having me on. Have fun.
All right, boys. We're about to get the second round rolling here.
Let's do it.
We're just watching some Blake Corum highlights, and yet another one of those Michigan guys that's probably going to go on day 2.
Have you seen some of C.J. Stroud's personnel analysis over the last day?
I saw him very mad that Ricky Pearsall went to the Niners.
Well, Diana, the pre-show has gone, well, maybe going for an offensive player.
Another receiver?
Another receiver there? Oh, man, these Shanahan guys. But C.J. Stroud, who's his QP1 was? Mr. Drake May. So, birds of a feather.
Drake May and C.J. Stroud have very different college profiles.
So different.
Extremely different college profiles. Yeah. The fact that you like both of them is, I think, pretty telling about what last year's class looked like.
And really, it's funny because it's like exact same as my receiver evaluations, too. It's like I like the oversized ball winner types, which is like May. And then I like the crafty, the Olaves, the Devontae Smiths. I like those guys, the smooth technicians. And it's like, yeah, that's Stroud. It's like, yeah, those are the two types I like.
Just go for both with Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah,
there you go.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what you go for.
The idea that a lot of teams have been calling the Bills, Diana mentioned that. We just saw a little note about it here on the NFL Network broadcast. The fact that the Bills haven't moved that pick and decided that they wanted to stick, I'm really curious who they ultimately land on here.
I mean, if they're not officially on the clock yet, so you never know. I mean, we still have time, but they've got a lot of options here. And it's obviously wide receiver stands out the most, and there's plenty of receivers on the board. But, if Johnny Newton's high on their board, could they go with that interior defensive presence? Cooper DeJean, we mentioned, could help them right away as they kind of rework that secondary. You think the safeties being gone and no more Tre'Davious White. I mean, they've really remade that secondary, so Cooper DeJean could help in several ways. Yeah. So I think that, wide receiver by far the most likely pick here, but it's maybe not a slam dunk.
Yeah, they have more have what we'd like to call options. They really do. But it was what you're bringing up with Newton too, and I mean that's pretty interesting. They like having defensive line depth. They like rotating these guys. They like gap shooters in the front, in the interior, big guys on the outside. Like they have a certain type they like. So. I think the Bills are in a decent spot too. I mean, if they are interested in a Keon Coleman, if they want size on the outside, a different type, a Troy Franklin or those things, I don't think they might be a little rich and maybe not perfect for what they need. But if they want any of these types of guys, it makes sense for them.
Safety depth makes sense to me.
Oh, yeah.
They signed Mike Edwards in free agency, but they still don't have much there. And by the end of last year, we saw them doing a little bit of work with 3 safeties. They just don't have much depth or explosiveness there. And so the way that this defense has kind of been expressed over the last 5 years, where the safeties were the strongest part of what they were doing, it's a big transition to what they have right now. So if they looked at Jean as like just the best defensive back in the draft, we'll drop him in wherever makes sense. I would understand that if that's the route they ended up going.
And he's both of our best DBs remaining.
Yeah.
Corner or safety, right? No matter how you rank him as a corner or as a safety, he's the best one available.
Yeah.
Jackson Powers-Johnson from Oregon is another guy that he's the best player available on your board, Dane, but you had some questions yesterday about maybe some red flags in a couple different areas that teams might have. What's your sense about why he might be falling here a little bit?
He's one of those guys that I'm very eager to see where he goes. He could be the 34th pick. He could go in the late 50s. I mean, he could be on the board here for a while. He was a 30 visit for a lot of teams. And again, what do we talk about? Those 30 visits, it shows interest, yeah, but it also shows question marks. And I was told it's not like he's a bad guy or anything like that. It's some of the board work was a little messy. There's just questions about how quickly he'll be able to adapt to their scheme, specific scheme from team to team. Mm-hmm. So there are, and you don't want those types of question marks in your center.
Correct.
Right. You want your center to be, fix everything on that offensive line and on that offense, and not having question marks. That's a big part of playing the position in the NFL. So there's a big trust factor there. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of teams came away from those visits and those interviews not feeling 100% that trust. And so it'll be interesting where he ultimately comes off the board. Is he the next center drafted? Could it be Zach Frazier from West Virginia? So, yeah, I think that in my mock, I had him going 51 to the Steelers. A player that at one point I'm sure many people mocked to in the first round.
At 20, yeah.
So I think there's a wide range of spots we could see Jackson Powers-Johnson come off the board tonight.
I talked to a coach today whose team is in the interior offensive line market that was not a fan of Jackson Powers-Johnson. So it does seem like that sentiment is present with some of these teams that are even in a market for guys at that position.
He's such an outlier at the position. You're just talking about the board work. Centers are usually going to be undersized. They're only out there because they're so intelligent, because they can do these things. Mm-hmm. He's such an athlete, and I keep comparing him to like a barroom brawler because he's just built like that, like an old Olympic power lifter, like strongman competition kind of thing. But it's like his handwork's really sloppy. It's all over the place.
It's not a technician.
No, he's a mauler at center who also doesn't have that experience at center for the mental capacity stuff, or just the polish, I should say, there. But that's also why I kind of liked him at guard
that's
too.
What I was going to ask you. Is there argument then for just tossing him at guard? Would that make more sense?
He has the size for it. He's 320, 330. He's big. He's athletic, and he's done it before.
He played it before, and then he moved to center as a starter this year. So yeah, 1 year starter at center, but he has reps at guard. Mm-hmm. Heck, he played on the defensive side of the ball. So the Oregon staff was like, okay, we've got this talented dude. Let's just get him on the field. And it was on defensive line, then at guard, and then he started at center this year. And it's good tape. Yeah. It's not like he has bad tape. No. He has good tape. Senior Bowl, he looked good, playing through injury. There's a medical factor here, although I got the sense it was more of the other stuff than the medicals, why he's fallen a little bit. But yeah, and that's why he's one of the biggest wild cards tonight, just to see where does that fall end and what's the fit, where does he land?
It's always funny when you hear the character stuff and then the landing spots, and it's like Steelers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. They have a huge tolerance for that, but also, the line coach is going to sign off on it. So you kind of said, he's a weight room guy. He maybe I don't want to say the word I want to say, but he likes to chomp on some weights a little bit. But with that is what line coach likes. That line coach goes, this is awesome. This is great. This is exactly what I want to say.
Why we shouldn't let offensive line coaches make high level decisions?
No. Well. Yeah, Titans maybe.
Yeah, exactly. It depends on the offensive line coach.
Right.
Yes. Right. Yeah, I know, right? But you have to earn it.
His tape reminded me a lot of Ryan Kelly. watching him coming out of Alabama, first-round pick. Yeah, his size. Maybe not the most technically proficient, but he executed consistently. and that's what Jackson Powers-Johnson did. And a lot of energy, he's a good athlete, played with power. It's just, I don't know. Those interviews must have been pretty interesting.
Yeah. Another guy, Dane, that a lot of people liked in the process. I mean, I had people that I respect talking about him as the best interior defensive lineman in the draft, one of the best defensive players in the draft, is Johnny Newton from Illinois. He didn't test you. You had him 28th on your big board. Yeah. What is your sense about maybe why he is still available when there really is an argument for some pretty significant upside there?
Yeah, and I think because, again, we do these early mock drafts and early rankings, and I think a lot of people painted Johnny Newton as this top 10 pick, this top 12 pick, and I don't think he was ever that. He was always more of a back half of round 1 guy. And it turns out not even that, because he's going to go in the second round now. But the size is a factor here. And, well, how can you say that? Byron Murphy wasn't the biggest guy. He went 16 overall. Byron Murphy is a different caliber of athlete. And it's not to mean that Johnny Newton is not a good athlete. He is. He wasn't able to test because he had the foot injury. But I was told by a scout that was at his pro day, said it was a phenomenal pro day. The way he was moving, even if he didn't run a 40, didn't run any of the drill or the timing drills, but his positional stuff was awesome. And so a little surprised that he is still on the board here, but he'll be one of the names we see come off the board quickly. As long as the medicals are okay, I didn't hear anything to the contrary about the foot, anything to worry about there. I think he'll come off the board pretty quickly.
Where do you see kind of the gap between him and Byron Murphy? Not just athletically, Nate, but just the types of players that they are.
Newton doesn't have the bend. I don't think Murphy does. He's explosive and everything, and he can win instantly. I think Newton there. I think Murphy has, we always use this with linemen, he can recover and get to that second kind of effort thing. And I think Newton's like, it's win 1 second, 1.5 seconds, it's done. Like there's no secondary thing with him. I still really like him. I consider him a top 30 guy. When it was all said and done, I saw more with Murphy being able to do a little bit more as well, where he can align. And I think that's what helped as well with that. So I think maybe a little bit of the bend. I think they have some explosiveness. I think both of them do. But I just think maybe Murphy's bend maybe a little bit more twitchy with that stuff too.
Newton's pass rush production his last year, was good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 7.5 sacks, but 7th in all the Power 5 in pass rush productivity per PFF among interior defensive linemen, 7th in pass rush win percentage. He had 7 quarterback hits, which was tied for 2nd among all interior defensive linemen. So the tools plus the production last year, I mean, there's a lot to like about what he could possibly provide you.
He's not in the run game. That's where I think there's the biggest difference between Byron Murphy and Johnny Newton. I think that's where the gap is, because they are both disruptive gap shooters. And one thing I love about Johnny Newton, watch his fourth quarter tape, and it looks like the first quarter. He still gives the same energy. He plays more snaps than anybody. So he's out there a ton, mostly overly B gap. You know, he doesn't have the same versatility, at least on tape, that we saw from Byron Murphy playing more of that shaded nose. So he's just not going to be for everybody. I think it's not I think everybody likes him in the NFL. It's just maybe not an ideal fit for every single scheme. And so it just takes the right. Okay, let's say the Lions stayed at 29 and didn't trade up. That could have been the landing spot. And we talk about Johnny Newton as a first-round pick. So it just takes the right, team fit lining up at the right time, which will be somewhere here, I would guess, in the first 10 picks in the second round.
This type of player profile, the undersized gap shooter, they sometimes outperform their draft spot. Like they just do, because just what you're talking about.
They do.
Yeah, and that's the thing that always comes in the back of my mind. It's like, oh, these are outliers. It's like, are they though?
Yeah.
Well, you got a lot of these guys hitting. So
Atkins.
Grady Jarrett.
Geno Atkins, Justin Madubuike is 6'3", but he's only 300 pounds. Grady Jarrett's another really good example. I mean, these guys can go in the mid-round sometimes and end up becoming really productive players.
Newton also has one of my favorite clips of any prospect I watched in this process, and it was against Wisconsin. He has the trifecta.
Probably his best game.
Yeah, a trifecta where he gets a strip sack and a roughing the quarterback penalty all in one play. But you got to love the trifecta.
Sticking with the interior defensive lineman, Dan, you said something a little bit earlier when we were talking about the Michigan guys, about Chris Jenkins. You said that his lack of production in college doesn't really scare you off. You think he's going to be a better player, maybe a more productive player in the NFL than he was at Michigan. What makes you think that?
Just how he was used, what he was asked to do in that scheme. I mean, he had a grand total of 8 tackles for loss. Not this season, in his career.
4 combined sacks the past 2 years.
Not great. But I think when you watch the film and see how he was used, taking on blocks, holding the point of attack, being able to two-gap, he wasn't asked to be a disruptor. He wasn't asked to try to flush out the quarterback. They want to contain him and to make the tackle inside the tackle box. So I'm a believer in the traits and the talent. Again, very different style of defensive tackle than his dad. His dad was about 60 pounds heavier.
All-time freak. Truly an all-time freak. For people who did not watch Chris Jenkins when he was playing in his career with the Panthers, specifically when he was a younger guy, one of the freakiest guys I've ever seen in an NFL field.
360 pounds, and the way he was moving, the violence he'd play with, and Chris Jr. has a lot of that stuff. He's just 300 pounds, but he is also a freak athlete. He also plays with violence. I love the way he plays peekaboo with blockers. So he's gonna control the point of attack, find the ball carrier, make the tackle. I think he's another one of these. We're gonna see a run on these defensive tackles between Newton, Chris Jenkins. We're going to see a bunch of these guys fight. Braden Fisk from Florida State come off the board some point, probably in the second round. Mason Smith, LSU. A lot of these defensive tackles. We only saw one go last night, Byron Murphy, but we're going to see a run on these interior defensive linemen tonight.
Don't mind me. I'm just looking back at 2002 Carolina Panthers stats. Just checking out what's going on over there.
Super Bowl team.
Chris Jenkins, Julius Peppers, Mike Rucker was a very good player. He was their other edge rusher on those teams. A lot of very cool guys that walked through there. Dan Morgan was on those teams. He was a really good player before he got hurt. So now the general manager of Carolina.
Carolina's picking 39.
Yeah, so there you go. But those teams, underratedly cool teams back in those days. And Chris Jenkins was a big part of that.
On the pre-show, they had Steve Smith break down Chris Jenkins Jr., and I think he mentioned his dad.
Yeah.
He would say about 40 words. I think dad was 10 of them, maybe 12 of them. Like a quarter of the phrasing was about dad. I played with his dad, all these things. But he kind of warmed on you a little bit, right? With Jenkins, I remember talking about him during the season. You couldn't really, I feel like, didn't pull the trigger on him
because you're watching him and it's like
do something.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
It's like, come on.
I know, dude.
Make a splash play that I can clip and post on Twitter. Come on. But he wasn't asked to do that a lot, And so you have to really isolate him from what he was asked to do, focus on just the talent and the traits, and I think there's a lot of ability there. So I know the Bills really liked him. I know they had a high grade on him, and
he makes a lot of sense for the Bills.
If the Bills didn't have
throw him next to Ed Oliver because I think that's complimentary.
Exactly. If the Bills didn't have such a need at wide receiver, I would be pushing Chris Jenkins here at 33.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Because even with Newton, I think there's a little bit of overlap between the skill sets with him and Oliver, where it's a little bit more complimentary if you toss Chris Jenkins next to him. They spent on Daquan Jones. They've got bodies there, but this Bills pick is. I'm so interested in which direction they go.
They pick again at 60, so later in the second round, so they can, still get their wide receiver later if they have similar grades on the Troy Franklins and the Jalen Polks and this group of receivers. But looks like the pick is in, so they're not trading.
You had, not difficulty, but you had a complicated relationship with a lot of the interior defensive linemen that are going to go on day two. Ruka Rororo from Clemson.
Well done.
Chris Jenkins. I mean, a lot of these guys that it feels like it was a long and complicated process for how you ended up with some of these players in this range at that spot specifically.
Michael Hall?
Fisk was a weird one for me, Braden Fisk. Oh my God.
Fisk, I would love Fisk on my team. Not if it costs a top 40 pick.
Exactly.
Or even a top 50 pick probably. Just because.
What holds you back with him? Because he's explosive, he tests well. It's just a body, it's a length thing, profile thing?
Short arms, he's a worker bee, and I love him. Yeah, we can win with a guy like Fisk, but I just felt like where the asking price is might be a little bit higher than what I was willing to spend. But yeah, if I could get him late second round, sign me up, because that's what the tape says.
Yes.
And then it seemed like, okay, once the did great at the Senior Bowl, okay, and then at the combine tested off the charts, and the way he was moving was outstanding. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, is he going to sneak into the first round now? It's like, oh, come on, like that's not what the tape said.
No.
The tape showed a lot of good things, but he's more of a top 75 guy than a top 40 guy.
Yep, and that's kind of
71st on your big board, the final one.
Yeah, and I think he ended up at 67 for me. And similar grade. And with him, the short arms also showed up. Like, he wins instantly, over and over and over. The thing that the short arm showed up was not finishing the play. a lot of guys would juke him, and he couldn't reach out and even get a hand on him. Like, and that would show up a little bit with his game.
He goes so hard that
So
he's
fast.
ending up 5 yards past the quarterback. But yeah,
And he's cool. He's another Florida State guy that they got, or a Florida State player that they got from a smaller school.
Western Michigan.
Yep, and they're just churning these types of guys. So it's, yeah.
him and Nealand were tearing it up last year on that same defensive line.
Oh, man, yeah, that's
Two other positions, I mean, a bunch of positions where the stacking of it is going to be so fun to watch today. Linebacker, safety, running back.
Yep.
Is there any running back? Well, we'll get to the Bills pick here in a second, but I want to chat with you about the running backs and where they might come off the board.
Aaron Williams.
Aaron,
I was wondering who it was.
This is going to be a fun little parade of throwback jams
I was
here.
staring
As they
at
announce
they're
these
showing him
picks.
in the pre-show, and I was like, he looks familiar, but I can't figure out who that is.
I've been told there's going to be a fair bit of nonsense before this pick actually happens. So let's get to the running backs very briefly here. The running back you are most curious about.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman, receiver.
All right.
Like it.
Let's chat about Keon Coleman, Nate, because Keon Coleman, I don't mean to paint with a broad brush here, but has a skill set that you typically gravitate toward. What do you think the Bills are getting in Keon Coleman? Do you think this is the specific sort of skill set this offense needs right now?
I love this with Josh Allen because this is a ball winner. He hasn't had Stephon Diggs was he had good size and play on the outside. Keon Coleman's different. He's a dunk artist. Like he's Sean Kemp. Like that's what you're getting. He played guard in college at Michigan State, but really he plays like a power forward. You're getting a surprising yak ability as well because of his strength, as opposed to maybe just overwhelming twitchiness. He did not test very well. And you just watch him over and over, and you're like, he's coming down with the ball. He's creating a play here. Some of the separation stuff, yeah, you're concerned, but it's also the quarterback's getting out late. You know, I know a quarterback that can create some separation with his arm, and that's Mr. Josh Allen. Keon Coleman is one of those guys. I ended up good with him. Like I ended up being like, okay, I like him because they had some player profile concerns, more testing. But the thing is, for the Bills, I love this because he's going to just pepper him. He's going to let him win. He's going to go all over the yard. And another thing, it makes sense for Khalil Shakir. It makes sense for Curtis Samuel. It makes sense for Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
That's why Keon Coleman might not be for everyone, but for the Bills, he makes a lot of sense.
Because without Gabe Davis and without Stephon Diggs, you're just missing that perimeter target. You need some sort of skill set that allows everything else to kind of come together in a way that makes more sense.
Shakir can do it, but it's like 12 snaps, not 40. You want
I want Khalil Shakir running crossers. That's what I want Khalil Shakir doing.
He's a ZF slot inside out, but then they got Curtis Samuel. Then it's like, okay, well then he's outside. All right. Well, then who's our X? And then we got Dalton Kincaid, who we like as a slot guy too. Right. You get into the math problem, and you don't want to Jaguars it, where it's like one guy gets hurt, the whole thing comes apart. So now you get one guy that can fill that role if he does face injuries. Okay, Shakir can bump out there for a little bit. It makes a little bit of sense for their setup.
He is very much a Bills wide receiver, very much so. And yeah, he big brothers corners up and down the field. That's what he does. And he's not a bad. Don't let anybody tell you he's a bad athlete. He's not. He's just not a great. He's not a sprinter. It's not what he does.
Athleticism is not just about speed.
Yeah, he's a basketball player,
Yes.
not a track sprinter. So the way he can win down the field it's really impressive. And okay, we have a trade here with the Chargers moving up.
Which Michigan player is this?
Colson.
I mean, Chargers were picking at 37, so this is 3 spots.
And then they moved
in front of Arizona.
Arizona, Washington.
So
they send a 4th to New England, and New England sends a 5th-round pick back to them.
It's a difference of 27 picks.
Yeah, so not a lot.
Move
Not
up
at
3.
all.
Interesting.
I mean, is it Colson?
I think it's Colson.
Colson's the name that I kept coming back to that makes the most sense for this.
I love that though. Let's just drop an ass kicker into the middle of this thing. Right. This is a defense that has struggled with mentality, tenacity. You just don't feel physicality on that side of the ball for them over the last couple of years. To drop somebody like Junior Colson in, who I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dane, but was kind of an expression of what that Michigan defense was this year. And obviously Jesse Minter extremely familiar with him.
Yes.
It just makes sense on so many different levels.
Watch his tape later in the season, okay? You'll see clubs on his hands. Both his hands were broken, okay? It didn't miss a game. He played through it, and that's the type of mentality that you get with this guy. He's a 3-year junior, so he's still young. And we have to remember too, coming over from Haiti, like he came over here when he was 9 years old. Football was the way he learned how to acclimate himself to the American culture and learn English and all these things. And so football is very, very special to him, and he plays that way. He plays passionate. But he has the full skill set where you want him an enforcer versus a run, he could do that. Range to the outside, he can do that. He can drop and cover, even if they didn't ask him to do it a ton at Michigan. So, and obviously no one's more familiar than this staff. Not just Harbaugh, but that entire staff that he brought with him.
He's a Mike. He is a 3-down Mike. He's smart. He gets everyone aligned, and he can tackle and cover.
He's a green dot player.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, we got the kicker. We got Ralph.
And it felt like the Joe Alt pick, again, was kind of a this is who we're going to be sort of pick. And I think Junior Colson would be a defensive version of that.
Yes.
My last question about Keon Coleman before we get this pick. 3 of 11 uncontested catch opportunities last year.
And with that 34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Ladd McConkey, wide receiver.
So all that talk about Junior Colson potentially changing the vibes in Los Angeles, and instead we get Ladd McConkey.
I told you McConkey's going 34th overall.
You did. That's right.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure they were terrified that they read your mock, and they were terrified that somebody was going to snatch him up.
We got to move up to get him. If you're okay with the size, you love this player. Plain and simple. Way he can get out. He's both sudden and skilled. It's not just that he out-athletes everybody, it's that he understands how to find the blind spot of the defender. He understands how to get his hips turned. I mean, he put some corners through hell on tape. And he did it inside, he did it outside. Again, you just have to be comfortable with the size. Size is not for everybody. And as long as, because he was red flagged by some teams for the medicals, as long as you're okay with that, I think you are all on board with the player.
Oh, excellent route runner. I am very excited because he makes sense because what we wanted with this Chargers offense for years is some juice, some speed.
Yeah.
He brings that, but then he has so much polish to it as well. And, he's totally different than Quentin Johnston. Like, you couldn't get any more wildly different players, and I mean that in such a good way. Hopefully Johnston can figure it out, but Ladd is come right in and eat some targets, but has just so much more. It's like Justin Herbert's going to trust him over and over. I watched the Auburn game, and like you said, he put some corners through hell. And that game was like in-breaker, outbreaker, and the corners were like, I'm just going to run.
It was one of my favorite things to watch in this process, was watching him run those outbreakers vertically, because his sense of how to get on guys,
on their
you
toes.
can't teach that stuff. Yep. That is stuff you either understand or you don't. You watch players, I'm not comparing him to Justin Jefferson, but guys who just have that real nuance to the way that they play the position. That's what you feel when you watch Ladd McConkey. That being said, Dane, his best season at Georgia, 58 catches for 762 yards. He's missed a ton of time. So even beyond the injury concerns, the production concerns in college, there was never a season where he was overwhelmingly productive. The per snap rate stats are amazing,
right?
But he very rarely was on the field often enough to be a consistent difference maker.
And it's funny because you compare the stat to Keon Coleman's stats are kind of the same way.
Yeah.
Adonai Mitchell's stats kind of the same way. So we're getting to that point where you have to be okay with that. You have to sacrifice something. And as long as you're okay with the size, you're okay with the medicals. Now, ideally, he's a number 2 option, right? Yeah. If Ladd McConkey's your number 1 option in the offense, maybe not great. Ideally, he's a number 2. So when they're not throwing to Joe Alt in the end zone, how are they working this out? It'd be interesting.
But I get the thought process, because you can't get a tackle like Joe Alt in this range, but you can get a starting level receiver in this range. So going tackle at 5 and then receiver here in the start of the second round, I get that being the bones of the plan.
I say it all the time. Oh yeah, he's a secondary. He's a number 2. That's a starting player.
You need 3 of them.
He's a Z. He is a starting Z as he's
Falcons just traded their third.
So the Falcons, a 3rd round pick. Spencer Rattler's still on the board.
He is. You beat me to it. Good job.
But I was going to say the other thing with Ladd McConkey, at least he's going to a franchise that's known for their medical staff. So that is just another good thing. I don't know what Harbaugh, if he's renovated that at all. Hopefully he did.
Good for Justin Herbert, though. You can get a guy like this who is going to get open. He's going to be very quarterback friendly.
Yes.
He's going to get open underneath. He's going to give the quarterback a target.
My post Keenan Allen world.
That's what I was going to say.
That skill set within the offense.
My comparison for McConkey's been Emmanuel Sanders, just because of that feel for route running, inside outside. They have similar size profiles. But yeah,
I love that. I felt was very jealous of that one. Someone who loved Emmanuel Sanders, I think it makes total sense. Because he's got more juice. Yeah. McConkey is vertical juice.
DJ described his first bullet point on him was juicy. So, which yeah, he does have a lot of juice.
Independent of the Spencer Rattler joke here, what do we think the Falcons might be trying to do? They still need an edge rusher.
They do, and so I mean, my guy Marshawn Nealon's still available.
Corner?
Cooper DeJean.
Yeah. Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid, sure. Yeah, that's an option here. Defensive line, Johnny Newton. That's a direction they could go.
Yeah, Grady Jarrett's getting up there. Okay.
Right, but they love this player, obviously. If they're trading a third-round pick, because I think they only have one third-round pick, right? Yep. And so this is it.
They have two third-round picks because of the Calvin Ridley trade.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so they feel a little bit of flexibility to do this. And so
I mean, they are winning.
They traded 74 and they still have pick 79.
Okay. I'm just curious. I love that Buffalo just stand pat. I was like, no, you guys, no one's getting here. And everyone else is like, yeah, sure.
Let's circle back to the Keon Coleman thing. So 3 contested catches and 11 contested catch opportunities per PFF last year. Somebody billed as a contested catch artist. That makes my alarm bells go off. What do you make of that? Is that a quarterback stat?
I do. I do. Jordan Travis. Sorry.
Say something nice.
Yeah, I know. Jordan Travis is the only guy that threw a lot of 50-50 balls at people's knees and waists, especially for one guy that has a basketball background, the other receiver is 6'7".
Right.
So that was a little bit of frustration. The separation stats for me are in contested catches stuff, it's quarterback dependent. It's how, with the timing with the throw. I always got frustrations with the Drake London assessment. Sometimes I was like, the quarterback's throwing it 2 seconds late. That's why it's contested and not being able to win those. But I still see it all the time. You can see it for several years now, him winning in the red zone and winning in kind of those tight spaces.
The fact that you like him, if you didn't like him, I would be very worried. Because he has the set of traits that you typically move toward.
I was trying. It was a big heart head one where I'm like, it is, I was trying.
Have traded the 35th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With that 35th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Rook Aurora.
You and me both.
I appreciate the effort.
I appreciate him taking his time.
Yes.
Rook Aurora goes ahead of Johnny Newton, ahead of some of the other defensive linemen and defensive backs on the board. You like Rook relatively, but this still has to be a little bit surprising for you.
And I knew the Falcons liked him because I mocked him at 74. But yeah, I was taking some heat because he was my 51st overall player, and I was much higher on him than most were. But he's so gifted.
That's it.
The movement skills. Now, it didn't always show up in the stat sheet, but again, what was he being asked to do? That's part of this too. I love his gap control against the run, and I think there's more pass rush disruption in that body than necessarily what the stat sheet will show. So I like this player a lot. A little surprised he's going ahead of Johnny Newton, no doubt. But this is a good player who will be a better pro than college player.
I've wondered with him, and this is why I was lower on him. He ended up I had him originally, he ended up at 86 for me. And so it's a late third round grade, late third. And for him, I just couldn't figure out what he was because he's a 5-year player.
But he's really young.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still only 22, I think.
And I've watched him several years now, and I was like, are you a 2-gapper? Are you a gap shooter? Are you 1-tech? Are you 3-tech? And all these things. And maybe in the NFL level, like you're saying, it gets better. Maybe they just go, you're doing this, go. And that might help his skill set. And maybe his get-off was always just not there. He let offensive linemen, the Graham Barton, I'll show you some plays. He was getting cut off by Graham Barton because he just takes a second to get there. Maybe if they limit it, hey, like you're just doing this, that'll let him just kind of explode at the next level. Because like Dane says, you see how he moves and you see his size.
Explosion numbers for 295 are wild.
It's just like, it's another, it was like Chris Jenkins a little bit. It's like, do something.
Yeah.
Like, do something. And Jenkins, I warmed up to. And then I think Rook, I kind of punished a little bit because I was like, oh, man, you're just kind of staying the same for me.
Also, not a bad place to be a 295-pound penetrating defensive tackle sitting under Grady Jarrett for the next couple of years.
Right.
And not a bad little apprenticeship program that might be in place down there in Atlanta.
Well, and his defensive line coach at Clemson, Nick Eason, who longtime NFL pro, who was selling teams pretty hard on him as the person and the player. So I know there are plenty of fans around the league with Rook. Now, there were some medical concerns, too, that I know some teams had. So I was all ready to fight for why Rook belonged in the second round. I didn't expect him to go this high, but Falcons, man, they're making surprises. They don't care what anyone else's board looks like, that's for sure.
The box score may not overwhelm you, but if you look at the rate stats as a pass rusher, on a per snap basis, he was one of the most disruptive players in college football if you look at some of those PFF pass rush numbers and pressures. So there are some underlying things that would give you a sense of optimism about what he could potentially be.
And you mentioned the testing. I mean, 6'4", 295, 34-inch arms, ran in the 4.8s, was a 7.39 3-cone at the Pro Day. So there's a lot of athleticism here, and he's a smart guy. I think there's a lot of things that just are easy sells in the war room. If you just focus on the traits and the talent, that's an easy sell.
If you had to pick between him and Johnny Newton right now, though, which one are you picking?
I mean, Johnny Newton is my higher rated player, but it's interesting how I'm interested to see how they use Rook. You know, they see more versatility with him because Rook is a guy they moved up and down the line. He'd play from the 0 to the 5. I mean, they play him all over.
More length too. Yeah,
absolutely, yeah. And that's a sticking point for some teams, some schemes. They want certain things. Johnny Newton's very compact. He doesn't have the length necessarily that a lot of teams. Johnny Newton, a lot of his weight's a lot right here. It's not evenly distributed like you see with a lot of other guys like Rook. So fit matters, and I think this is a case of that.
Washington here, New England is really the only other team that you'd have to worry about potentially taking a tackle, but the fact that all of the tackles available coming into day 2 are still on the board, I'm assuming they're pretty happy about that. Maybe they go edge because they have that other second-round pick, but both of those positions, and corner as well. You know, how many corners are still available? So the fact that wide receiver is probably the last thing that team needs, they're probably pretty happy with the way this has unfolded so far.
Let's remember, this is a new regime. You can't really count out anything outside of quarterback, right? I mean, they could go in a lot of different directions here because this regime wants to build the roster how they want it. They want their own guys. And so if they have a high grade on a player, at a certain point here, we're going to be running out of second-round grades over the next 15 picks. At least some teams will. So, you know, we might see some surprises, not based off of, or maybe not the names being a surprise, but it not being an obvious need for that team.
I saw that Washington was trying to move up the offensive line, like all of us were talking about, but it was Jordan Morgan was their target at the end of the first. But it was interesting in the pre-show. I was like, oh yeah, Bobby Johnson's gonna like size and length. Patrick Paul maybe. Jordan Morgan's like a technician and like quick, and it wins with that. So yeah, it's kind of funny that
if they wanted to stick him at left tackle, he's so experienced. If you wanted somebody who could play right away compared to maybe some of these projecty guys, because they need somebody to play right now at that spot.
I mean, they're acting like the whole Jane Daniels argument was like, hey, he can come in right away, and they feel a little bit more accelerated than I think even us on the outside are. But I think every franchise wants to be like that, even if it's not good.
Yeah.
Pick is in here at 36, so we'll see which direction they ultimately decide to go.
Oh man, the Aurora pronunciation. That was awesome.
I wonder if they do it phonetically on the card. If they don't, that's cruel.
They have to.
They do. Yeah, it's underneath.
But even that one, when you see it phonetically, it's a tough one. Right. You're not sure if it's right. I mean, there's definitely a moment of hesitation there.
Yeah.
You have to take your time through it.
Yeah. He was like, there's another one?
You look at the Washington depth chart, and they didn't spend, they had a couple high-priced items, but the sheer amount of players they signed in free agency this year, I think a commentary on what the state of that roster looked like after the end of last season.
And that's why they had to let go of a Charles Leno, right? Yeah. To create the space to go do that. And that's going back to the hole they have at left tackle right now.
What do you think Darrell Green's around the 40 these days?
Faster than Kamari Lassiter.
Faster than all of us.
That's for sure.
That's been documented. At least I can make the argument I was barefoot.
Poor Lassiter just took one.
I know, he got shrapnel there. I can tell you, he's like...
There was more a commentary faster than some of the corners in this draft, and he was the slowest guy I could think of.
There's like 4 of those, too, in this class, too.
4'6" guys. Not great at the position. Not what you want. Did you see the video of Darrell Green's number being retired?
No.
That was pretty cool. They did. Remember the Chris Spielman thing with the Lions? They kind of did the same thing where they had him like read a promo for the draft. All right, we got one more for you, and they put. He's like, all right, and they throw the cue card up, and he's reading, all right, retired numbers, and so for the last time, no other player will wear 28. That was a pretty cool moment.
It's amazing how easy it is to just get those easy points with historic players from your franchise if you just handle it with some grace or care.
Well, that was like a good sign for the Lions when they kind of rekindled everything with Calvin and Calvin Johnson and everything. I know my Timberwolves still need to
I saw him in an elevator like 2 days ago. He could play right now.
Oh, I'm sure.
He could play right now.
He's one of the most.
If I was New England, I'd call him.
He's built just like one of one.
Yeah, we're talking about all-time freaks.
Yeah,
Calvin Johnson's like an all-time physical specimen to come into the NFL.
Best players I've ever evaluated, he's got to be top 2, top 3, if not 1.
He's fake.
Yeah. In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jazon Newton, defensive tackle.
Again, not a glaring need, but they're going with best available. And when you have 2 second-round picks back-to-back almost like this, you could afford to do that. So yeah, we knew the Newton pick was going to come here pretty quickly in round 2, and a little surprised it's the Commanders, but it does make sense.
I am calling about Jonathan Allen tomorrow. If I'm one of these teams, tomorrow, because the Payne contract is fairly fresh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jonathan Allen right now. 2025 is the final year of his deal. He's on a $14 million base salary, $12 million in dead cap if they were
these days. That's
him.
Discount for that type of player. Newton's a totally different type of style than those two. Allen so strong. And actually, Payne was phenomenal the last couple of years, especially after he got paid. But yeah, this is also Dan Quinn was with Atlanta when they drafted Grady Jarrett. Yeah. So he's used to these kind of gap shooter guys. I like it for what they have, but it's just curious because the defense tackle is so loaded. But like you said, Robert, the Jonathan Allen, maybe movable.
$12 million in dead cap if they were to move on from him, so they'd only save $2 million. But if I were a team that needed it, again, it's old regime, no ties to Jonathan Allen. He's been a little bit frustrated over the last couple of years. He's been vocal about it.
Allen went rogue a lot last year. He kind of hurt his own tape because you could tell he was kind of just doing his own thing a lot of times. He's frustrated, like that happens, but it's your tape's your resume, so people are gonna look at that.
I'm at least calling.
He's awesome.
Right.
Allen, he's so strong.
They want to free up a little bit of money for the right price.
I think to your point though, Dane, them going Newton there with those guys still on the roster, very much a new day.
It's our guys.
We're starting over. We want the best players. That's all that really matters. And you could make an argument. I think he probably was one of the top players that you still had left on your board. Third.
Have been. I mean, it's Powers, Johnson, and DeJean, and then Newton.
Yeah, Newton's 26 on my final big board. They're getting best players. I mean,
very newly rich man here, Mike Onwenu, announcing the Patriots pick.
Nice fitting suit.
Deservedly so. It's fun to watch all those Patriots guys get paid after mystifyingly not getting paid over the last couple of years.
It'd be awesome if he announced a tackle.
Yeah.
Like a new
guy on the other side.
I need a teammate.
Yeah. In the 2024 NFL Draft, my New England Patriots select Jalen Polk, receiver, Washington.
Wow. There you go.
So, wait. Are the Patriots just using my board?
They certainly might be. Jalen Polk from Washington, the second Washington receiver to come off the board. Nate, one of your favorite players in this draft, period. And I think, Dan, you have him in your 50s on your big board, correct?
He was a little bit lower, but I had an early third-round grade on him.
Early third-round grade, but I mean, there was talk about him potentially going in the first round, and you were on board with that, but I'm not sure other people were on board with him maybe going this high. Why do you think this slot is worth it for a player like Jalen Polk for New England?
Yeah, the first round thing was a little bit for the bit.
Sure,
a little bit over that.
Hey, listen, he went 37th overall.
It wasn't that far off. I know, it was only like 7 spots off. But with Polk, it's everything with Ndunze, and this is what I keep coming back to. He's the Diet Coke version of that. And for a team that maybe is trying to figure out what they do need, they're like, let's just get the useful player that we know we can line up, and he's going to do a lot of things well, and then we figure out what else we can splash in there. I've started comparing him to Robert Woods because he does the dirty work. He can line up inside, can line up outside. He's a good route runner. He's got good hands. Not an overwhelming speed guy, and we've brought that up that the Patriots don't have a lot of juice, but he's faster than Kendrick Bourne. I can assure you of that. But I like it he's a reliable weapon. He might not be the most explosive weapon, but he's reliable. When we just talked about with Downs, with Drake May, yeah, you're getting a guy that's reliable on third down. Hey, we can put him in the slot, give him maybe a little choice route, and he can feed him on those passing plays. So, yeah, of course I really like it because I really like Polk. I had him at 34 on my overall board, one spot ahead of McConkey and when I came to the end of it, just because a little bit of the size stuff.
The Woods thing is interesting because I'm thinking back to other teams that just needed competent play around their young quarterback. The Rams getting Robert Woods in 2017 when Sean McVay got there, they didn't have superstars at receiver, but they had enough to work with within that offense to give Jared Goff a shot. And Dan, I think that's the pursuit that we're seeing right now with the Patriots.
And the thing that you love about Polk is the coaching staff, they say he's the toughest and one of the strongest players pound for pound on the team. So, you bring that to also what you see on tape with just the ability. The reason I wasn't as high on him is because he's not a burner. He's a 4.5 athlete. And that's not,
he plays like it.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. That's, it's more good than great.
Yep.
And then, the route running is still a work in progress with him. He's not as skilled as some of these other guys, but it's still, he's a pro-level receiver. He's doing a lot of pro-like things in college. And so, honestly, it was one of the reasons you and I were both lower on Penix. Is because he's playing with Odunze, he's playing with Polk. These guys are bailing him out consistently and throwing Jalen McMillan, who we might hear, if not tonight, it'll be very early tomorrow. So Polk he's a really good player that I'm surprised he's maybe going ahead of Adonai Mitchell and some of these other players. But again, that's also maybe for some non-football stuff.
Right, and I think that's what Polk, you just said, toughest player, and that's what he plays like. Everything that off-field stuff I've heard or he's tested like, that's exactly what shows up on film, good and bad. Some of the speed stuff too. And honestly, we, again, keep coming back to the Elliott Wolf thresholds. It's just like the Packers receiver thresholds. It's going to be 195 at receiver, so we could have limited that list.
6 foot 200 was productive last year. Saw 70 catches, 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns. Not a burner, but was very explosive in the testing. A 37.5-inch vertical, 10.9 broad jump. So there's a little bit of twitch in there, even if he's not the fastest guy. Now, you kind of painted him as a jack of all trades. What is the number one thing he does? What do you think is the strongest aspect of his game that the Patriots are getting?
He is a masterful zone beater. And I think that shows off his skill set, his feel, natural feel. It's funny you talked about the route running. How I described it was like glimpses of advanced route running, because again, sometimes it was just straight line stuff, but it's that reliability with a zone. His hands are good and strong. He has catching range and everything, and I think that's what stands out the most. And that also lets him kind of limit maybe some of the lack of explosiveness, lack of athleticism, that he attacks that 5 to 15-yard range, shows off feel, shows off hands, shows off strength. That's what he beats. And in the NFL, where you're seeing zone coverage after zone coverage after zone coverage, that's nice to have.
Absolutely, especially because he's not a big yak guy, so when
he's simple. He's a simple yak guy.
Right, absolutely. And yeah, he's an easy player to like. And so what we say before today started was these receiver boards are going to look very different from team to team based off of what each team is looking for, what they prioritize. But yeah, we thought that the Patriots were going to go someone to help their young quarterback. Polk is kind of like we mentioned with McConkey being quarterback friendly. Polk's pretty quarterback friendly as well.
And it's funny because I keep saying Diet Coach and Dunze, and it's like when I was writing them up, I used the U word, useful, for both of them. And I'm like, I'm just using the same. All right, screw it, copy and paste, because that's a lot of the stuff that I like about Dunze. I like about Polk.
The amount of Patriots tape you're going to be watching next year is
I know. I always get one of these teams like that.
Nauseating.
I know.
All right, we're looking at the Patriots' weapons right now. Jalen Polk, Kendrick Bourne, KJ Osborne, Tyquan Thornton,
It's like literally
Demario Douglas. We feeling a little bit better?
Pop Douglas makes me feel a lot better.
You feel a little bit better about what Drake May is going to be getting after this pick?
With Hunter Henry.
Okay.
Need a tackle, though.
Still need a tackle. A lot of needs. This is always going to be the thing.
That's it.
You take a quarterback at 3, you got a lot of needs you still need to fill.
I like getting Polk, but it's one of these where it's like you're down the road, you're going to probably need one more guy to put it all. I think we all can say that. When saying it's a bunch of my guys, that's not the best thing in the world. The Kendrick Bournes and the KJ Osbornes of the world. So maybe that one guy puts him over the top, but you're getting a baseline of reliability. And I think maybe for a quarterback that we talk about, ones that are lower on Drake May, talking about how he can be up and down. Okay, we get guys that you can rely on all the time.
Well, Warren Moon announcing the Titans pick, looking fantastic. I'll be honest with you.
Just show spirals.
This Titans being able to claim the Oilers' history is
it's weird.
I'm not a fan of it.
Especially with those colors you got on.
No,
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Trayvondre Sweat.
Okay. Same old Titans.
Same old Titans.
You expected Sweat, even if you had some moments in the process where you could talk yourself into what he was capable of, to fall for several different reasons. Instead, he is the 38th overall pick in this draft. What do you make of this?
He was a tough player to peg because he's off a lot of boards. Teams told me straight up, not someone we're considering. And they used a lot of language that I won't repeat because he's
hit herd.
A guy that, when you're playing the national championship or the semifinal game, when you're playing at 390 and you don't weigh in at the Senior Bowl because you're overweight, and then 3 weeks before the draft, you get a DWI, and it's like, how can we trust this guy? And even if he's rare in terms of movement skills at that size, pure power, he is a different dude. Even at 366 or wherever he was at the combine, it didn't look like bad weight.
No,
it looked natural for him the way he carried it. And you watch his tape, and he's dominant for stretches. I mean, he will completely overwhelm guys at the point of attack. And watching him and Murphy was a lot of fun. That tandem for Texas. And I mean, there's a reason he cleaned up on the award circuit. Mm-hmm. He was an All-American. But again, why did it take till his final year, to turn it on? I mean, he was up front with teams that, hey, yeah, I partied a lot. Yeah, I drank a lot. That's the stuff that mattered to me. And so it was kind of, the onus was on him to convince teams, hey, that's all behind me. And I think he probably maybe did that for some teams, but then the DWI happened. And it's like, okay, DWI by itself is bad. When it happens 3 weeks before the draft, it's more of this is your off-field judgment skills.
On the heels of everything else.
Right.
And it was like in the middle of the day arrest, too. It was like a weird timing for it, too. It's funny, you said, yeah, I used to party a lot. I think of the Mitch Hedberg joke. I used to party a lot. Still do.
Yeah,
but I used to too.
Yeah.
But with Newton, not Newton, I'm sorry, with Sweat is, they just showed him on video. But with Sweat is, I was lower on him because usually the guys that struggle with weight in the NFL, and this is a real thing, usually don't make it. It's just hard because that shows their work ethic, shows consistency. NFL's a grind. They're about to bump it to 18 weeks. And like, okay, that has to be consistent. You have to come to practice. You have to do all this work ethic stuff. So I loved his film. It really grew on me. At one point, he was a top 45 player for me. And then I usually just try to do film evaluations for my big board and, try not to focus too much on medicals and character just because this is my evaluation. But I still had to listen to my head. It's like, hey, there's a lot of concern here.
It's got to be the first time maybe ever the first 2 picks for a team over 700 pounds combined.
A lot of beef.
I mean, I don't want that ever happens
right now.
Rams moved up.
39th pick to the Los Angeles Rams. Oh, with the 39th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Brandon Fisk, Florida State D-tackle.
We talked about Braden Fisk coming in to today and kind of the disconnect between some of the testing and what he was like on tape for most of his last season at Florida State. You probably feel like this is a little bit rich based on where you had him on your big board.
He's a good player. I don't want to make it sound like he's not a good player. Watch the Louisville tape, and it's just like, okay, this guy, from the first play to the last play, he took over. And then you see him at the combine moving, and it's like, yeah, this is just a little bit different than everybody else. But watching the full body of work his season, you see a really good player, but more of a worker bee than someone that's going to take over a game. Mm-hmm. And that's okay if the Rams are looking for a role player like that. And who do they draft in the first round? Jared Verse. Teammate. Yeah. I mean, reconnecting these guys, that's kind of fun with that defensive line. But if you're okay with drafting him with the top 40 pick, knowing he's not going to be a true impact player, knowing he's just going to be a solid starter for you, that's okay. If they want to hit a double here and they're not shooting for the fences, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
And so I think, but that context's important. But yeah, he's an easy player to like with the way he plays.
Yep. And honestly, with Kobe Turner, we've got great synergy. This is what you want. You got the plugger, the bigger body, and then he's the gap shooter type. We've got the Eagles moving up right now.
All kind of trades.
But like you said,
all the movement we wanted yesterday was waiting for today.
But like you said, there is. He's a worker bee. He wins right away. Sometimes doesn't finish the play. That's where I think his short arms show up more than anything. Is that lack of finish sometimes? Where the Rams are at, what they're needing, that type of role that he's not Aaron Donald. I'm not saying this, but that type of role that they just lost with Aaron Donald, of that gap shooter, that instant explosive play creator. That's maybe what they're trying to go for. And maybe they just like these kind of small school transfers to big school kind of guys. I feel like the Rams just love kind of like finding these odd story, oddballs that they get to put a fire emoji next to.
Clearly, they're going to take Johnny Wilson with their next pick. Just keep the Florida State theme going. Why not? But, okay, the Eagles trading up here at 40. So the Commanders, even with the tackles available, they get out of there. Eagles moving up. I mean, I guess this could be for Suamatia. This could be for a linebacker. Watching that Eagles defense last year, especially the back seven, was terrible. It was torture. It was bad. They could draft the first linebacker off the board here. They could Cooper DeJean.
I was going to say, who could play safety?
And we thought that might have been a target in the first round.
Right.
Yeah, and
they drafted a corner, but because of the versatility, you could talk yourself into Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean being in the same defensive backfield.
But DeJean, if he goes to Philly, would have that great progression of his career that I maybe wanted to see. It was safety or slot early, and then we'll see him at the outside corner as he goes along. If we have to fill there, that's kind of great for the Eagles. And also Vic Fangio loves the spine of the defense.
Right.
Loves, if it's slot or safety, he needs those guys to do stuff and be smart and control it. Yeah, let's get DeJean, who's not only just smart, but just such a great athlete. Also, punt return ability. You got all those types of things that you can throw in there, too. So, yeah, I mean.
Don't have to sell us, that's for sure.
I know. It's just, yeah.
My only question, if it is Cooper DeJean, is, again, just like, how do the roles shake out? Because think about the guys you have there now, if they do draft DeJean. You still have Darius Slay.
Yep.
Still have James Bradbury. Fonte Maddox is back now. Re-signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Reed Blankenship is still there. I mean, just so many bodies now. Quinyon Mitchell, and that's fine. That's a good problem to have.
Right.
I mean, considering some of the issues that they had last year, but that remains the most prominent question I have is, again, week one or over the course of the season, like, how do those roles end up shaking out? I don't even think it's an overinvestment because you can't overinvest in the back seven after watching what the Eagles were near the end of last season.
And that's what makes Cooper DeJean so unique, because he can play outside corner, he could play nickel, he could play safety, he could do all these different things that allows you to mix and match your personnel, the other pieces around you. So I did not expect him to fall out of the top 39 picks, but here we are, and I think we're going to see a run on corners pretty quickly, and this is maybe where it could start.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be just like, really? Okay, you guys, he's available still? All right. I'm sure they're just giddy.
Well, who's at 41? Packers. Right. So there's a chance Philly thought they needed to get ahead of Green Bay if it does end up being Cooper DeJean. Speaking of trades, by the way.
What the trade was?
I don't know what the Eagles trade was in terms of price. I know what the Rams trade was in terms of price. 2025 second-round pick to move up from their spot in round 2 to go get Braden Fisk.
That is pricey.
That is rich.
Again, we talked about with Fisk understanding, okay, he's more of a double than maybe even a single. Maybe a single you stretch into a double. But he's a good player. I want him on my team. I know that much. But that's a high price to pay.
Again, they just don't know what to do with themselves. They have all these picks, and they're not sure how to handle it.
Right?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Got to give away some of them.
Well, and it's
pockets are too heavy.
McVay had never drafted a defensive player in the top 60 picks or something like that before. Now they've done it twice here today. So
the Eagles trade.
Okay.
Wow.
They traded both their seconds.
So they trade both their seconds, but they get a third back.
Yeah, and flop fifths.
Yeah, so really they just move back around essentially in order to do this, but it's still a lot to give up.
Howie, what do you got?
There's a part of me that really loves the fact that Saints trade is now going to allow them to chase one of the best players still available in this draft. It's beautiful.
It'd be so funny if they want a receiver here.
Howie does stay winning, man. I mean,
he does.
Unafraid. When the league lets you do it.
Exactly. If you're allowed to stockpile future picks consistently, this is the type of stuff that you're allowed to continue to do.
Competence and process.
Look at Brandon Graham.
I know, he looks great.
Rocking that green suit. He'll be there forever.
I know.
Brandon Graham was like a favorite on the first football podcast I ever did 12 years ago. Me and Barnwell were talking about how he deserved more snaps on those Eagles teams. Still playing. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I was with the Falcons, and they were shopping him around.
Yeah?
Because I had to do a cut-up on him, and I was just like, can we get him?
Yeah.
Can we
there was a regime change, and we're sure, how are they going to use him? Do they still like him? And the fact that he lasted through, two
Another
more head coaches.
I know. Yeah,
now is a franchise legend.
Pick to the Philadelphia Eagles, and with the 40th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
DB.
It makes sense. Why not?
So they come away with Quinyon Mitchell and then Cooper DeJean.
That's corners 2 and 3, 1 and 3.
Mine 2 and 4. Yeah. That's crazy.
Now you still have those interior defensive line guys. They go get Bryce Huff in free agency. You still have Josh Sweat, and now they've pretty much remade the back half of their defense potentially with going out and getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson, drafting these 2 guys. I mean, we have a very different feel to what that Philadelphia Eagles defensive backfield looks like now compared to what it looked like at the end of last season.
I can't wait to see how they do this. Where do they play him? How do they use him? From day one, he's going to be a special team star. But then how do they use him on defense? Is it going to be more inside snaps? I'm okay with them throwing as many resources as possible into the back half of that back seven. As bad as it was last year, all the problems they had, this makes all the sense in the world to keep throwing solutions at the problem. And even if it does feel like a glut of bodies, to get a Cooper DeJean here at pick 40, that's a no-brainer.
I'm sure they were like, hey, Vic, you want to come to Philly? And he watched the film of their defense. He's like, absolutely not. We're fixing this. So they definitely invested in that.
Of course, we got another trade.
And of course, it's the Saints.
Cooper DeJean was an outside corner mostly at Iowa, Nate, but is still one of the most intriguing skill sets and just sets of versatility in this entire draft. What are the Eagles getting in Cooper DeJean in terms of how he can be deployed?
This last year, you saw more of his outside corner ability, and a lot of the times he didn't get targeted. So a lot of his film is like when he's not getting targeted, you have to look at movement ability, all these types of things. And earlier in his career, you saw more of the slot stuff, and you see the safety projection from that. But right here with Cooper DeJean, right at the bottom, even when he lets up a target, lets up a catch, you get to see that closing ability right here. And this ball's out, and right there is that tight feet, quick burst, closes, minimal game. He's an awesome tackler. And that's another thing of why teams are going to like him and why you see the nickel and safety projection. This clip right here is also why you see maybe safety, slot. He is right here. He's going to run with a crosser going across the field. I want to just show off his closing ability and his tackling ability. Runs with that, and it's a 3rd and 10 here. He creates a negative play on a crossing route because he closes so quick, and he makes the tackle in space, and it's just play over. The last thing I want to bring up with him, because you have to with Cooper DeJean, is he can return punts, and he can do it really well. So I had to go with a little TV copy here because my guy does not give me all 22 special teams film. This is what Cooper DeJean does. This is his explosive play ability. He is a dynamic punt returner. He has balance. He has explosion. I mean, this is against Michigan State. This was Iowa's offense, was play defense and then you get Cooper DeJean, taking punts back. And he does this multiple times. He's just going to be a dynamic player at the next level. I'm excited to see him in Philly.
Not only as a return man, but as a gunner, too.
Gunner as well.
He's a big-time gunner, and that's something that I think we'll see right away on special teams.
Saints pick is in at 41. They go with Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama.
There's that run on corners.
That run on corners beginning. Saints always in the market, seemingly, for cornerbacks, and they've been stockpiling them forever, it seems.
In the second round, too.
Yeah, and Paulson Adebo in the final year of his deal, there have been some chatter about Marshawn Lattimore's potential future there. So not necessarily a surprise to see them go with that spot, Dane, over some of the other alternatives here.
Yeah, any corner that comes in as a true freshman and starts for Nick Saban, you got my attention, because he played at a high level. Even if he is not the same level of athlete as Terrion Arnold, same type of just physicality. I thought it was interesting, though, scouts, when they talked to Malik Neighbors, they asked him, okay, who's the best corner you faced? Both Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors mentioned Kool-Aid McKinstry. So he's a guy that is smart. He understands how to play the position. You give him a little bit of a discount because he's not a high-level athlete. He has had the foot injury that was discovered at the combine, but still ran with that injury at the pro day. So, but he is a good player, and I think at this point you can see why the Saints traded up for him.
The word I kept coming back to with Kool-Aid was crafty. He's crafty. He knows his limitations, so he plays to them. And his awareness, his body positioning, and I think that's probably why those receivers always brought it up, was because he gave him issues. Hey, you want to run an in-breaking route here? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to shoot.
Football IQ is
off the charts.
He reminded me a lot of James Bradbury. Long, smooth, he's smart, like that style of player.
It's like he might not have the overwhelming, what we say, I'll say like explosive plays for the defense, but he like doesn't let up a lot of explosive plays for the offense a little bit. Like he's just that steady Eddie corner.
He's a different level of athlete than like a Marshawn Lattimore. You know, very different in that respect.
Even Alontae Taylor a little bit too. Yeah.
Bad athlete though.
No,
just not an overwhelming athlete.
Yes.
If he was overwhelming, he'd be top 15.
Yeah, right. Well, that was originally when we were supposed to go, right?
Yes.
I thought.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, defensive back.
Good. Speaking of underwhelming athletes at corner, Kamari Lassiter going to Houston, another guy that just outplays his testing when you actually look at the tape, Dane.
And so tape says one thing, testing says another. And so, okay, so for some teams, they're going to trust the testing. Other teams, they're going to trust the tape. And, you know, he's obviously going to a spot with D'Amico Ryans. I thought Mikey Sainristil would be perfect here, that really smart impact nickel. Lassiter kind of feels that same type of style of player because I think he's going to be best in the nickel. The coaching staff raves about him, how smart he is, how he brings it every day in practice, because he is not an overwhelming athlete. I mean, I shouldn't say an overwhelming speed guy because he's a 4.6 athlete. But the 3-cone at the combine was off the charts. It's ridiculous. His change of direction, the smoothness with the way he moves in transitions is outstanding. But he wins more with smarts and strength and just an understanding. Even though the physical measurables don't jump out at you, size, strength, anything like that, but he plays stronger than he looks. He plays really smart, so he understands where he needs to be. He, to me, looks like a plug-and-play nickel at the next level. And it was always, again, tape says second round, testing says more third round. Glad to see, not surprising that the Texans were one of those teams that kind of looked at the tape and said, yeah, we like this player.
There's some Antoine Winfield to his game, senior, not junior, but there's some of that to his game where it's like Antoine Winfield could have ran like a 4.8 by the end of his career. It
didn't matter though.
It did not matter because he was so smart, he was so strong for his size and such a good tackler. He was so sound. Lassiter is able to play fast because he's able to recognize it so quick and pull that trigger and make the play. I totally understand why the Texans like him because they probably were like, this guy, he's not going to be out of position. We got Derek Stingley on the other side. Exactly. That's our freak. So if we have a number one freak that we're going against, all right, Derek, you got him. But then we got the smart guy on the other side that can do all those other things and nullify big plays.
They've never found that nickel. They still haven't found it yet. Tavierre Thomas was there, and they had Desmond King. They've been trying to piece it together. So this hopefully could be the option. Team that is not picked in the second round yet, but made a very splashy move. Oh, excuse me. A team that made a very splashy move in both rounds for Nate, drafting Jalen Polk in round 2, Drake May in round 1 as the New England Patriots. Here to walk us through the Patriots draft so far is our New England writer at The Athletic, Chad Graff. Chad, very much appreciate you joining us here.
Of course. Thanks for having me. It's exciting to see the Patriots just load up on all of Nate's wide receivers. This is going to be interesting for you.
It's awesome. I can't wait. I'm never going to hear that, this is only going to be positive responses I'm going to get for the next year. I've heard Boston fans and New England fans are really mellow. They don't voice any frustrations or anything like that, so it should be good.
Yeah, between Drake May, KJ Osborne, the Kendrick Bourne, this whole receiver group, Polk now, this might have to be your team.
I like Elliott Wolf. We're good.
We were wondering coming into this, Chad, whether or not the Patriots would stick and pick a quarterback at 3 or whether they'd want to stockpile some picks, move back, and kick the can down the road on the quarterback decision. We got our answer pretty early before the draft even happened. Thank you to Gerard Mayo for announcing that. What do you think ultimately led the Patriots to say we would rather have Drake May than whatever arsenal a team was going to be willing to offer us?
Yeah, they were going to be able to get at least 3 first-round picks from the Vikings. Not a surprise. Basically, everyone knew that. Everyone mocked that. And yet, they looked at it like, hey, you just don't know how often you're going to be in this position. Maybe Jacoby Brissett in this offense that he knows goes out and wins 7 games, and then we're just not able to go up and get that quarterback that we want, kind of like the Vikings were this year, where even though they were willing to move mountains and make a more than fair trade offer, sometimes you just can't get into that top 3 to get the guy. And so that's kind of how the Patriots looked at it. Let's not mess around here. We know that we've got a steady guy that we can go after and get, and a top flight guy. Dane's number 2 guy, Nate's number 1 guy. Let's not overthink this. Let's just go get the guy, not kick the can down the road. Is this a perfect setup for him? No, definitely not. The left tackle situation is still completely up in the air. Jalen Polk, as steady and trustworthy as he seems, is going to be kind of joining that mold of a ton of number 3 receivers. Juju Smith-Schuster, Kendrick Bourne, Demario Douglas. they're just loaded up on those guys.
He's a 2.
So, you just broke Nate's heart.
He's
just crushing him right now.
Hey, I'll give a 4. I'll call all the rest of those guys 4s if you say Polk's a 2.
At the end of the day, though, it still averages out to a bunch of 3s.
The median is what it is.
Hey, it's all about compromise in life.
I know you guys haven't heard about the Polk selection yet, but any sense of kind of what pushed them that direction versus some of the other splashier receiver names that were actually still on the board?
Definitely other splashy receiver names. 2 kind of things that are pushing them in this direction is, one, this regime is realistic. They know that they're not going to be competing for the division this year. Their over-under win total is 4.5. They want high-character guys that are going to be okay if it's December and you're just playing for tape, basically. You read what Dane wrote in The Beast, and that's Jalen Polk. Like, the coaches raved about him in The Beast. His teammates raved about him. Hard work ethic, going to be showing up to practice, even if they're 3-9 and showing up and putting the work in. So that's number one. They kind of look at it like, right now, we got to get guys who want to be here and care and are going to do this and are going to be part of this rebuild. And maybe next year is the chance that we can take a chance on more of an A.D. Mitchell kind of guy who has the speed and the athleticism and some of the flashier traits, even if there are a few more concerns. But right now they're looking at it like, let's just get the steady guys who we can trust and are going to be part of this. So that's number one. And number 2 is that catch radius and his ability in contested catches. Part of the reason that I think the Patriots wanted Keon Coleman and would have taken him if the Bills didn't is he can be kind of a safety net for a quarterback like Drake May, who may be going through some things and working through it. And if his accuracy isn't on point in his, rookie season, he's a wide receiver who can help that and go catch some passes that aren't perfectly placed. So those 2 things, I think, drove them to Jalen Polk in the second round.
All right, so my remaining question here, what the heck happens at left tackle? Do they seek one out in the draft? Is this something they might have to address in free agency? Because I'm a little bit worried for Drake May's physical safety if this is the depth chart that they're going to trot into week 1 with.
Yes, and so there are a few reasons to think that Drake May is not going to be the day 1 starter. Like, they came out last night and made very clear, hey, we like Jacoby Brissett. We are not handing this thing to Drake May. We got a long way to go. He's still just 21. And so between all of that and the fact that the left tackle is maybe the backup right tackle from the Steelers last year, like, not great. So they're probably going to address that in the 3rd round, but still, you're trusting the blind side of your franchise quarterback who you have put, basically your best resource since Drew Bledsoe. You're trusting that to a giant question mark. So I understand why they went with receiver, but there were some offensive tackles there that they definitely could have gone with. And I think that's part of the reason that they're not going to be rushing Drake May out onto the field. It won't be surprising if Drake May doesn't play until November. We'll see what happens there. Maybe he just blows away Brissett in another one of Nate's guys, actually.
I know.
Maybe he blows away Brissett in camp and they change things. But left tackle is as big of a question mark as you could possibly have here on April 26th.
I think it makes a lot of sense, and I would be very much on board with that being the development plan and the timeline for Drake May. Chad, always great to chat with you, my friend. We will catch up down the road. Really appreciate the time.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, let's catch up a little bit. Max Melton, corner from Rutgers, goes to the Cardinals. Glaring need for Arizona at corner. We always knew that they would address it somehow, somewhere in this draft. But somebody a little bit further down your board than even some of the other cornerbacks options that are still available, Dane. What do you think the Cardinals potentially saw in Melton here?
Again, that corner run is going to happen.
4 in a row.
So, it's going to come fast and furious. Melton's all about speed. I mean, he's a 4.3 athlete. Watch him on the Ohio State tape. Go up and make some plays against Marvin Harrison Jr., against some of the other receivers on that Ohio State roster. He will compete. He's a really good athlete. He's got ball skills. Over the last 3 years, he combined for 30 passes defended. He can play inside. He can play outside. He can play on special teams. There's just a lot of things with Max Melton that you look at and say, all right, why don't we have him higher? Or why don't we like him? Like, it's easy guy to talk yourself into. So not surprised that he's off the board here in the mid-second.
And then he tested like that. And it's kind of,
it shows on film, too.
It does,
he is a very good athlete on film.
I call him a supreme athlete, and he is explosive. And like you're saying is that it's not theory, it's proof of concept. Hey, he's gone inside, he's done outside, he's done all these things. So yeah, I was also a little lower on Melton. I had him more of like a late 3rd. Like, I think he was 90 or 92 on my big board, somewhere around there. But again,
What are the concerns? If he has that overwhelming athlete and he does some of those traits that you like, what held you back on him?
It just didn't feel like that. It's a little bit of vibes thing where I'm just like, yeah, I see the screen, but it's not like I was like, oh yeah, this is a number one corner to me. I thought he was more of an interesting candidate. I totally get it. Take him in this like late second, this more mid second, but still, I totally get it because of that profile. But to me, it didn't always show like this guy is taking over games. I know it's corner and it's not always getting target and stuff. But I just didn't see that.
Rutgers and the Big Ten and that that plays a part.
Also, he's only facing 12 passes, so maybe you can't do that. But he does have pedigree too with his brother.
As you say, are we going to see any Packers-Cardinals games this year to see some Bo versus Max?
Bo versus Max.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. God, he's like a corner version of his brother. It's so funny.
Right.
Just such good athletes, even size and everything.
Number one player on your board, Dane, was Jackson Powers-Johnson. He is now off the board, going to the Raiders at 44. What's interesting about this is we were wondering, is he going to be a guard or a tackle for some of these teams? Or excuse me, guard or a center for some of these teams. The Raiders just re-signed Andre James. They have a need at one of those guard spots. They signed Cody Whitehair to a very small deal a few weeks ago. So there is a glaring need at guard still for this team, and it seems like that's where he'll slot in.
What did they do in the first round? They took best player available. What did they do here in the second round? Probably took the best player on their board. Now, but to your point, it does fit a theoretical need that they would have a guard too. So, and we talked about him. The tape is outstanding. Even though he's a one-year player, one-year starter. Packers, they make their second selection here. First linebacker off the board.
Yeah. Edgerrin Cooper goes to the Packers. The longest collection of off-ball linebackers that I can remember with him and Quay Walker.
God.
There's a lot of arm length patrolling the second level of the Green Bay Packers defense.
It's like that's why all their guys.
Yeah, Devondre Campbell was just there, right?
Right. It's just every position's always going to be the same for probably until I die for the Packers. It's just like they've had corner or linebackers like this just forever. For him, it's actually there are some similarities to Quay Walker. Quay's thicker and everything, but that same kind of they're more of an athlete than a linebacker kind of thing. And so there's
run and chase, fast flowing.
Yes.
Yeah,
long but doesn't take guys on. Like you're not, that's what you're going for.
But he can avoid blocks. I mean,
he can run.
That one play against South Carolina where he made 3 guys miss on his way to the ball carry really stands out. He is a good player.
There's a difference between not taking a guy on and he's not soft. It's just that his preferred play style.
He won't take himself out of the play to do so to get around a guy.
And then in Powers-Johnson, I just want to get back to that. It's character concerns and the Raiders are together like peas and carrots. Like they really are. So I was like, I'm wondering where his landing spot's going to be. Yeah, it's the Raiders. It's like, oh yeah, of course. But they have such a glaring need there.
They need physicality. They need physicality in the middle of that offensive line. I think that's something that he can provide.
Yes, and it's just athleticism. It's like, all right, if he's not a center, maybe we try him at guard. Remember a month ago we're like, is DJ Fluker on the roster?
Yeah, that's what it was. And again, Cody Whitehair, they just signed him. It was $2.5 million. Yeah, that's interior offensive line depth. Yeah. So you have Dylan Parham, who you just drafted. So hopefully he'll fill one of those spots.
Whitehair would be good for him. Actually, now that it's like that's actually going to be probably really good for him. Just learning the position, learning to be a pro, all these types of things. So actually, it's pretty good.
Cooper, I mean, you think about the way that the Packers have kind of remade the spine of that defense this offseason. They spend a second-round pick on Cooper, signed Xavier McKinney in free agency. We knew that. That's where they needed to address, and they have been hammering it. Panthers move up here, so they are now at 46.
So they moved up from the first pick in the third round? 65?
Man, and then they just moved back too. Or who did Rams trade up with? Was that the Panthers?
Well, they had the first pick in the second round. They moved up to get Leggett.
Yes. So the Rams moved back. So this is the Rams' original pick, I believe.
Okay.
Because they were at 39.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I mean, good for them. They got.
The Panthers moved back with the Rams and then just traded up with the Colts. So that's where we're at right now.
How many picks did they move up?
They moved up 6 picks to make this selection.
Traded the 46th pick to the Carolina Panthers.
You can tell it moves
Go Cardiac Cats. And with the 46th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks.
First running back
off the board. Jerry Jones must be heartbroken after telling the entire world last night that he loves Jonathan Brooks.
This was something that made sense. In my 7-round mock draft, I had the Panthers drafting him at 65. The fit makes sense. I know this is a team that liked Brooks a lot. coming off an ACL, that every team's gonna look at that a little bit differently. But Todd Gurley, it was almost the same exact timeline. I mean, he still went 10 overall or something like that, way back when. So
Gurley stuff was bad too, like remember the degenerative stuff and all that. Yeah.
And so that came to,
it came to fruition. Yeah, his is different.
This is different.
This is different.
100%. And so we wondered if we'd see a running back in the top 50 this year. We do at pick 46. So not the latest we've ever seen a running back. It still goes to Bishop Sankey in the 2014 class. Yeah. But still pretty late to see the first running back off the board. Brooks was having such an awesome season before that ACL injury. Yeah. He's a glider. He's with the way that he reads the line of scrimmage, he has a very good feel for kind of weaving and picking and choosing, and he's a smart player. Also one of the highest character guys in this draft. Awesome guy to talk to. He will show up on third downs as a pass catcher. He will block. So I think he is an every down player. He was, for me, the clear-cut top running back in this class, even with that injury. So if we're not factoring in the injury, he would have been someone that we might have been talking about late first round. Yeah. So with the ACL now part of it, he falls to pick 46, and this is a good pick for the Panthers.
Yeah, and the 3-down ability is what you love, and he can change sizes because he can bend so well. Like his ability to cut in the hole, it's like a Russian doll. But really with him is the 3-down, the pass protection stuff. Obviously they're taught well at Texas because of Bijan last year and Roschon Johnson as well. But also with the Panthers, they just paid Miles Sanders.
Well, that's a different regime though.
Yeah. Well, but also he's coming from a knee. It's like, okay, we already have something that, he doesn't have to step in right in. There's actually some succession plan there that makes sense, but he's a hell of a player. He really is.
What do you think is, obviously there are issues, some issues you have with him. I think you said his patience was a little bit inconsistent. So he's not a perfect player even beyond the ACL. Maybe where are some of the limitations with him that might have pushed him into the back half of that first round, even if he were healthy?
Yeah, he's a little bit taller for a back, and so some of the patience stuff, hiding behind blockers to go make a play. Sometimes he will make more moves than you want in the backfield. I struggled with finding a comp that I loved for him. I ended up settling on Kenyon Drake, except much better vision and much better big play potential. But it's like, okay, your top running back in the drafts compared to Kenyon Drake. Like, it doesn't sound.
I had the same thought when I saw that in the Beast.
It doesn't sound great coming off the tongue, but qualify it with much better vision and much better big play potential. And stylistically, you do see a little bit of that Kenyon Drake. So
it's the bendiness. Yeah.
The balance. I think he can settle his feet and really make a guy miss in space and transition his momentum very well. It's not. It's start-stop, but it's more of a continuation of the momentum that he started. So he's just a really natural running back.
Yes.
It's always interesting to watch a new regime purge the previous regime. Yeah. Where, all those moves that we made last year, none of those counted. And if you look at the Panthers' moves so far, even in this draft, remember the Jonathan Mingo thing? That didn't happen. We're taking Xavier Legette in the first round. Remember that Miles Sanders contract? That didn't happen. We're going to take Jonathan Brooks here in the second round. So Panthers kind of correcting some of those potential mistakes that unfolded in last year's offseason.
Talk about tread. He had a grand total of like 260 touches in college, Jonathan Brooks. So again, if you're okay with the injury, with the medicals, your doctor signs off and say, hey, everything's on pace. He's supposed to be cleared in July before training camp. So as long as that thumbs up from your doctor, I think you feel comfortable making this move.
You look at what they built this offseason, the two guards and what they spent on those guys. Hunt and Lewis are both big physical presence. The idea that maybe they can lean on the run game a little bit, take some of this off of Bryce Young in a way they couldn't last year, has to be some of the thought process. Not sure how that aligns with Canellis. You looked at what the Bucs running game was last year. They were not an efficient running team. They didn't have the same sort of beef up front, but I'm curious how that plan would manifest, but I understand the thinking if you're trying to surround Bryce Young with a little bit more help and take stuff off his plate.
And Canellis has already said, you're going to be annoyed with how many ways I'm going to find to run the ball, find ways to run the ball. So this shows that he's committed to that, but we already invested in guard, so we're not going to take a guard right now in the second round. We already got our receiver there. We already got Ike Ekwonu at left tackle. I guess some of the defensive pieces, maybe they're not the ones that they identify. So hey, we want to pound the rock. Let's get a guy that's supremely talented. He really is. It's just that you want to see it. It's only 200-something touches at the college level.
When you look at the amount of new pieces that are going to be a part of this Panthers offense, Damian Lewis, Robert Hunt, trading for Deontay Johnson, drafting Xavier Legette in the first round, now dropping Jonathan Brooks into that. It's going to be a very different feel to what this group was last year, and it better be after the way the last year went on offense.
And they're going to ask Legette and Brooks to grow up quickly. And just remember, these guys are rookies, and so they're going to rely on them to show maturation, to get on the field quickly and make an impact.
They're going to be getting touches.
Tiki Barber here announcing this Giants selection in the second round.
Now, do we see a run on running backs now? It's like once you break the seal, is it like, okay, maybe you don't want to be the first to take that running back, but we don't want to be last either.
Right.
So, the Trey Bensons, the Jalen Wrights, all those guys.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Tyler Nubin, safety.
Is that the first safety?
Yeah.
Depending how you talk about
DeJean,
yeah. So for first defined safety, obviously this team lost Xavier McKinney in free agency. Yep. How would you profile Nubin compared to some of the other safety options that are still available? Because he was not your top safety coming into this draft.
No, but he was top 3.
Yeah, he was up there. Yeah,
my third safety. Yeah, part of it was he didn't test great, and but part of that's the knee. He was coming off a knee injury, so I think that factored in as well. He's a high school corner, and I think you see that with the way he plays. He understands spacing really well, and he also played wide receiver in high school, and you absolutely see that. He does wide receiver-like things at the catch point.
Yep.
And he did that consistently. It showed it with the interception numbers. So, yeah, and Giants fans weren't too, I know in my 7-round mock, I had the Giants going with Jaden Hicks in the second round, and they were not happy with the safety there. They want a corner, they want a running back, they were not happy with the safety. So it'd be interesting to see how this pick is received by the Giants fans.
And Shane Bowen will run a lot of two-high coverages, a lot of quarters and stuff. He is a quarter safety.
Exactly what he is.
Because he's good against the run, and that's what I liked about him. Sometimes when he's matched up with like more athletic tight ends, a little bit some issues. Mm-hmm. We're running zone, baby. So it doesn't matter. I like him as he's like solid two-way safety. That's how I look at him. And so you go into the quarters, maybe they don't.
He was your safety two as well.
Safety two,
correct,
yes.
right?
Yep.
You have Mustafa up there, which that's your own little spin that you're putting on everything.
That's
you guys both relatively high on Nubin, even in a down safety class.
Yeah, he quality player.
Yeah, quality. Yeah, that's how I feel about him.
You could say he's useful.
Yeah, he is useful though.
Yeah, that style of defense, the Shane Bowen point is going to bring up, that it's going to look a lot different on that side of the ball for the Giants this year than it did last year.
Different, yes.
James Stewart.
Wow, right.
Got overlooked by Fred Taylor all those years.
Wonder where the Jags go here with about 17 corners going off the board before they picked in the second round.
Yeah, who would be next?
Best available here, because it's interesting.
The 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Mason Smith, defensive tackle.
Okay.
Beef.
That's it. I mean, we talked about these defensive tackles flying off the board. There's only so many 6'5", 300-pound guys, right. And that's what everybody wants.
Yep.
And he's one of the few. The demand far greater than the supply in this class. So it's funny, at the start of the 2022 season, we were talking about him as, okay, this is the next guy.
Yeah.
This is the next top 10 pick.
Yep.
And then he has the ACL injury in that opener against Florida State. And this year he just didn't look quite the same. He's knocking off the rust. Yep. He's working his way back. You just didn't see a dominant presence. But again, it's not what he's done. It's what you think he can do. And that's why teams focus on the traits. And there's risk involved here, no doubt. But 6'5", 300 pounds, the way he moves, the way he can extend, control the point of attack. I can understand why you're betting on a guy like Mason Smith.
And you don't even have to look. You know he has arm length because he's going to the Jaguars. Yeah. But no, he's got a lot of talent. And he's strong. They need a run defender in the interior so bad. So yeah,
Tukasi now gone.
Yes,
I mean they've had some bodies that they've had to replace over there.
No, this was a guy that was like. Watch him in the show, he's like, oh yeah, I get it. I get what all the hype's about. And then it was kind of like, you almost like kind of forgot about him a little bit, and you like revert back, but you had to watch old film to kind of like, for me, I was like, I had to get some old stuff to go like, oh yeah, you have so much, but they need this, and it makes sense that the Jaguars are the ones that kind of like went with it. Now we get the Bengals.
See, these defensive tackles just flew off. Because I mean, Chris Jenkins is still there.
Chris Jenkins, Mike Hall Jr. is still there. Yeah. A couple of different guys.
Michael Hall, he's off some boards. He could be off the next pick. He could be a free fall. He's tough to peg.
Got some multiple additions on the interior of the defensive line for the Jags. Remember, they signed Eric Armstead in free agency, so it can be a new look group for them heading into this year than what they've had in the last couple of years. That's right.
On that defensive line.
What we should come to expect from good old Trent Baalke down there.
And also, think of the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Nielsen. That's a very good point.
I just clicked right now. Like, that pocket's going to be pushed in Jacksonville.
Oh my gosh. The amount of 6'5" dudes on the edge even, when you think about Nielsen's history.
I get good props to the Jags, man. This is, for me, it's 2 for 2. I'm telling you, I'm harsh on Trent Baalke and all that stuff. The move back he got, what he got with that.
To get a 3rd and a 4th next year, to move back 5 spots to pick Brian Thomas
After you pay Trevor.
Yeah.
And that.
We might have to have a Quessy conversation later.
We'll talk.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, my hometown team, the Cincinnati Bengals, select Chris Jenkins.
There it is.
Hey, got one right.
Did you know that one?
Oh, and that's why I had in my mock.
Yeah.
If I get 2 or 3, I'm happy.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah. He technically did get one, but it was just a different round, right?
That's 34 was McConkey.
Yeah.
But different team.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Or a different team.
Yeah.
And we talked about Chris Jenkins a little bit in the lead up to the show, but you do believe that he is going to be a better, even more productive player in the NFL than he was in college.
Right. He played the run so well in college, and you feel like there's pass rush potential in that body of his because he's a really good athlete. He has good hands. He's a smart player. And they didn't ask him to play a ton of snaps. That was part of it, too. Just in terms of opportunity, it wasn't necessarily there because of what he was asked to do, but then also the just sheer volume of plays he was on the field. Mm-hmm. They had a very aggressive defensive line in terms of where they subbed in and out. I think if for the Bengals, Amarius Mims in the first round, Chris Jenkins in the second round, this fits so much. It's 2 very Bengals picks. With the big schools, it's the way they profiled both of them. This makes a ton of sense for this team.
And the bridging of now and the future. They keep doing this. They keep doing these types of picks. I like this a lot. Again, you're addressing the trenches on both sides. He's behind Sheldon Rankins, B.J. Hill to start. We can rotate him in, and then boom.
That skill set with a Sheldon Rankins, who's more of a penetrator, you're replacing what DJ Reader was. If he's just a space eater in the middle of that defense, that's kind of the skill set that you need to drop in there next to a Rankins.
Right. And then Mims in the first round, that's the same thing. Talking about that tackle succession plan there. They're trying to bridge it. They're like, hey, Joe's not going anywhere, so we got to keep this thing going. So this is the way you do it when you should be a contending team.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Mike Sanderstill, defense.
Mikey.
Oh, I'm sure Dan Quinn loved him.
Easy player.
NFL Network's broadcast, bringing up Antoine Winfield Sr., you brought him up with Kamari Lassiter, but any guy that you like as a slot corner, you're going to compare him to Antoine Winfield
Undersized,
Sr.
good tackler.
Yeah.
But think of a guy Dan Quinn knows well, Jordan Lewis, time in Dallas, another former Wolverine. Undersized, but he's just a smart player. And obviously, the background's interesting, being a wide receiver for his first 3 years at Michigan, and then he makes the move over to corner. And it wasn't immediate, but it was kind of immediate, and then he just kept getting better and better. He's just a good football player. Yeah. And at the end of the day, we get so caught up in length and size, and that stuff matters, but give me the good football players. And so, last year they drafted a historic outlier in terms of weight and just size with Forbes. This guy, Mikey Sanderstill, is not a big player, but at some point it's like, we're really going to let this guy fall another pick past us?
Yeah, he was 52 on my big board, and you can't help but like him. And he's so smart too. And other receivers on other teams were talking about, like, this dang guy's calling out every play.
Yes.
It's like he got everything. He knows everything. There's probably maybe some underlying things there, but he also like you said, some of the versatility stuff, slot, I wish he was a little bigger and being on the outside, but it's not like he absolutely can't, like maybe get you out of a pinch and everything like that, but it's nice that he has maybe some of that versatility too.
What's interesting to me is that the fact that he was a receiver first and then moved over to the defensive side of the ball, and he brings that physicality, that's a little bit surprising for somebody who was an offensive player first. I mean, he had double-digit tackles for loss combined over the last 2 years.
When they signed him, it was like a battle between the coaches, offensive coaches, defensive coaches, which way he would play. I think he wanted to be a receiver, and so that's why the offensive coaches won out for that initially, but then they moved him back to defense, and it was just a natural fit. And I Tell you what, Ohio State's not sad to see him drafted. And, he's not going to be back next year? Okay, thank God.
So the Steelers pick is in here. I would be surprised if it wasn't Zach Frazier.
It makes too much sense.
Yeah.
It does. That would tell us maybe how they view Fautanu, about where they want to play him. But yeah, Frazier he's a West Virginia kid, born and raised, not a stone's throw from Pittsburgh. Just the mentality. When you think of a Steelers center, Zach Frazier's kind of what you think of. That's how
he's a backyard away. You could say
there you go.
from Morgantown.
Backyard and a brawl away.
Yeah, but shoot, didn't the Steelers? They always have someone from Penn State, Pitt, Notre Dame, and West Virginia on their roster. Well, let's just take this one here. But Frazier, they need a center. Frazier to me is a center only, but a very good center only. So
I don't think they view Fautanu as a center. No. I think they see him as a guard or a right tackle, with Broderick Jones likely moving over to the left side. Yeah. And so if you can drop in Fautanu, you have Broderick Jones, and then you have Zach Frazier at center, you have remade that group
in a makeover,
ass-kicking sort of way.
You think Arthur Smith is like, this is great. But we're going into the draft, it was like, they need a couple linemen.
Yeah,
well,
that's it.
It looks like they're going after a couple linemen very early.
And we'll see. This is a projection.
Yeah, we'll see.
That makes a lot of sense with who's currently on the board. Before we get to that Steelers pick, let's talk about a team that had themselves one heck of a night last night, and that is my Chicago Bears. Here to walk us through a historic night for the Bears franchise is one of our wonderful Bears writers at The Athletic. It's Adam Johns. Adam, good to see you, man.
What's going on, fellas? Big day here at House Health.
I can't imagine that it is. What's the vibe over there? Just walk me through it.
Well, call it celebration. This media room, I had never seen it so packed. I was surprised they actually kept it in the smaller media room instead of going to the larger Muggs Hallis auditorium, because there are so many media members here. It's celebration, it's excitement, and it's just you see the connection that Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams just have had instantaneously. It's something, fellas.
I was really intrigued by something that Ryan Poles said last night when he was asked about the Bears' history and their inability to develop quarterbacks. And I think he was a little annoyed. I think that he's a little bit tired of having to go down that road. What did you read into him reacting to a question about that history in the way that he did?
Yeah, it was John Greenberg of The Athletic who actually asked that question. And you could literally see Poles just the physical angst, like he was just sick and tired of that question or that history being brought up. Maybe it's just the history itself that makes him physically ill, but he's done with it. He's tried so hard to get away from it. Obviously, look, he didn't draft Mr. Trubisky. He didn't draft Justin Fields. He had nothing to do with the acquisition of Jay Cutler. That history, it is what it is. This is his team now. He's trying to move past that. But yes, in the moment, Greenberg's question seemed to make Ryan Poles physically ill, just bringing up the history again.
You've covered this team for a long time. You have a very good sense of what was surrounding the previous quarterback bets that they made. You look at the 2017 Chicago Bears. I'm going to throw out a couple of names that were high-volume receivers for that team. The leader in targets for the 2017 Bears when Mitchell Trubisky was a rookie was Kendall Wright. Got 91 targets. Second on that team, Josh Bellamy. Let's look back to what the Bears' offense was when Justin Fields was a rookie and the pass catchers around him at that time. This is a very, very different feel. And again, maybe a chance to break that cycle because of what the Bears have surrounded Caleb Williams with.
I remember Dontrell Inman being a story. Do you remember Dontrell Inman?
I sure do.
He was a major story late in the 2017 season because this was the help that Mitch Trubisky needed to help accelerate his development as a rookie. That's how big that storyline was. Dontrell Inman. Now we're talking about Rome Odunze, the number 9 overall pick. I've covered this team since the Lovie Smith days, and I can't recall a better situation. This rivals 2013. That roster was Jay Cutler, Matt Forte, Brandon Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey, and Martellus Bennett. It rivals that just in terms of the talent around the quarterback, and it has the potential to obviously be better, especially if Caleb Williams starts taking steps in his career.
Just being around Caleb Williams last night and just his kind of place in all of this, what's your sense about how he feels about landing there, about how he feels about the fan base, the city, just the overall vibes that you're feeling coming off of that group right now?
I think he loves it. I think he absolutely loves it. The smile on his face, just like saying hello to the media, whether it was on Zoom and waving to all of us or just embracing walking into that crowded media room today. Like, he loves everything about it. And he's just like, this struck me more than anything, just how comfortable he is handling it all, from interview after interview after interview after interview to more interviews, just comfortable in it all. Repeat questions asked, about the same topic in different ways, just comfortable handling everything. Questions about the media and how he dealt with them at USC and how he plans to deal with them in Chicago. Just comfortable with everything that comes with being a franchise quarterback. You just see it in the smile on his face.
Adam, sincerely appreciate you joining us. We will be catching up a lot here over the next 6 months or so, I'm sure, as we dig into the Caleb Williams era and a new era in Chicago. You get the rest of the day off here when it comes to Bears draft picks. So go enjoy yourself, and we'll talk to you very soon.
See you, fellas.
Zach Frazier is, in fact, the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Call Mr. Mays.
With the 51st pick. It all made all the sense in the world.
It's in my mock draft last night. That's what I did.
Yeah. I just
2:30 in the morning. I was like, oh, easy. Oh, next one. Yeah.
They needed a center. He was the best center left on the board. Yeah. Fascinating physical profile for Zach Frazier. Below average length, below average height, modest athletic testing. He has bigger hands, or the same size hands as Trent Brown, who is 6'8". He's 99th percentile hand size. And that may seem like a silly thing to fixate on, but state champion wrestler.
Yes.
I mean, he's just such an intriguing prospect when you consider the entire profile.
I don't think, the athletic profile doesn't really jump out at you.
But it's center.
But strength, the football IQ, the tenacity that he plays with, the know-how. I've told the story before, but he broke his leg around Thanksgiving. I'm at Duke Manyweather's facility in January, and I asked Duke, how's he doing? And is he able to do anything? Because I know he can't be out there yet. And he's like, he's right over there. Turn around, and he's just sprinting on the treadmill. I'm like, what is this? Duke, what are you giving this guy? Is it legal? Because that's ridiculous. And then he works out. He went to the Senior Bowl, and he didn't do a lot of stuff. But he was walking around, goes to the Big 12 Pro Day, and probably shouldn't have worked out, but he did. Not at 100%.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver.
So the reason that I find this interesting is not because of the player. It makes all the sense in the world. The Colts are seeking out that number one potential receiver, and that was what we were discussing with them. Could they find somebody who was going to be a needle mover that was going to change the hierarchy of the room? Mm-hmm. He, from a physical talent perspective, can do that. The Colts care about character so much. Right. And the idea that Chris Ballard would be willing to take a risk on somebody who was falling for some of those concerns, I find that very, very interesting.
I tell you what, though, Chris is a guy that does so much homework on these character guys. Like, he will not just write a guy off because of it. He will do more and more homework to basically, convince me that you're a guy I shouldn't take. And when Kansas City drafted Marcus Peters way back in the day, it was Chris who spent days with his family, and that finally was the sign off on the pick. So I can promise you, they did a lot of work on Adonai Mitchell to understand how he's wired, what motivates him, what kind of player they're getting, what kind of person they're getting. So this is not just all right, 52, we'll take a chance on it. Chris Ballard did a lot of work on this pick, I promise you.
But the upside here at 52, and then you look at it, the NFL Network broadcast here as their collection of pass catchers on the screen. It is not hard to imagine how it all comes together. Pittman is an underneath option. He can be a vertical option. You have Jonathan Taylor there, what Anthony Richardson is. I love that your quarterbacks keep getting paired with receivers that you like. You're going to be watching all the Colts film in the world, all the Patriots film in the world. Let's walk through maybe why Adonai Mitchell has been sort of polarizing, because beyond some of the character questions, there are a ton of production questions, but when you look at the nuts and bolts of who he is, Nate, there's a lot to like.
And what was the concern with Anthony Richardson from maybe some people that weren't fans was accuracy and where his ball placement was, that he might spray a ball. I thought maybe that was a little overstated, but it still comes up was get a ball winner with huge catching range, and not an Alec Pierce ball winner who's a little stiff and can't turn, and all those types of things. I'm sorry, Alec, but former boy, he's leaving the boys.
You're killing your babies here.
When it went out.
Yep. So, but out. So A.D. Mitchell,
there can only be one.
the talent level of him, I would have understood if they took him at 15. Like, that's his talent level. I would have understood that, even with the concerns, because he does stuff like this. This is him at the bottom of the screen, twitchy, hand-eye coordination, explosive. He's running a dig here against Kansas. He got a lot of balls behind him from Quinn Ewers this past year, but you got to see his catching range. It was the Calvin Johnson problem with Georgia Tech.
So
just there he is, right on the hash, adjusting on a dig, backwards, up and away. That's him fully extending for that catch, and he does this all the time. This is just going to be one game. I'm just going to show you play after play after play. Kansas defense is not bad. Like, it's not the whole your Kansas yesteryear. So here he is again, running another in-breaker because he's a monster on him, and running another dig with size, and just he snags balls. That's what he does. He snags.
Very natural catcher of the ball.
Yes, and he can adjust. He's twitchy. All these things that you want. And I actually think a pretty good route runner already, but there is the inconsistencies of maybe not understanding his role. And again, I think he's going to a perfect situation for that. Think of who his receiver coach is. Reggie Wayne.
Yeah.
Think of Shane Steichen and just what he can do with these guys. But there's
another argument for situation. Just think about what Shane Steichen has gotten in pretty much every offensive piece he's gotten a hold of in all 3 stops as a play caller.
And this is the last one I'm going to show here here he is at the bottom of the screen. Weird, another in-breaker. But again, adjusting up and away on an in-breaker. That is so hard to do at full speed.
Yeah.
And he is big. He's 6'3", doing this.
Chris Henry. That's a
yes, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot to like, even with the concerns that I understand this bet. I especially understand this bet at 52.
Sure.
Like, this is a potential home run swing that's not as risky as taking them into top 20. This is the tolerance that you have to have, but the upside is really, really high.
My biggest thing with him, Dane, it wasn't the production. Again, I could talk myself into the tools. He didn't play at his tested speed. The ball in his hands, there's just a little bit more that you want out of him when you watch him on tape in that regard specifically, for me.
And I think it's maybe thinking too much as a route runner, like, okay, counting your steps and, understanding. He's not the most natural route runner. He's not a bad route runner, but he's not maybe the most natural at it where he can run full speed while still, tying a defender in knots with the way he's using his body and his steps and all that. But, I mean, everything you mentioned with the adjustment skills, I think 2 drops total the last 2 years. I mean, when the ball's up in the air, he floats and he goes and gets it. So yeah, that's something that Anthony Richardson could sure use. Yes. I think it's a natural fit. We don't have to sell the fit. It's more, can we trust him to bring the same level of energy every single day, and how is he going to fit with what we want to do on our offense? So the best case of this working out is fun and exciting.
Yes. Oh, it really is.
Yes.
It's so funny because the Colts coming into this draft, again, the 2 positions where, all right, they can fill a depth chart, right? With Alec Pierce, Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, Kwity Paye, Samson Ebukam, Deo. They're not going to try. They can fill a depth chart at those 2 spots, but they would love
What
an
do we
upgrade.
always say? We're like, a lot of players we like, but
They'd love an upgrade. They'd love to get there.
Yeah.
And to be able to get it potentially at 15 with Latu, who they saw as the best pass rusher in the draft by far, and Adonai Mitchell, who, even with some of those concerns, does have potential #1 wide receiver upside. I get the plan. The plan makes perfect sense when you think about where their roster was coming into it.
And the skill sets, Michael Pittman is that Z that can go inside, outside, but he's an underneath guy.
Yes.
He's an underneath, he runs crossers, he does that thing. Well, we still have size, but they're still complementary. We have the X, the Z, and then Downs can be that slot guy, and which he excels at. He had really a lot of moments.
Third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Ben Simmons.
Okay.
Wow. All right, so wow from you. This is the first guy I haven't heard of, so I think that probably speaks to your wow.
My 111th player.
That's probably why. I was working off the big board.
He's 99 for me. So
we were wondering who that second tight end was going to be.
Yes.
And here it's Ben Sinnott. And I get why some people like him more than others. He's a little does a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
If you want him as a lead blocker, he can do it. He can line up in line, give you some blocking on the edge. But he is a really good pass catcher as well, a good route runner, catches the ball well at the catch point. He's an easy guy to like, I think. Now, is he better than Jared Wiley, Cade Stover, all these other tight ends? It's debatable. And I think that's why we've said this throughout the entire process. Tight ends 2 through 6 was going to look wildly different from team to team. And obviously for the Commanders, Sinnott was their number 2 ranked tight end.
He was I compared him a lot to Noah Gray with the Chiefs.
Okay.
Do everything. You do
H-back-ish.
H-back.
Yeah.
Okay, fullback a little bit. Okay, now you're in line and lining up there. You do some dirty work stuff. Sometimes doesn't always play to what he tested. Actually, when he tested, I was like, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like 40-inch vertical.
Yeah.
It was insane. And you like the football player, but again, he didn't always play to that. I like him as a kind of an auxiliary player that can do a lot and fill it out. Maybe Cliff Kingsbury has a nice idea in mind for how to use him and everything. The other tight end they have on the roster is Zach Ertz, who wasn't on a roster most of last year, and then John Bates, who's a Y. Okay, he can maybe have a complementary skill set for them. Are you going to add another receiver, to our group? So I think they're just trying to get another useful weapon that can do some other things, some auxiliary things.
I love his background too, just athletic background. So in high school, obviously football, hockey. He was an all-state first baseman and pitcher. He also lettered in golf, tennis, track.
So truly do everything.
Yes, this guy did everything because he's that level of athlete and just kind of, I can do all of that. And he does it on the football field too.
If you think back to last time we saw Cliff Kingsbury, and Dan Arnold was heavily featured in those Cardinals offenses. I mean, he's done stuff with kind of receiving only undersized tight ends throughout his time in the NFL. So the skill set itself tends to make a little bit of sense.
Yeah.
Zach Ertz, and then who's behind Zach Ertz on the depth chart?
Is that John Bates?
Yeah.
So just again, like a very traditional Y. So
right.
Yeah. The Cleveland Browns have joined the draft. They're picking here at 54, their first pick of the day.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Michael Hall, Ohio State defensive tackle.
And this is, again, a player that some teams were worried about, some other teams weren't. But where was he born and raised? Cleveland, Ohio. So this is, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not, to be honest with you.
Right.
That's
a real thing, though.
Right, absolutely. You want to get him away from his comfort zone and old influences, that kind of thing. But he's so disruptive.
Yes.
He is a guy that does not like to be blocked, and when he's healthy and on the field, he's a lot of fun to watch because it's not just quickness, it's hands, it's understanding placement, so he achieves the right leverage. There's a lot to work with there.
Yep.
He is, and we saw that during one-on-ones in the Senior Bowl. We saw that even though he didn't play a ton of snaps because of injuries, mentioned before, we've not seen a guy go this early at defensive tackle that this few snaps.
Yeah.
So there's projection involved. Another guy that stats don't jump out at you, but man, when he's on, he's a tough guy to block.
And super young, right?
He's 20 years old.
20 years old. That's a Browns thing all the way.
Absolutely.
They're going to go youth. And that's why I really liked him. He ended up being 39 on my big board. Just because, like you said, it's limited snaps, but every time I felt like he was on the field, it's like, oh, there he is. There he is beating another center, beating another guard. He's that instant gap shooter that can win. I love his hand usage. I know I learned down the road that some teams are kind of like worried about some of the personality stuff, some of the character stuff, but with the Browns, you're trying to get a really talented guy and betting that his best path is forward too. I really like Hall.
It's risky.
This
is a risky pick, but it's kind of been the Browns' MO.
I know.
Like they even going back to past regimes of Dorsey, and I mean they will stick with what the numbers tell them and the tape tells them, and then hope they have the right guys in the room to guide the young players along.
Yep.
Because, and you have to decide too, is this a young player that it's a maturity issue, or is it something more than that, the way he's wired? And so I'm pretty sure it was a 30 visit for the Browns. And obviously maybe they got enough answers to keep him on the board, clearly, obviously. But this is the point of the draft where there's probably a lot of these teams are out of second round grades.
Yeah.
They're on their third round grades and on. And for the Browns, there's a good chance he might have been their last second round grade available.
But man, just think of him on that defensive front.
On that, so they have some pieces there, but the guys that are on short-term deals, Mo Hurst was there. So a long-term answer to potentially go with those edge guys that they have, I think makes a lot of sense. He only had a sack and a half last year for Ohio State, but according to you, Dane, I mean, the second best pass rush win rate is never a phrase I can say. The second best pass rush win rate of any other interior defensive lineman in this draft other than Byron Murphy.
As long as you lower the snaps enoff.
Yes.
To get them
the threshold.
Yes.
I know that game on True Media.
Right. That's how that works. But yeah, when he's on, and he's a hard guy to block.
Yes.
And that's just what that front is, right? I mean, that's how we need to understand that.
To your point, he's going to a spot where not going to start right away. Yeah. You kind of mix him in here and there, and down the road, he's a starter for you.
55th pick, select Patrick Paul, tackle from the University of Houston.
Where's the tackle?
That tackle run a little bit later than we thought.
DJ's note.
Huge. Exclamation point. Yes. I mean, wait, 36-inch arms. And this is, okay, as the Dolphins look at that offensive line, interior needs help.
Yes.
But think of the long term at tackle. Yeah. And this is not a pick necessarily for 2024. This is 2025 and beyond.
That's it. This is the Armstead insurance, Armstead replacement, and everything. Paul was high, and I lowered on him, and I kept watching him, and I just came back to the traits. Some of the ability to recover, but the problem was he put himself in a lot of bad positions that he had to recover from. So it's the good and bad of that, but I wanted the Dolphins to address this position so badly. We're getting into this range. These are projects. These guys are going to be missing some, even though this guy started a lot of games, this guy being Patrick Paul. It's, I don't know, I get this. He was my 36th player. I would have understood if someone took him at 30, 31, 32, somewhere around that range, just because of the traits. He has a lot of starts to his name. I understand this a lot for the Dolphins because this is what I wanted them to address.
And the timeline is right. The fact that he's not going to have to play right away, the fact that he can sit behind Armstead, who likely have to play at some point this year based on Armstead's injury history, but not somebody that you have to worry about being plug and play.
He was my 60 overall player. So this is kind of around the range I expect him to go or comfortable he would go. My biggest issue with him is just, can he recover consistently? I'm not sold that he can get there, but he's going to have a chance to go to a situation where he won't be pressed in action from day one.
And it does help. Like, I was liking him potentially maybe for the Chiefs or maybe even the 49ers at like 31, 32 right there. 49ers was interesting to me. It was like, he moves really well. We can mitigate some of his deficiencies because of that offense, because of everything they do. We're going to the Dolphins. It's kind of the same argument where I never paired that because I was thinking of the first round. But in the second round, this makes sense for them. And also, some of those deficiencies they can hide because of the play action, the movement stuff, the RPOs, all those things.
Cowboys, I don't know. Do they expect Junior Colson to still be here? The linebacker from Michigan, I like that fit a lot.
I did too.
Peyton Wilson, they need a linebacker. And so, I mean, Peyton Wilson is a guy that I don't know if they kept on their board or not. A lot of teams, he's not on their board because of the medicals. I'm not sure where the Cowboys fell on him. With Brooks gone, is there a running back 2 that they feel comfortable taking here? Or do they wait till the third round? Remember, they have 2 third-round picks. So it'll be interesting which direction they go. If they go with a Trey Benson or a different running back, they go with a linebacker.
Cowboys are a little slow on the trigger here compared to some of the other teams that are throwing those picks in. So we're going to use this to take a quick break. We will be back hopefully by the time the Cowboys have put this pick in. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and boy, did we time that well. Cowboys selection isn't even in yet on the board at 56. We're discussing whether or not it might be a running back here, or what direction the Cowboys might go. What are you looking at here with Dallas?
The Dallas Cowboys select
there we go.
Marshawn Kneeland, defensive end.
Way to go, Dallas. You took the best player on the board.
The best player on your board, which is all that really matters here.
That's all that matters. He's, if you're talking about bend, no, he's not going to jump out at you in terms of that bendy edge rusher, but he is a good-sized player. He's 270 pounds. He can win with power. He can win with quickness. His best football is ahead of him, and he was a fun guy to watch on tape this year, especially that Eastern Michigan tape. When he goes to the Senior Bowl, looks great. Goes to the Combine, tested really well. He has a 7.02 cone. Yep. Outstanding change of directions, really good athlete. Coaches speak really highly of him. So he's just an easy player to like. He ended up finished 32 on my board. So a player I thought, maybe even late first round, you never know. Cowboys get him here at 56. Is edge rusher the number one need on their board? No, but
it makes sense. They lose Dante Fowler. They lose Dorrance Armstrong. Exactly. This is the final year of DeMarcus Lawrence's contract. I mean, not surprising at all when you consider their history and what the depth chart currently looks like.
Best player available. I really believe Kneeland was clearly the best player available at this point.
He was number player 40 on me for my big board. Him and Mike Hall.
I talked you into him.
I know, you really did, because he was like 52, 54, and I was like, all right, I'll watch another game. Western Michigan film's hard to get by, or to come by on the black market. But think of who their defense coordinator is. It's a 4-3 defense. It's Mike Zimmer. This is a 4-3 D end. I wouldn't say prototype in the sense that he's like an elite guy, but as far as size, play style, that makes sense for what Mike Zimmer would probably like. And also just think, you got Micah Parsons moving around. I keep talking about like D-line synergy and all these types of things. He's that kind of more big, strong guy, better athlete than even like maybe plays that sometimes, going along with all that chaos that all those other defenders they have up front in Dallas.
You look at it, Dallas has an extra third-round pick. So running back kind of being their most glaring need after addressing tackle last night. Center, you can make an argument, but the positions they still need a plug-and-play guy. Hopefully they can get that a little bit later in the draft. So them going with the highest upside edge rusher to left when you consider some of the attrition at that position this offseason, not necessarily surprising.
Right, and so as with 2 third-round picks, you can make a pick like this, where you go and get an edge rusher, even though you still have a glaring need at running back, glaring need at linebacker. If they wanted to, this is a deep center class, but kind of always talked about this might be a Tyler Biadasz type of center class for them, where Tyler Biadasz was a 5th-round pick. Try to get a Hunter Norzad tomorrow from Penn State, or one of these other because it's a deep center class. 3rd round is where they can maybe pick up that running back, pick up that linebacker, and so we'll see what the Cowboys do here in the 3rd round. But I love the pick for them here in the 2nd.
The running back's mostly clustered to you now that Brooks is off the board.
It's the same thing as tight end. Everyone's and Brooks wasn't the clear-cut consensus number 1 running back, but he was the running back 1 for a lot of teams. But running back 2 through 7 is all over the place. One team has Will Shipley as their number 2 running back. Another team has Will Shipley as their number 10 running back. Like, it's just all over the place depending on what you prioritize at the position, what you really value. So everyone's going to look at Blake Corum very differently. Everyone's going to look at, Trey Benson might be a 1-contract player because of that knee. And so that's going to be looked at very differently from team to team. So the running back situation is something where I feel like a lot of teams feel like they can wait a little bit because that run's going to happen, but probably not until that 3rd round.
Let's do a little board reset now with your top player going. Who are the top guys that you currently have left in?
Top available is Cooper Beebe, guard from Kansas State, short arm guard, center, but just a good player. Jaden Hicks, my top safety from Washington State. Kingsley Suamatia, offensive tackle, BYU. Roman Wilson, wide receiver from Michigan. Junior Colson, my top linebacker, is the 5th available player. Christian Haynes would be next, offensive guard from UConn. Enos Rakestraw, corner from Missouri, be 7. Javon Bullard, safety from Georgia, 8. Malachi Corley, wide receiver from Western Kentucky. And then 10 would be TJ Tampa, corner from Iowa State. So some pretty good players still available.
It's like, again, like you said, you're getting to the range where it's good players, just that one flaw.
like just that one little thing.
Yeah.
Is like Cedric Van Pran an interesting guy for the Cowboys? Maybe if they want to address center later on in the draft.
Maybe, yeah. If he makes it to the 4th round.
Yeah,
I think that would make sense.
That's kind of his range. Maybe that mid third to mid 4th kind of range there. Right. But I was just kind of thinking all center names.
Maybe even with that 2nd, 3rd round pick. You can't rule that out.
Yeah.
I believe the Cowboys.
They don't have a 4th round pick.
They do not have a 4th round pick.
That's Trey Lance.
What I was about to look up. That's Trey Lance trade. Yes.
That's their starter.
They have multiple 5th round picks.
Yeah.
But
and that's why it was so important for them to trade back to get that extra pick, whether it was a 3rd or 4th rounder, to get more picks because they were missing that one.
So now we have the Bucs pick is in. Bucs yesterday go with Graham Barton, one of your favorites, Nate. Who are your kind of top targets that you're keeping an eye on right now?
Well, maybe not for the Bucs, but my number 1 player on my board still is Suamataia. So just with him, just because that upside at tackle. Also, I have Christian Haynes up there as well. So some trench guys still for me are up there. If we're going like other positions, like for what the Bucs are going, they're still hard to figure out. Like, is this
corner?
Yeah. Ray Straw? Hey, there's that. Diet Carlton.
We compared him Carlton Davis in the process, style. So that's actually a fun one.
Bulls likes the feisty corners, and there's some feisty corners remaining, even if they're not all the most athletically or gifted guys. William Golston, that's my Neyland, I think, is a Diet Coke.
Yeah. A lot of throwbacks on this podcast.
What's going on?
24 NFL draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Chris Braswell from Alabama linebacker.
Yep.
The other edge rusher from Alabama, who actually led the team in pressures, which is saying something considering he was on the same team as Dallas Turner. But Braswell is just a come-at-you type of rusher. I mean, he will try to go through you. He plays a lot of power. Not a bad athlete either, but I think he prefers to play more physical at the position.
Yeah, I said he wins with more effort than high-end athleticism, but he can affect the pocket because of active hands.
Yeah.
He's going to be doing something. Does it always work? I don't know, but he's going to be trying.
Yeah.
And but he's really good, like all these Bama guys when they're on stunts and everything. He can kind of knife inside, kind of do what he wants to do. This, again, it makes sense for me what Bowles wants. This is a guy that, for his defense, these are the ends that he likes.
Yaya, Diaby, and I mean, that type of player.
Yeah.
There's some uncertainty there because Joe Tryon-Steranka, I would not be surprised if they declined his 5th-year option, so then he'd be going into the final year of his deal. So there's a potential succession plan there, and it's not like he's lit the world on fire since he arrived. So they do have a need there. You can absolutely see that.
They have more bodies there than like real
studs,
dudes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like a lot of players, that's like, oh, I like him. It's the Patriots receiver group. Right? For me, it's like, oh, I like him. But Kalijah Kancey it has some, explosive play. He gets a lot of, TFLs and sacks. That's a player, but. Again, you're going for different styles on your front. All right, we already got these flashy, explosive guys. Now we get more of the plugger, mauler, guys that eat up blocks, maybe not make that tackle, but they help everybody else out.
Packers picking here at 58. Been a busy day for Brian Bulaga. I think he's done both of their picks.
2024 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select Javon Buller, defensive back, Georgia.
Talk about the spine of the defense. They're just hammering this over and over and over again. Bullard, not your top available safety, Dane, but
second.
Yeah.
He was the next guy expected to come off the board. He's a little bit of a tweener. Like, what is he? Is he, because he played that star position at Georgia? Is he a true nickel? Can he be a true safety? Where is he best? I just know that his ball reactions are terrific. Whether he's flying downhill against the run or he's going to make a play in coverage, he sees the field well and he goes and gets it. So, yeah, he is another guy that's easy to like because he can get off blocks and, he has a good sense for what the offense is trying to do.
Smart. He takes advantage of when he can get on the play, plays the run, all these types of things. It makes sense. They got Xavier McKinney, their safety spot. So, yeah, this is it. So it just kind of stunk sometimes when I was watching him. I was watching the other safety at Georgia because Malachi Starks kind of would capture my eye a little bit.
Next year.
He's like a top 10 guy for next year. So sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm watching him. But Bullard, yeah, and maybe a little different than we're saying with Cooper at linebacker. Bullard's kind of like a little different style than that, as far as just kind of like how they impact the game, a little more smarts and everything like that. Cooper's, the more athletic type. I know they're different spots, but in the spine.
But again, they're just hammering the spine of that defense. Edgerrin Cooper in the 2nd round, Javon Bullard in the 2nd round, Xavier McKinney in free agency. I mean, this is a spot on the roster that needed the most help, and they have not been shy about trying to shore that
They'll
up.
draft a defensive tackle next round.
Right.
That's going to happen.
It's the one spot where they probably don't need more help.
No.
Fisher. I've been something before. Yeah. Fisher, yeah.
Fisher, yeah. So ahead of Suamatia, ahead of Rosengarten, Blake Fisher, the next tackle off the board, who he was supposed to be 3 years ago with Notre Dame brought in that recruiting class. He was supposed to be the guy.
He was the dude, yep.
And then there was this other guy, Joe Alt, who was the lesser recruit. And it was actually Fisher who's starting at left tackle, and then he gets hurt. Joe Alt steps in. The rest is history. Blake Fisher goes in at right tackle, and he's a young player, and he plays young. And I mean that in the best and worst sense, because you see the talent. It's clear for the guy that size, with that length, that body type. But also some mental mistakes. They had to take him off the field. It was the Louisville game, the Louisville tape. They had to bench him in that game. And so you have to live with that. But you look at the Texans' depth chart at tackle, this is a future pick.
Yes,
Obviously, left tackle's locked down. Right tackle, they don't need a starter right away. So this is someone that they're going to groom for the future.
And also they're another team that went through a rash of line injuries last year. And so again, a lot of teams do that and they go, never again. We're never doing this again.
And I can understand that.
Totally.
They
it could ruin your season.
Titus Howard for the next few seasons. So this feels like as much insurance as it does a 1 to 2 year succession plan.
Fisher really grew on me. I was kind of a hater on him, kind of like, you're just an athlete. You're just not really a lineman. Like you look good, like you look pretty, but not like a lineman. And again, I know the line coach there, Joe Rudolph. I'm a little biased with him, but as the season went along, it was like, okay. I think we both said it to each other. It was like he really grew on me. He only ended up 80 on my big board, but it was one I almost launched. Maybe got him to 60 or 62. Like just bump him up a little on that.
He finished 73 for me. So
there's starting tackle upside here, and there's more. I thought he was going to be just like a complete oh man, that's missing it. But he has some real strong games and strong stretches. It's just inconsistency, but he's all the tools. And again, we're getting to this range. You're betting on upside at tackle there, and he doesn't have to play right away. That's huge.
He just turned 21 years old. Yeah. Young player. So as long as you are comfortable with, you believe this is a guy that wants to be great and is going to do everything you ask him to do to develop to become the player he can be, I can certainly understand rolling the dice on him in the second round.
You think he'd play guard?
Is he stout enough?
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. That's tough.
His frame's not really a guard frame.
Just say, how do we get the best five out there sort of question.
And they did that last year.
Yeah.
They had Juice Scruggs. They had Juice Scruggs playing guard, and Juice Scruggs to me was like, you are center only. You will never play guard.
Shaq Mason's 31, but they signed him to an extension pretty recently. Kenyon Green has been mostly a question mark, obviously, rookie year, but then got hurt. So just curious again. My mind immediately goes to usage when I'm watching this because I know the depth chart's better than I know the prospects. So, all right, you use a second round pick on a swing tackle. It's like, is there a little bit more there? Is there something maybe we're not seeing?
They might have to find out the hard way whether they play guard or not.
Yeah.
So,
it's Bobby Slowick, and they like athletes along the offensive line. So maybe they do try him at guard, and just go hey, we can try it. And like you said,
I don't know if it'll work out, but there's nothing that says that it won't, or that it absolutely will not work out. So until you try it.
Yeah, they've got a decent amount of bodies on that roster on the offensive line now because Charlie Heck is back, and he gave them snaps last year. Howard coming back from injury, so. They're pretty well positioned to endure some injuries at those spots this season if that happens again.
Bills up here at pick 60. So they only had the Keon Coleman pick, right?
That's it.
Yeah.
So now as they reset, is this secondary? Could they use depth on the offensive line, use depth on the defense, every level of the defense?
Is this the feisty? Is this the feisty corner?
Pick
one of these guys.
Could it be like a Rakestraw?
Corner, I don't know if corner is up there for me with them.
But I'm just trying to pit.
It'd be
how
more
long is Douglas going to be there?
It'd be a 2025 pick.
Yeah.
Because Elam's probably,
I've written him off.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of
you're not banking on him. Douglas is probably, it would be more of a 2025 pick.
Yeah.
It just depends on, who's the top player on your board and how different is he compared to the next guy.
Their defensive front at all? They could go in a few different directions.
You add a Cooper Beebe maybe. You add a interior offensive line depth.
I did want them to do that.
I like that.
Yeah, because now some of that depth is gone. They trade Ryan Bates away. They move McGovern into center. So
I don't have a single defensive tackle left on my top 100.
All of them have been taken.
Well, we said that the run was coming.
Yeah. Or a pick 60. I have no D tackles left in my top 100.
I think I have Brandon Dorless.
Oh, okay. I cheated. I call him D-line.
Yeah, okay.
Because
got a little bit of a tweener.
Yeah, he's a tweener. So no, yes, that he technically is one. Yeah, that
right.
would be one. Actually, wouldn't hate it for them. I kind of like him for 3-10 stuff.
Aaron Williams again.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Let's go Bills. What do we got? It's good because when they go up for the second time, it's going to be snappy.
With the 60th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Cole Bishop, DB.
There's a safety, yeah.
So there's that safety that we were wondering about. Again, they signed Mike Edwards in free agency, but I think that's more of a third safety. That's the role he's played the last 2 stops he's been at. So adding another body into that room, not surprising when you think about where the Bills were.
And this is the second safety, or just Newbin, Bullard, and then Bishop. And Bishop, he finished as my safety 4. So okay, he's a well-rounded safety. You want him, and that's what they ask in this defense. You're going to play a little single high. You're going to play in the box. You're going to do a little bit of everything. Yep. He tested off the charts at the combine. You love the athletic profile. My biggest thing with him is I just want to see more impact plays. Yep. That was my hang-up with him, why I couldn't. I gave him a 3rd-round grade. Why I couldn't give him a 2nd-round grade? It's because I just want to see more impact plays, both against the run and then also in coverage. I want a safety that can set traps for the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he necessarily did that consistently, but he's a good player. Yep. I think he's smart. He's a guy that grew up idolizing Rodney Harrison, so he has that mentality to him. But he's also a 4.4 athlete. He's a really athletic player.
He was number 65 on my big board. The thing for him, I thought he would maybe go into more of a wild scheme. Mm-hmm. Like it maybe like a Vikings or something like that, where you use that versatility. You're a robber on this play. You're covering this guy. That's not the Bills. The Bills are a quarters-based defense. Some single high stuff too. So just an interesting fit. I do like the player. Like I said, he's 65 for me. I liked him best when they used him as that kind of robber role and dropping him down, letting him play and read things out and stuff like that. But he does a lot of things well. So I'm just curious where the Bills kind of like, let's keep you as a quarter safety. It'll be interesting.
You think about that team coming into this offseason, what they needed. Outside presence at receiver on the perimeter, more about another body at safety. Probably the 2 things I would have listed off coming into this draft. So not surprising to see them go that direction.
Yeah, at all.
You and I saw him very similar because the last line of my report was he has NFL starter caliber talent and ideally suited for a robber role. So
that's how I see it.
We saw Cole Bishop.
It's because Utah used him like that all the time. So I was like, this is easy.
This works. Okay, let's go with it.
Some of his coolest plays, Bishop's, were you see him running stuff down. Like he can move. It's just, but like Dane says, is it at the point of attack or is it coming from the side as a side swiper? So that's the thing, is they want more at the point of attack.
What's the deal with Utah and these DBs? It seems like they have at least one DB drafted almost every single year. Is something in the water up there?
Utah's scouting and development is really good.
Bishop's a Georgia kid.
In the 2024
They went down
NFL
there and got him.
Draft, the Detroit Lions select Ennis Rakestraw Jr. defensive back.
Load up on the dudes at corner.
They trade for Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
And then now they go for a Carlton Davis light and going to get Ennis Rakestraw.
Light. But
and you think about the feistiness of a Terrion Arnold, and then you add the same type of profile here in the second with Rakestraw. And
Brian Branch.
They've got a type. Yeah. They have a type. And Rakestraw was tough because you love the physicality, you love that mentality that he plays with, how competitive he is, but he's smaller and he doesn't have ideal deep speed. So sometimes, when he does a little over aggressive and he misses, he has trouble getting back into phase, recovering. But at this point in the draft, I love the pick.
Well, that's why I said I love the competitive nature, how much I just saw on the screen, I had to say it. But just, I love that feisty stuff and being a football player and everything. If you're going to play that way, it's all about being able to recover. We talk about there's so much comparisons to corners and offensive tackles for this, ability to recover. His isn't great. And that's, okay, that makes you a little worried, especially if they want to play more man coverage. They want to do more blitzing stuff. But if they do, what Aaron Glenn was doing was kind of a Todd Bowles light. They got Carlton Davis, they got Ennis Rakestraw, they got these guys that, hey, they're going to get beat once in a while, but what they're doing is trying to beat them up for 2.5 seconds.
Did you see the Lions war room? looked like Christmas morning at my house. Everyone's wearing the same pajamas.
Yeah, I was wearing the same sweatshirt.
Yeah, John Dorsey's back there, just like.
A little context for all the bodies that they're adding to that room. Carlton Davis in the final year of his contract. He's age 28 season, so.
They spent a third rounder on him, right?
Carlton Davis.
Yes. So their first round pick, their second round pick, their third round pick.
Yeah.
All in the same position.
Yeah.
That's just.
And when we did the mock scenarios, we were like, oh man, the Lions are doing a pretty good job. Maybe a receiver, maybe a lineman. And it was like, but they need DBs, they need corners. Man, how many can they even get? Well, 3.
The other position I was eyeing for them was potentially, like, again, more juice up front somewhere along the way. But a lot of those guys have flown off the board. The Nealons, a lot of those defensive tackles. So an insurance policy and then, again, kind of a succession plan at corner makes sense.
And a true stick to our board. This is the guy we like, and he's available. Okay. Again, a good chance he was their last second-round grade on the board.
Yeah.
Elodie Nada making the pick for the Ravens. He looks fantastic. Not surprising.
He does. God, I miss watching him. Yeah, Rakestraw was 48 on my big board.
49 for me.
Oh, he did? I actually thought you'd have
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Roger Rosengarten, tackle, Washington.
We were wondering in the first round where the offensive line help was going to come from for Baltimore, and it comes in the form of Roger Rosenbagger from Washington, the second Washington offensive lineman picked in this draft.
Rosengarten.
Dane, this was somebody that had been mocked in first rounds in the couple weeks leading up to the draft. What did you make of Rosengarten in the process?
It goes back to even before that because he was actually the left tackle of the future. He was supposed to be the guy, but then a quarterback by the name of Michael Penix transfers in. Oh, he's a lefty. Okay, so we're going to move him over to the right side to protect his blind side, a position he really wasn't familiar with. But I thought he got better at it as the last 2 seasons have progressed. Does he have enough sand in his lower body? That's kind of the big question with him. But he has good feet. He's smart with his hands. He's a smart player overall. I'm not worried about him, making all these mental mistakes, anything like that. But does he have enough sand to really anchor down and stop some of these power rushers he's going to see in the NFL?
Yeah, and maybe that last game is just sticking out in my brain.
Right, it's hard not to.
It's hard not to because he was highlighted in a bad way, just over and over, penalties, bad misses, all those types of things.
Against Michigan.
Yeah. And what with him is that, he's an athlete. He is a good athlete. His technique's actually pretty good. Yeah. Just has to add strength, but he needs to add strength because I don't think he could start right away until he does because everything you just talked about. But I say it gives him a chance because it's just all the other stuff, the size, length, athleticism.
He's very different than
Palala.
Who's probably going to be a starting right tackle for the Ravens this year.
Yeah, David.
Falele?
Yeah. It's a very different style of play.
Yeah.
So
we got a little 5th, 6th swap.
He'd move up 1 spot?
Chiefs moved up 1 spot.
Interesting.
I'll be curious to see how the offensive line shakes out. And the Ravens have always done this, right? Bodies. We'll figure it out. We need 5. Somewhere along the way, we need 5. They signed Josh Jones in free agency. He's played a little bit of guard. So is he going to be a potential guard for them? Can Rosengarten start if Falele doesn't get there? So we've got, essentially it's going to be that snap the pool cue in half. We're going to have tryouts for the way the Ravens offensive line shakes out this year.
Yeah. And they'll probably draft another interior lineman at some point. Yeah. If not tonight, tomorrow.
I'm sure they've got 17 third and fourth round picks somewhere along the way.
So the Chiefs thought it was important enough to move up 1 spot.
For 5th, 6th swap.
Shocking. The Ravens only have 1 extra 4th round pick.
Huh.
It's the only one just hanging out in their back pocket here. Jamal Charles.
San City 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chiefs. With the 63 pick in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kinsley Suamaiya from BYU.
Okay.
So this is interesting because we talked about this yesterday with the idea of a project tackle for the Chiefs. It kind of already had one in Morris, even though he was the 3rd round pick, I believe.
Right.
So now you're giving yourself maybe another bite at the apple here, Dane, to figure out a long-term left tackle solution.
Super talented dude. You want to see him right tackle? Okay, started there last year, or 2022. You want to see him at left tackle? That's where he started this past year. Former 5-star, Penei Sewell's cousin. I think you can't talk about him without mentioning that part of it. But yeah, he's very physically gifted. And why I know he was very high on your board, Nate. You're not drafting him for the ranking of 22 overall, you won't look right for the first year. But 3 years from now, you might look absolutely correct because of the long-term development of this guy, how young he is. Honestly, one of my biggest questions will be, how will he do away from his support system? Because he lasted a couple months at Oregon before he's like, I got to go home. My family, my church, all that stuff was important to him, and so he goes to BYU. I mean, Andy Reid, where do you go? I mean, the BYU connection.
Great point.
Who knows? That can help ease that transition for him as he makes the move to the NFL level. He's still very young.
So young.
We wanted to pair him with Jeff Stoutland, but Andy Heck is not a bad consolation prize. We talk about these project guys in this range of the draft. Where they land is almost as important as anything. And the Chiefs have a pretty strong track record of developing.
If they took him at 32,
I'm shocked. I think I had one mock with him there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would have batted an eye
at all. And that's why I had him at 22. Is that this is a starting tackle, not just a starting tackle, like a good one, but you're great into flashes. I watched the West Virginia game. I'm like, yeah, I'm putting him at 22. Watch a couple other games. I'm like, oh God.
Where are the blind spots to you? Like, where are some of the issues?
His eyes aren't great. I think he is young. He shows his youth a lot. I would say as a puller, there's a lot of times he's guessing on who to block. Is that maturity? Is that his work ethic? Because that usually comes up, or is it just coaching and everything? But BYU's done a good job with their linemen. So, but I also say, some of the pass protection stuff. He also tries to go for kill shots, so you can get it like kind of over his skis a little bit. But the thing is, as opposed to over his skis and he falls down, it's over his skis and then you get to see his balance. And then again, I'm like, oh yeah, I like that. But man, his size, his length, the quickness, how he tested, and he could be a left tackle. Like, this is a starting left tackle you might have gotten at the end of the
That's what I'm curious about. Does he get that shot this year? Or do they dip back into the Donovan Smith well, one more stopgap year from somebody like that? It's more of a slower development process. Or is he going to get a chance to fill that spot immediately? Because right now, it's Wanya Morris and not much else on that depth chart. I mean, it is wide open if they end up opening that competition.
It's a lot to ask. I mean, he's still just 21 years old. And yeah, it just comes down to timing, technique, recognition skills. They're just not quite where you want, ideally, your starting left tackle to be. Yeah. Now, can he get there? Yeah, he can get there. But it's just a matter of a waiting game and a coaching game to see at what point do you feel comfortable throwing him out there?
And you knew the Chiefs were going to address this. Andy Reid's always going to address tackle, and then also they took their lumps a couple Super Bowls ago. The one they lost, remember, they just keep winning them. So ever since they had that revelation, we should juice up the offensive line. This is trying to get Patrick Mahomes again, this team's going to be picking late for a long time. What the Falcons want to be. That's what the Chiefs actually do every single year. So if they're doing that, how many times we have to do the Donovan Smith thing every year? Yeah. Do we have to do the Orlando Brown Jr. thing where we're trading that first? Okay, yeah, he's pretty good. This is a bet, to maybe get that 10% star that they maybe couldn't get anywhere else in the draft. Or
even if it's not a star, just a long-term starter. That's it. And the fact that he has the tools and it's more about the runway to get there, it's a worthwhile bet, especially in this range of the draft.
Yeah. And again, we're running out of tackles. We saw Blake Fisher and we saw Rosengarten. Now Sua Matia's off the board. So I mean, we're running out of tackles in this range. Even some of these guys probably had third-round grades from these teams, but you have to get them in the second if you want to tackle, because now it drops off a cliff.
It was funny because when we were doing our initial exercise about the box scenarios, Dane or Nate, we were looking at those teams, Chiefs, Ravens, Niners, at the back half of the first round trying to get those tackles. Instead, it's happened in the back half of the second round. Yeah. The Ravens get their guy, the Chiefs get their guy, and now the Niners potentially left without a dance partner because all those guys came off the board.
Well, and the Niners traded away from so much. Yeah. So, they obviously feel either they weren't high on Sua Matia or they feel comfortable, waiting on the position if they do want to address a tackle later on. They could address interior offensive line.
It's honestly, or right now, it's a bigger immediate need on the interior of the offensive line than tackle is. Yep. It's more about the Colton McKivitz succession plan out there.
Right.
Succession plan.
Trent's 36. I mean, his best football might be behind him at some point here coming up.
I've chosen to not entertain the fact that he's ever going to retire.
I'll say forever. I mean, it should age well, that being an athlete. Really, I've only one tackle left on my top 100, and it's an Ivy League tackle.
What's his name?
I'm not going for it.
Amageji?
Okay. Oh, that's easy.
Yeah. Karan Amageji.
I see you added a G in there. Oh, yeah, Amageji. What do we got here? Spice Adams.
Wow.
Wow. That's a name I haven't.
I forgot that Spice Adams even played for the Niners. I remember him as a Bear.
I haven't thought about that name. Spice Adams.
Last pick of the second round.
Last pick of the second round.
Mr. Kind of
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers select Renardo Green, DB, Florida State.
Interesting.
What do we think of that's a very pregnant, interesting that you just gave us, Dane.
Yeah, go for it, Dane.
If you watch the LSU tape, that's where I think this pick is. That's what made Renardo Green a second-round pick. And it's more of a person. What you want in your corners will identify whether or not you like a player like Renardo Green, because he's not a high-level athlete. I want my corners to be better athletes than what Green gives you. But he did really well on that LSU tape, and I think that has kind of been what's kept him high on the boards for several teams.
He's a little older too, right? What kind of an older prospect and everything. I didn't have him in my top 100. Liked him.
I didn't either.
Yeah, liked him and everything. Again, this is a little rich, but we're getting into corners. And again, it's going to be the type you want. Like these are the type of flavors that you're going for. So, yeah, they're
the
going
Niners
for guys
did
they
need
want.
an outside corner. If they want to keep Lenore in the slot, they did need another outside corner. They signed Isaac Yiadom in free agency to a cheap deal, but I mean that was an issue last year.
It was.
Them not wanting to play Abry Thomas, figuring out how those three roles were going to shake out. So not surprised that that's the direction they ended up going. We are going to use the occasion of the start of the third round to take a quick break before we get back here for the final 32 picks. So please come back and join us. We are back with the Athletics live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft coming to you from Detroit. Really appreciate the NFL doing a little celebration of their own to start the third round and give us a little bit of time here. So we only got one pick to recap. Malachi Corley, wide receiver from Western Kentucky, heading to the New York Jets with the first pick of the third round, Dane. Off camera, you were saying that this makes a lot of sense to you. Where are you at on Corley going to New York?
And the Jets traded up for him.
Yeah.
This is an Aaron Rodgers approved pick. This is the Yak King. This is what he does best. And you think about that offense, the way it's constructed. You add a guy like this in the slot, those quick hitters. You let him go be an athlete, be a running back. That's what his game is about. Physicality, speed. He welcomes that contact, and so he will make guys miss. He will break tackles. Adding this type of playmaker to your offense, adding this element, I like it a lot for the Jets.
He fits, and I mean, even when we were talking about the Bauer stuff, what we got excited about the Bauer stuff was all underneath 7'5".
Yeah, 100%.
It's the same thing. That's what we talked ourselves in with the Bauers. Was
different package.
Yeah,
yes.
but same kind of role essentially. And this, so it makes sense. And Garrett Wilson's and is the Z, can be an X too. He can win on the outside. Remember, they have such great synergy, him and Rodgers. Mike Williams for his 12 games.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Trey Benson, running back, Florida State.
So you have Connor, kind of big bruiser, and now you have Trey Benson, who's going to give you a little bit of that pop.
This is your top running back?
It is. Yeah. Yep. Barely squeaked.
What separated him for you, Dane, or for you, Nate, in the process?
Explosive plays. That's what it is. Some good hands as well. Vision isn't awesome, but I actually was okay with it. I also just like, too, the balance.
Contact balance.
Yeah, it's insane. It's weird almost sometimes.
It defies physics.
Yeah. It's like, how's your ACL not torn? Well, I'm sorry, that actually wasn't meant to say that. Yeah, speaking of, that's why it's a little concerning. Right. But I think he has real upside as a pass catcher. I do really like his hands. He's just this big playability. He has good size as well with that speed. You got Connor, probably his last year, probably with the Cardinals as well. It's a different type of animal back there. I really like Benson. I like guys that can take runs to the house and catch the football. Trey Benson does that, so I'm going to like him.
He's the only player in college football with a catch of 80-plus yards and a rush of 80-plus yards. He is a playmaker for sure. Wasn't a maybe high-volume pass catcher, but he showed more. He's capable of doing it.
It's like a highlight catch a game like that. Yeah, it wasn't like volume.
He can do it, no doubt about it. So it just some teams were worried about, is he a one-contract player? But he had a devastating knee injury at Oregon, and he's stayed relatively healthy at Florida State after he transferred. But the question, longevity, long-term. But obviously here at this point in the third round, the Cardinals felt comfortable.
I wanted to revisit Malachi Corley for a second because him going to Rodgers brings up an interesting point that you had in the Beast, Dane. A lot of people have compared Corley to Debo in this process. And you said he's not Debo. He probably exists on a spectrum somewhere between Debo and Amari Rodgers, who Aaron Rodgers is very familiar with, right? Yeah, it's a very, very wide spectrum. Right. So where he falls along that spectrum, I think, ultimately determines how this winds up for the Jets.
Rodgers, a former Packers wide receiver, pick in the third round. Yes.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Brandon Coleman, tackle, TCU.
Add him to the list of Marshawn Nealon, Andrew Phillips, Brandon Coleman. Those are kind of my guys in this draft. Coleman, you have to go back to 2022 tape to really get a sense of who he is. Now, like on the graphic here, they list him as a guard, but I list him as a tackle because he played left tackle and he played at a high level. But he also can play guard. He can play inside, outside, and he has the athleticism to stay outside. He is a freaky dude. This year he was really banged up, and I think people soured on him because his tape wasn't great, but I think it's because more of the injury stuff that he was dealing with more so than anything else. So I'm a fan of Brandon Coleman. He is a guy that gives you that inside-outside versatility, and you bet on athletes, and he is definitely that caliber of guy.
You almost nailed it. He was 66 on your big board and 67 overall.
I was worried I was going to be too high on him, but, I
knew he had fans. It made sense. I was a little lower on him, but what you said there is that the two-way upside as far as guard and tackle and everything. And
he tested to me a little better than what he shows. Like it's like, I mean, that was like his profile was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
It's more on film was more like above average to good athlete, but tested like an excellent athlete. But still, it's above baseline, well above baseline. Yeah, I think he's a starter. I just want to figure out where it's at.
Well, they've added interior offensive line pieces this offseason. Signed Nick Allegretti in free agency. Sam Cosmi is still there. They brought in Tyler Biadasz. Left tackle, the biggest remaining question along that offensive line. It's really the only spot they haven't invested in. It seems maybe a little bit rich for somebody like Coleman at this point in his development.
Yeah, you know, and Coleman he's an older guy. He's 23 and a half. But he also has a really fascinating background because he actually grew up in Berlin. He grew up playing basketball. He thought he was going to be in the NBA. He came to America, back to America. He was actually born here, but then he lived overseas, and then he came back here thinking, all right, I'm get my NBA career started, you know, going to high school and all that.
And he can be president, too. We're good because he was born here. We're good.
100%, yeah. It just has to be turned 35, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's the age.
I think that's next year.
So but at some point, he tried out football. He was a quarterback initially, and then he got settled in on the offensive line. And
JUCO guy too, right?
Yeah, he started JUCO because he grew up in North Texas, or when he came back here, North Texas, and then went to TCU, and they played him guard tackle, and he's a really interesting profile of a player. The tape is interesting. Again, I think you have to go back to 2022 to get a better sense for. We could think that TCU's a national championship caliber team.
That's my exposure
in 2022, right? And so you think back to that team, one of the reasons why was a guy like Coleman on the offensive line and how important he was, because he started all 15 games at left tackle that year for the Horned Frogs. So he is a player that I think is got a chance to outplay where he was drafted. And again, we talked about the tackles, the run, all those guys in the late second round. Okay, that's what we have here. He was my last tackle, I believe, in the top 100, besides Curran, our Yale left tackle, but he was the next guy after that.
And there's something interesting, and usually I associate this with like skill positions too, is maybe a guy came to a position late, something like that. He's a JUCO guy, so maybe not gets high level coaching. He played a bunch of sports. That's what that sounds like for him. Even if he is a 6-year guy, it's like there's still stuff to tap into because he wasn't training to be, left tackle since he was 7 years old, something like that. Yeah, so there is some interesting things to tap into that even for a 6-year guy, that you can still be a project to tap into. Like just because they have that age and like that elder statesman to them, doesn't mean that's always the profile for it. And I think that's all the way with Coleman.
And you think he does have starting caliber upside potentially?
He does.
Yes, absolutely.
He does.
And whether that's a tackle or guard, that's where I think there's disconnect from team to team, where exactly they view him at the next level.
And I viewed him as a guard. And
I like him at tackle.
And he likes him at tackle. So even right here on this couch, and I liked him best as a guard, but the fact that he can play both, you're going to like it.
What specifically pushes him to guard for you? Is it a size thing? Is it a movement thing?
For me? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was just being out in space, and sometimes it was with the technique out there. But it's not bad, so maybe I'm killing him a little bit too much, but it's just, I think sometimes the tool set wasn't all the way there. Again, has not a lot of time out there, so, has the 1 year starting out there. So I think that's really what I didn't like as much.
So you have one tackle left in your top 100, Nate or Dane.
Yeah,
both of us.
Emeka Geji from Yale, who is a project. We talked about developmental tackles with Sumatia and all these guys. He is for sure that type of guy where you might not see him on the field the next 2 years. It's something where you have to have a plan in place to get him ready for NFL action. So I think we'll hear his name called tonight. It just might be a little bit later on.
The reason I ask is the Patriots still need that tackle.
Yeah.
The fact that we're out of tackles, it was always going to be hard for this team to fill all of their needs in one single draft, and that reality.
Honestly, but Christian Jones, Caden Wallace. I mean, there are some tackles that even though they didn't make my top 100, they were early 4th round picks for me. So guys just outside that top 100 that
I am joined.
Again, a tackle tax. We talked about the quarterbacks, there's a tackle tax. And at this point, you can't wait to the 4th round to get your guy. If you want a tackle, you might have to reach a round earlier. And it's less about round, it's more about projection. Do you think this guy is a potential starter for you? All right, then why are we waiting until the 4th round to take him? Just take him here in the 3rd. If he has starting upside, then 3rd round, that's not like it's too early to take a guy like this. Talking about a Christian Jones, talking about a Caden Wallace. Guys that are more fourth-round players around the league, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they both end up going tonight.
It's inflation, like you said, tax. It's like, yeah, fourth round, great. Oh, yeah, but how many are out there? Yeah, this is what you have to pay to get these kind of guys. I'm just curious who they go with, because if they do go tackle.
Do you have in front of you who they've drafted so far?
Today?
Yeah.
Oh,
May and Jalen Polk?
Easy for me.
It's just been Polk?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Well, they traded back, so I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember if they got another pick today, or I guess that's a pick for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that that's it.
Yeah. You're probably right.
Yeah, because we were wondering what thing.
We are honored to be champions working to fight the rising hate happening in communities across the United States.
With the 68th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
The New England Patriots select
Caden Wallace.
So there you go.
Yeah.
We were wondering who that kind of projecty tackle that overdrafted, in a nice way, tackle might be in this spot because of that glaring need. And your answer is Caden Wallace from Penn State.
But he's a right tackle.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, it'll be interesting to see how they use him. I thought he was a right tackle or maybe a convert inside to guard. I don't know about him at left tackle, but he would be the next guy. Him and Christian Jones were the next guys up on the board that made sense at this point. I know he was a guy that got some late buzz. He went on a ton of 30 visits. A lot of teams were kind of interested in learning more about him.
What do you think it is? What was intriguing to them about him?
Because you look at the size, okay, and the way he tested too was like, okay, this is good enough. I mean, 34-inch arms, almost 11-inch hands, 31-inch vert, 5.15 40-yard dash. Three-cone wasn't great, but you have a guy that showed pretty well on tape. It's not he's not overwhelming. Like he's not just dominating guys, but he's executing. He's getting the job done. He's
got great base. That was always the thing.
Yeah, and he stays
square.
He stays on his feet, right? And so he's smart. I think that's another selling point with him is just how bright of a player he is. And he's older. He's already 24 years old.
And you said guard tackle stuff. I feel like I keep.
He was only right tackle in college.
Yes.
But I felt like the way he played, the play style, a move inside to guard, I thought was very possible.
Well, and then again, I keep harping on this with Elliott Wolf. Like the lineman the Packers take all the time, but. Also where the Patriots are at, okay, we got Mike Nwenu, guard tackle versatility. Okay, we'll just get our best five out there. Maybe that's upside there. Again, another guy, kind of like Blake Fisher, as I'm watching the other tackle, the left tackle, I'm like kind of going, okay. Like as I'm grading, I'm like, it's not embarrassing where it's just like this. It's like, oh no, he's kind of getting up there too. So
a lot of teams had both their tackles drafted this year.
Yeah, Washington as well. Yeah,
Washington, Penn State,
yeah. Notre Dame.
Yep.
Yeah.
Teams are just like,
in the first 3 rounds.
That's rare. That's not common for sure.
Teams are just like, let's just watch these skulls done.
Can't wait to see the Yale right tackle draft.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Junior Colson.
There we go. So it happened just one round later than we thought it was going to happen. So everything we said, if you guys just want to rewind about 3.5 hours, you can figure out what our Junior Colson to the Chargers conversation looked like.
Yeah, a green dot player who obviously very familiar with the coaching staff there with the Chargers. Young player who's still ascending, still getting better. Didn't test, and I don't think he's a premier athlete by any means. He's just not a deficient athlete. So you like everything he brings. You want him to rush the passer, he can do that. You want him to play the run, he can do that. He can take on blocks. He's a strong tackler. Rarely do you see him miss a tackle. And I mentioned the toughness. I mean, look, he's playing with clubs on his hand because he has broken hands. Just an easy player to like toughness-wise. And you're setting a tone with a guy like this, and it's a perfect hardball player.
Yeah, and just doing a little bit of everything. 3-down ability, intelligence. It's just why you really like him.
His story is incredible.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, he was orphaned as a young kid in Haiti. The 2010 earthquake happens. A family visiting Haiti, I think, on some sort of mission, who,
a mom and a daughter,
who had done a lot of work there, meet him, and then go through the process of adopting him. He comes to the States, age 9, speaks no English, and to go from that to this moment right here, I don't like to lean into some of the the trauma that we see a lot on these broadcasts. I think we try to not do that as much, but I think his story specifically is pretty remarkable to get to this point.
It really is, and it speaks to his character, the resiliency. I mean, you talk about my favorite thing in The Beast is learning about the journeys of all these guys and the different adversities they've each won, because everyone's different, with the steps of their lives they've had to come. Can you think of more? Ray Davis from Kentucky, he might be the only other one in this class who had an adversity like this growing up. Football was his kind of his way to get introduced to American life, just not just culture, but language. And it just so happened that his adopting family were Michigan fans, and no conspiracies, no. But it kind of just worked out that way. And he goes to Michigan, and he's last 2 years he's over 200 tackles, just a tackle machine.
It's a pretty fun draft for the Chargers so far to come away with the first 3 rounds with Joe Alt, Ladd McConkey, Junior Colson. I can understand the plan.
A lot of likable players there.
Yeah,
it's a good foundation.
Exactly, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about foundational pieces, culture-wise, but also play style-wise. And I think Colson and Alt specifically, not necessarily McConkey, that's more of a skill set thing, but those 2 guys, I think, setting the tone for what you want
the
to be on the
70th pick overall.
Winners, yeah.
In the 3rd round of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select cornerback Andrew Phillips, University.
I did too. Woo. And I heard Andrew, and I go, there's an Andrew I got to watch?
There's an Andrew I don't have in the Beast?
Andrew Phillips, Dane, one of your favorite players in this entire draft.
And he's usually guys I don't like because he's not the biggest and he doesn't have ball production. And it's like, okay, I got to watch this guy. But then you watch a tape and he's just blanketing these receivers up and down the field. And so, okay, I'm interested. I want to see what this guy's got. Go down to the Senior Bowl. Same thing. Every rep, he is all over the receivers, different types of receivers, different types of route runners, and he's a really good athlete. He tested really well.
42-inch vertical leap.
That's not bad.
Yeah. That's all right. You can work with that.
You can work with that, exactly. And so you want to measure explosion, that will do it. It remind me a lot of Roger McCreary, and that's.
By the way, who's the defensive coordinator for the Giants now? The guy who was in Tennessee when they drafted Roger McCreary.
It makes a ton of sense.
You've been harping on that comparison the whole time.
That's great.
Too.
And I think the biggest issue what might have been, is he a nickel only, or do you think he can play outside? And for the Giants, what, Flott maybe is their nickel right now?
Yeah, I think all of that stuff is in transition.
Exactly.
All of it.
100%. And
we got Banks and the rest will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Love that pick for the Giants. He one of my favorite players in the draft. Giants have done a nice job with Neighbors.
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
remade the back half of the right.
The Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Adams.
Okay.
Good pick.
Yeah, it's fun.
Isaiah Adams is a guy that wants to dominate you. And they kind of did him a disservice playing him at right tackle this year.
Yeah.
Like if you knew nothing about Isaiah Adams and you just saw his name on a list and you watch him this past year, you'd have been like, all right, this guy's undraftable, because it was not pretty at right tackle. But then you realize they put him out there because of injuries, and he's a more natural guard. And you watch his right guard tape, and you're like, all right, I get it.
Yep.
This guy he's a player. He's a plug and play starter. A guy that is going to compete right away for snaps. Yep. I mean, you look at that Cardinals offensive line, and
guard is a massive glaring need. You got Elijah Wilkinson, Will Hernandez at those 2 guard spots.
Yes.
I mean, the Cardinals offensive line last year specifically, it's really just the guys who got it. There's a lot in a sitcom I love. It's like, this isn't a place you go, it's a place you end up. The Cardinals offensive line was a place you ended up last year if you were playing on the interior. The best story in the Cardinals offensive line last year was a guy who was a back half of the roster, 6th center for the Browns, that played pretty decent for the Cardinals. That is the interior of and he played well.
He did.
But
he'll start at center for him.
Yes,
right?
he will start. He played solid. But this is what we're dealing with on the interior of the Cardinals line. So this is a team, there's a reason they were picking top 5. This is a deep rebuild. They needed a pass rusher. They needed a corner. They needed a receiver. But they also needed interior offensive linemen.
Yeah, and their offensive line coach, I thought Clayton Adams has done a great job. He had Paris Johnson and the Funky Bunch. And they were playing really well. I'm telling you, this Cardinals team, I wouldn't just say offense and defense are super well coached. They maximize what they have. I like it.
Honestly, the first time I watched Adams and he was at tackle, I was offended he was on my short list. I was like,
what I said, right?
I was so mad. I actually was
for some guys, it's just a no-go.
I almost tweeted something, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I had watched earlier tape when he's at guard, and yes, there's athleticism there. He's a starting guard. He's a starting guard, and for the Cardinals need that. I like this a lot, and I think Coach Adams will maximize the hell out of him.
Yeah, and he's wired the right way.
He's smart.
Competitive makeup, all that. It is funny. I was talking to a friend of the family, and the family was asking this guy, because they got a hold of the beast, and they're like, we couldn't have wrote that background any better. How do you get all that information? I was like, scouts know what they're doing.
Yeah, they do.
Scouts dig up a lot of stuff, because a lot of my background stuff I get straight from scouts, and so they know what's going on. Yeah.
The Cardinals had one of the most efficient running games in the NFL last year, with forgettable pieces on the interior and James Conner for some of the season.
Clayton
So
Tune
now,
starting a game.
now you drop Isaiah Adams in there as a plug and play, hopefully first day starter. You have Trey Benson in there now. That running game was already good. Now with a little bit more pop and more talent up front, what can it become?
Plus you add a presence like Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, that also helps.
Yes, let's not gloss over that part too, because that's, man, talk about revamping the offense. And when you have a quarterback already in place, or you believe you do, it allows you to kind of build up all these other pieces around him with all these draft picks. So.
Most importantly, they got Zach Pascal. That's the most important of their depth chart. But and Greg Dortch, they got Dortched. But it's a fun group of skill sets. I mean, the Cardinals were sitting in a cool spot with all the picks they had. But again, I think they maximized so much of their talent. I was interested in what they determined as like, this is what we're going to work with. And
the ways they went, though, make sense.
Oh, yeah.
They needed another corner. They needed another edge rusher. They needed an interior offensive lineman. They needed a receiver. Running back is the only not glaring need that they have, but James Conner's getting a little bit older. He has a very specific skill set. So the Trey Benson thing is not surprising, even if that wasn't something that you would have mentioned right off the top for their needs. But everything else, it aligns with where we thought they would go.
And Drew Petzing's background, they're going to pound the rock. That's in his DNA, and that's the thing with the James Conner thing. You got to look at who else they have on their running back roster. DJ Dallas. They have Michael Carter, who I do like the shadow of Michael Carter.
Nate guy.
Throwback Nate guy, and actually had some moments late last year. But no, but you're not. That's not what you're building around. And they're building stuff, and yeah, I think they're trying to supercharge that run game with Marvin Harrison Jr. probably getting a lot of cover too. Like, I mean, it's gonna be cool.
Isaiah Adams over Cooper Beebe, Dane, who is your best player still available. You think that some teams just aren't going to be into Beebe because of some of the length concerns?
Isaiah Adams is 34. Cooper Beebe's shorter than that, and that's a no-go for some teams. Yeah. I mean, what they
How
want.
much shorter?
31.5-inch arms.
That's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough. And I struggled with him because when you're ranking him, it's like, man, I love the football player, and I'm not gonna.
And then he tested
well. He was
well.
a consensus first-team All-American. He was one of the best offensive linemen in college football last year.
And everyone likes him. Everyone everyone likes him.
He won't be a fit for everybody, and some teams actually believe he's going to be a center only because of the length concerns. A position that you practice that, but never really played.
72nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Carolina Panthers select Trevin Wallace, linebacker.
If he had better instincts, he would have been off the board in the first 20 picks.
Yeah.
I love that, though, with linebacker evaluations. If he had better instincts, that's the position.
Kind of matters.
The instinct is like 85%.
Sorting through traffic and determining what the play is. Yeah. That's pretty important for the position.
It's tough because usually that does not get better when everything gets faster in the NFL. But when you have, you can be intoxicated by his athleticism. The fact that he's one of the youngest players in the draft, and you get excited about what he could be. Because, and that's where you have to do your homework. Is it the play recognition, a pure mental thing? Is it where maybe his eyes are in the wrong place and he just needs to understand, okay, if it's this, and this is my key, this is, it's not as simple as he has it or he doesn't. Usually it's not that simple. Sometimes it is, but usually it's not. And that's where you have scouts and coaches. You have to dive a little deeper to figure him out. He was going to go somewhere tonight. I thought it might actually be this pick. That's where I mocked him, was at 73 to the Cowboys, knowing they need a linebacker. But is this where we see the next running back off the board?
All right.
Shaq Thompson last year of his deal in Carolina, I believe. So this is a situation where Wallace can play behind him and Josie Jewell will be a succession
in the
plan
2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe.
There it is. So,
I like it.
we talked about center and potentially being moved to center.
Wow.
Is this a spot where he just slides in as the Cowboys' starting center?
Sorry, Brock Hoffman.
You tried to sell me on the TJ Bass, Brock Hoffman plan last night, and the Cowboys have shown us that's not the direction that they want to go.
I don't think they thought Cooper Beebe was going to be available at the 73rd pick.
No.
You know, like it just kind of worked out that way. Because like I said before, I think they were okay with the Tyler Biadasz plan. Wait to the 4th round, wait to the 5th round, get a Matt Lee, get one of these Cedric Van Pran, get one of these later guys. But at a certain point, it's like, okay, Cooper Beebe's still floating out there. And I tell you what, the Cowboys, they've made 3 picks. They've gotten my number 20, let's see, where's the guy? My number 24 overall player, my number 32 overall player, and my number 38 overall player. With Marshawn Nealand, with Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Nealand, and now Cooper Beebe. They've gotten really good football players. So I like what the Cowboys have done a lot.
Remember when they got the fans and everything, when the Randy Gregory draft, and they're like, we got 3 first-rounders.
Yeah.
They got 3 late first-rounders. They got 3 early. They got 3 early second-rounders. That's kind of what it is. But Beebe's a starter. I'm convinced he's a starter. It's just the arms. That's just what's scary.
Brings me back to the discussion we're having about the Cowboys coming into this draft. Well, they need to leave this draft probably with 2 offensive line starters. Well,
I actually like it.
There's a chance they did.
Yeah.
So.
I actually like it.
Cooper Beebe started at left tackle at Kansas State. So you have a Tyler Guyton insurance maybe? those under 32-inch arms?
Yeah. It'd be amazing to go from Tyron Smith to Cooper Beebe at left tackle.
Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Braylon Trice, linebacker, Washington.
Braylon Trice, the most productive pass rusher in college football last season. When you talk about pressures, if you look at pass rush productivity per PFF on a per snap basis, on a total volume basis, just production coming at you from every direction, you're concerned about him, and maybe one of the reasons he fell to this point in the draft, underwhelming athlete for the most part.
Right, and it's if he doesn't beat you with his hands and power, he's not going to beat you. And so, he's a good player, but he's a certain type of player, and you just have to be okay with that. And if you are, then he's going to fit your rotation. And what we talked about with the Falcons and needing to upgrade their defensive line. All right, well, in the 2nd round, they went with Rook, and here in the 3rd round, going with Trice. So guys that maybe not, in terms of, well, one, I guess Rook is more the athlete, more of the tradesy, toolsy guy. It didn't put the production. Now, maybe you want them flipped, where the defensive tackle you want maybe not being the most productive, but on the edge now with Braylon Trice, he had a ton of production, but is not going to scream off the edge and beat you with speed. He's not going to necessarily create those 2-way goes, but he can overwhelm you. He will go through you. So 245 pounds at the combine, ran in the 4.7s, put back that weight on for the pro day, but didn't run. So he's not a great athlete, and that's okay.
And he's going back to his former head coach, Jimmy Lake.
That's right.
Defensive coordinator.
Someone's very familiar with him.
Very
familiar.
Good point.
Jimmy Lake is now the defensive coordinator there in Atlanta. He was on the staff with the Rams last year.
Trice is a heart versus head player for me. I love his tape because it's just like,
that Jordan Morgan matchup was fun.
It was great. And it's a great match of styles and all those types of things. And it's just game after game I'm watching him outside the Texas game because they have a pretty good left tackle coming up next year. But he's always pushing the puck. He's always just doing something. He's tenacious. He just keeps coming after it. It's just that, he's weighing 245 and running slow. And then all of a sudden he gains his weight. Like, what are you for that? As a maybe complimentary piece, I do like it. I just don't know if they need sacks. They need guys that can finish. Right. He's a contributing pass rusher, but more of good against the run contributing pass rusher. That's why there's kind of some limit there. So again, I think he's the term I like to use, a useful player for them, but maybe not that high upside type of guy. That's probably what the Rook pick is trying to be.
They just need production.
Yeah.
Like at those spots, they just need production. You think about the amount of snaps they lost last year. I think the only 2 edge players on that team last year, I'm doing this by memory, it might be slightly off, but they got more than 700 snaps were Calais Campbell and Bud Dupree. Both gone.
Yeah.
It's just, they need bodies up front, pure bodies.
I actually would have liked Trice for Nielsen, the old defensive coordinator. Like that, this type of style, I would have liked that pushing style. But yeah, they need it.
In the third round, this is
fair.
Yeah.
This is where he should go.
Yeah, right. I don't think, you're not drafting him to be your A pass rusher, but yeah, in the third round is a quality pick. I think he was, 82 or something like that on my board. So right around the range of where we expected him to be drafted.
Yeah.
Any bendy pass rushers left? Because the Bears are on the clock now.
Austin Booker, he's the next guy. Yeah. He's a little tough because he did not test the way I think you expected. And he's light. He's 245, he's 250. And so he's not going to be someone that hits the ground running right away. It's going to take a little bit of time with him. But with the Bears, they got their stars at 1 and 9. Yeah. This is a pick that is more, let's draft and develop a guy. So when we look back at this draft, our 2 first-round picks are going to be the headliners. But let's make sure this pick is not just a footnote. Let's make sure he is someone that we can develop into something. And I mean, okay, there's some good players out there.
Jonah Ellis?
What's that?
Jonah Ellis from Utah?
Yeah, he'd be in that mix. Yeah. Jonah Ellis and Austin Booker. Brandon Dorlus is still around.
Dorlus, yeah.
That's Adisa Isaac from Penn State.
I was curious if that was one that maybe came to mind too.
Right, another one.
Yeah. It's just some sameness, but
edge rusher makes the most sense. But offensive line, if they want to,
I'm trying to think
get more depth there.
Is this a Christian Haynes?
Yeah, Haynes. It's surprising Haynes is still out there.
Haynes actually would be
Dominic Pooney too.
Pooney
guard,
as well.
Center versatility. Also played tackle in college. So that's one that would make sense.
Haynes would be interesting to me because a guard, potentially a center, but also I liked him best for a Shanahan offensive line coach, a zone guy, Chris Morgan. Yeah. And it actually makes some sense there. So maybe one. I thought he'd be long gone before this. So obviously because I'm 31.
Really just the edge and just the defensive line in general, I think probably the 2 biggest needs. But even if I think DeMarcus Walker is more of a rotational piece, if you're talking about a guy in Booker who needs a little bit of time,
right?
Walker is a starting defensive end, and pump him inside on passing downs. Booker can be more of a DPR early on, or whoever they end up picking there. So, be curious to see what the plan is here.
Yeah, and a quick reset. My top available players: Jaden Hicks, Roman Wilson, wide receiver Michigan, Christian Haynes, guard from UConn. TJ Tampa, corner from Iowa State, Dominic Pooney, guard center Kansas, Jatavion Sanders, tight end from Texas, Troy Franklin, wide receiver Oregon, Adisa Isaac, edge rusher Penn State, Spencer Rattler, quarterback from South Carolina.
I'm not there.
Like peanut.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Karan Amagaji, tackle out of Yale.
What do you say? How do you?
I don't know. I coughed over it because I was trying to
talk about this. Developmental.
Yeah. He's a Chicago kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Local.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I like that.
Where did you go to high school? Do you
know? Central.
Did not get Skronsky last year, but.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So.
Oh, this is frustrating. He went to Hinsdale Central High School.
Yeah.
Hinsdale Central High School, the school that knocked me out of the playoffs my senior year of high school was Hinsdale Central. Bad memories of playing at Hinsdale Central.
Hey, NFL Network, do your own work.
What?
That was the play. They just used my cut up. There were random 3 plays, and I know one of them was late in the 4th quarter. I was gonna make a joke about it, so it's just some random play they've seen.
It's very funny that he went to Hinsdale Central, but
I had a lot of fun talking with him because he was one of those guys in the summer. I was like, ooh, okay, we got a guy. I always love when you find a guy, and he was one of those guys. And so I actually wrote about him. I had a long talk with him in October. We were on the phone. We had a couple phone calls back and forth. I was going to do a story on him, and then he has the quad tear. And it's like, oh, no. And so that takes him out the rest of the year. I ended up doing a story on him later around January. But he was a good guy to talk to learn more about. He's got a really interesting background. Basketball, that was kind of his first love, coming up. He didn't really become a tackle until really his junior year of high school. And so, he's a 4th-year senior. He's not a guy that redshirted and COVID year. He's still young. This is a lot
Think of Ivy League football schedule.
Exactly.
Camp is short. If there is a camp,
yes.
the spring ball, all that stuff.
Plus their COVID year was canceled. They didn't play any.
Straight up canceled.
Yes.
This is not the blue blood training program that he would get elsewhere. He might get it mentally, but he's not getting it as a football player.
And that's why it's going to take time with him.
Oh, yeah.
This is not a player
They have time. Hopefully he can be maybe a swing tackle for you in year one if you need it. But this is a situation where Braxton Jones has 2 years left on his rookie deal. If you don't feel like he's going to be a guy worth giving a second contract,
in the 2024 NFL
It's an investment.
The 3-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah.
Just mention him.
Son of Luther Ellis, former first-round pick, longtime Detroit Lion.
Yeah.
But he just go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just shot out of a cannon. He will attack you with his hands, try to go through you. He finds the football. He kind of out of sight, out of mind a little bit because he hurt his shoulder, and so no All-Star game, no combine, didn't have his pro day until late. He was one of the last pro day or last additions, anything to the Beast before but he was one of the guys I was like, I'm waiting. I want to see these numbers, and he didn't disappoint. I mean, he
did not.
It was 6, 7. It was lows. 3 cone was ridiculous. So yeah, he is a guy that had production, had testing. Probably going to be more of a sub-package rusher right away, but. You add these. I'm surprised, honestly, he's kind of lasted this long because you add these types of guys that bring you juice off the edge.
Juice. Yeah, he's tenacious, even if he's undersized. He's competitive, quick first step. We were just trying to find who are some of the edge guys maybe been with. Mm-hmm. He has that 10-sack upside. Again, more of a DPR type at first, but maybe he can become more. You love his tenaciousness. He's not turning down playing the run. He's just 240, 243. That's all it is. It's not mentality, it's just physicality. But a good player. I'm with you. I was waiting for that pro day, and I snuck him into the top 100 because he was the last guy I had.
6'9", 3 cone.
Yeah, he moves different. He's twitchy. And he has competitive mindset.
The 2024
6'2", 6'3", 240-pound edge rushers
the
on
Las
that Broncos
Vegas
team.
Raiders
Brandon Browning, Nick Bonito.
Delmar
That's right. Cooper.
Tackle, Maryland.
Bonito and Cooper, Browning and Cooper both heading into the final year of their deals. So not surprising to see them shore that up a little bit. What do we think about Delmar Glaze? What a name. Mm-hmm. We've got into that range of the draft. What do we think about Delmar Glaze heading to the Raiders here, Dane?
I'm a fan. 6'4", 315. I mean, he was a left tackle, right tackle for Maryland. Actually, some teams have him on the board as a guard. So, but who's their starting right tackle right now?
Thayer Munford,
right?
Yeah,
so
former 7th-round pick Thayer Munford.
Glaze is a guy that will be able to come in and compete at right tackle pretty quickly. So this is, again, we're dipping, just like Caden Wallace. We mentioned Christian Jones, a possibility. We're dipping into our 4th-round grades now because of that tackle tax. If you want that guy, okay, you're gonna have to get him a little bit earlier than maybe ideally you would. But if you want to know what Delmar Glaze is all about, throw on the Ohio State tape. Mm-hmm. I've talked a lot about seeing Marvin Harrison Jr. up front and how awesome that was. It was also probably his best game.
You had to stay busy the whole game.
Yeah, no kidding. There's some dudes. Anytime you watch an Ohio State, Georgia, and Alabama, you're going to be busy.
Ohio State's edges.
Jack Sawyer.
Yeah, JT.
Matalo, yes. And that's where Glaze, I was like, okay, I knew this guy was good. He was a redshirt junior, handled himself pretty well at the Senior Bowl, but I know some teams did like him better inside at guard. And so we'll see how the Raiders feel, but he's got that right tackle experience.
Delmar Glaze was a donut shop I went to in San Diego.
I was gonna say, open a place in Vegas.
That's I think I went to one down there.
When he opens Delmar Glaze in Vegas, you got to go.
I have to report. I have to. No, but interesting player. I had a 4th-round grade on him. He didn't hit my top 100, but like you said, they're traits. That's what you're going after right here, and he can hang at tackle. We're getting in the 3rd round. It's like, you can hang? Maybe? All right, I'm going to take a chance on you.
So the Texans are now on the clock. The pick is in for the Texans at 78. I believe they traded for this pick. Yeah. So the Eagles went down. Houston comes up. We'll see who they decided to come up for.
So they traded 86 and 123 for 78.
Okay.
So they traded their 4th to move up here in the 3rd.
They have an extra fourth, so one of their 2 fourths.
Throw them around like peasants. You know, look at those Kieran plays. I can show you a little bit what the Bears are getting here while we wait for this.
Colts also moved up to 79, and the Cardinals moved down. The Cardinals get a 6th-round pick in that transaction. Beller's talking to me, so that this is it's all coming to me in real time.
It's amazing how many trades. Everything's got to be spinning so much when you're in a war room and you're negotiating. You're thinking, okay, let's move up, let's move back.
The call to points check or value check is like, it's like the call comes and it's just like, there's kind of the whispers and that call comes and it's just like, Carl Pureberg was the guy with the Falcons that did it, and it was like Thomas would ask him, and it's like everyone goes quiet because you want to hear what. And then you like sit and there's that pause, and then another call comes and you're like, what's that offer? And then you write, someone get a pen. Someone's on the whiteboard writing what all the numbers are, and you're just like, and then you see that clock ticking. And it's like, all right, do we just go with our guy and all that? It's just like a lot of fun.
I would love being the trade math guy. It'd be a great role for me.
Can't make a mistake.
And then they have your scale, the Jimmy Johnson.
I'm not a math guy. Do you think that'd hurt my chances?
The first mistake, yeah. I wouldn't want to be a fly in the room for that one.
Oh, I got some looks one time when I didn't have, you had to move the magnets for the trade, and the trade happened. I was waiting to hear it. And we just made our pick, so everyone's talking, and the decision maker, wait, what was that other trade? And I'm waiting to hear it, and it's just everyone's talking. I'm just sitting there like frozen, and it was just I could feel everyone's eyes on me, and it was just I
have an important question. Did you have to do the magnets because you were the tallest?
Yeah, I did. Because they had a step stool for everybody else that came before me. And then they made me reach the top and see if I could reach it. And they go, "You're it for a stretch." That's what they called me.
No different than on a pro day.
No, that was it.
If you got to do vertical, if you're the tall guy.
They used me as the measurement guy, as the tester. That's how I know all my arm.
You got to make sure it's level. So
yes, they used it. That's it. Because all the scouts had to reach up for it. Yeah, they used me. But Steve Sabo, who's the college director at Atlanta
Minnesota,
now.
Right?
Yep, he's in Minnesota now. He's a nickname guy, and right away he was like, "Stretch." And then he's like, that's it, you're stretched now.
The draft board, things off the top shelf, useful. Texans picking here at 78.
Traded 78th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 78th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kalen Bullock, defensive back, USC.
Okay. Interesting, they announced him as a defense.
So you had Hicks still as your top safety and top player left on the board.
Very different players than this. And that's the thing. With Bullock, he is a very specific type of player. He's almost a corner in terms of size. Mm-hmm. And so that's not my type of safety. I want to be able to rely on my safety to tackle. That's not Kalen Bullock. Now, who knows? They might actually play him at corner. Who knows what type of plan they have for him. Love the range. He's a leaner version of a Trevon Moehrig. That's kind of been my comp for him. Where, you like the range, you like the ball skills. I mean, it's not like he's scared to hit or anything like that. He will come up and hit you, but it's the missed tackles. That's what bugs me. And you have to be able to trust your safeties, and I wasn't able to get there with him. Now, obviously, D'Amico Ryans knows a lot more about defense than I do. And so they felt at this point it was worth that risk.
Well, and the other thing, too, is that I think D'Amico Ryans is a better coach than Alex Grinch. So so you're hoping that maybe that shores it up a little bit, too. They like these types. He's a playmaker type, but I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of USC highlights with him featured in it, and I should say lowlights with him featured in it.
Watch the Oregon tape. It's just like
Troy Franklin.
Exactly. How'd Bo Nix have all those yards? Kalen Bullock helped a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
You look at their depth chart and just how that might shake out. Jimmy Ward in the final year of the 2-year deal he signed with the Texans, so potential succession plan.
The 79th pick to the Indianapolis Colts. With the 79th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Matt Gonzalez, tackle.
They announced him as a tackle. I think he's probably a better guard. It's just kind of a lost season for him. Injured his foot, and so he actually had second-round grades. Just talking with teams over the summer, they saw him as a second-round style of player. But then this was basically a lost season for him. Wasn't even able to do an all-star game. combine, nothing. And so it was out of sight, out of mind, but I can understand why a team relying on the 2022 tape would take him here at this point in the draft. Again, I do like him better inside a guard as opposed to tackle, but I think he gives you depth where you feel like maybe he can help you at both spots.
Will Fries entering the final year of his deal after a pretty surprising bounce back year last season for the Colts, but again, somebody that will not be under contract after this season.
Yeah.
A surprising bounce back year for the Colts line.
Correct. Yes. So again, now you have depth for right now, and then hopefully, best case scenario, he steps in as your starting right guard next year.
They're trying to short this guy's hand crank. He's got like a box score, like a stat keeper in baseball.
Yeah.
Picks.
That looks like me in fourth period economics in college, just jotting away. When I was bored in college, that's how I think of 2023 or 2003 NFL draft, and I'd see how many I can get right. Of just the first round.
You sound like a very well-adjusted person.
I am, yes.
Yeah. And I'm just nodding my head like, yeah.
Hushmanzada?
Yeah.
God,
Steve Smith compared.
Looking fantastic here.
Steve Smith compared.
We're talking about
Jalen Polk to TJ Hushmanzada.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How tall is TJ Hushmanzada?
6'2", 6'1".
It seems maybe a little bit taller than Jalen Polk.
That was my first thought.
Right. Mushi Muhammad, we'll be talking about his son next year at this time.
Yeah.
He'll be in the draft. He almost came out this year.
We have an identical size for.
Of course, they took Jermaine Burton.
The Bengals, yeah.
So what makes you say that?
I mean,
why the Bengals be willing to take a guy like
I should say, because the Bengals have been pretty good about character, recently, but they're taking a chance on a guy that, if everything else was clean, we're talking about maybe a first-round pick, because he is a really talented wide receiver.
Maybe best hands.
I don't see him drop many balls. He'd be in that category for sure. And he can fly. He's got speed. Yep. It's all about how risk adverse are you going to be, and where do you feel comfortable taking him.
Zach Taylor looks pleased.
Yeah, he's the coach, the super talented guy that he just imagines the best case scenario. I can imagine why he's pretty.
I mean, when I watched the film and all of it, I was just like, yeah, and then it's just like I knew.
It's so funny how many texts or messages I got from people who didn't start watching guys until February or March, and I get a text. All right, how bad is it? How bad is the character? Because the tape is off the charts, and it's also on the field.
All right, so how bad is it?
Well, it's on the field as well. Because you had Bryce Young as your quarterback, 2022. Why didn't you have better production? Why did we talk at length about how Young didn't have any receivers to throw to? That's part of this discussion as well. But off the field, I had a long conversation with a scout because I was like, okay, I don't know how to word this in the Beast. Because I don't want to kill the kid. I don't want to misrepresent what the issues are, but what's the right verbiage to use? And I'm going to look it up just to make sure I get it right. We finally decided on, I'm not even sure where I put it, but it was something like he had up and down moments. I think that's how I did it. Up and down moments with coaches everywhere he's been, where it's kind of does his own thing. He's not proven to be coachable at every spot. He's been at 6 different schools the last 8 years. There's just things that are get in the way of him being a really good player. But is this a George Pickens to the Steelers in the second round type of pick? That style of thing. But I think, if he hits, we're talking about next year, maybe not a huge drop-off when you lose T. Higgins, right? So for the Bengals here, it makes all the sense in the world.
And he's playing with a QB that will kind of keep him in check a little bit. Yeah. With those types of things. Not to do the draft day birthday party thing, but it was just, a guy that talented when teammates are kind of indifferent towards you like that, that's always more your peers.
It's telling.
It's telling. The peer review, especially what you're putting on film, guys will tolerate talent, and the fact that they were maybe outspoken with some of it was that's what, from my gathering, what kind of started concerning me. But he is so talented. Having said all that, he is very, very talented.
He's extremely talented.
Yeah.
And it's speed, it's the ability to go up and get the ball. I mean, he is a really impressive moving, just watching him play, the movement skills that he plays with, but also the natural receiving ability to go up and get the ball. It is impressive. The ball skills are off the charts.
A team that spent their third-round pick on Jonah Ellis, somebody that you guys were intrigued by, but the headline was the first-round pick, and Bo Nix going to Denver. Here to walk us through that decision and the rest of Denver's draft so far, it is our Broncos writer at The Athletic, Nick Kosmider.
How's it going?
Doing pretty well, man. How you doing over there?
Doing great. Had a long wait, 64 some picks over the last 2 days before they got to get back in it, but. Yeah, excited now.
When that pick comes in for Bo Nix with Denver at 12, are you surprised? Is that an expectation? What was your initial reaction when that happened?
I wasn't surprised. I thought that one way or another, Sean Payton was going to leave this first round on Thursday night with a quarterback. Look, he's 60 years old. He's in his second act as an NFL head coach, and I think he's just ready to kind of get going with the offense and the quarterback the way that he wants to do it, right? He had the year with Russell Wilson, but I think has been eager for really ever since he probably took this job to, build something new. And what better place to do it for him than this organization that has been through the ringer, as you guys well know, at quarterback. If Nix is the week 1 starter in 2024, he'll be the 14th different starters since Peyton Manning retired. He'll be the 7th week 1 starter in the last 9 years. So, I just thought that them targeting something long-term or the hopes of something that could be long-term was the way he was going to go.
Sean Payton came with a calculus final to the press conference last night, I think, to talk about this Bo Nix pick. The case that he was trying to make about Nix, what was that rooted in? What was he trying to sell you guys on why that was the right pick at number 12?
Well, yeah, I think he knew, and I think maybe even when we talked to Bo today, see that he's a little sensitive to this idea that, all of his throws were line of scrimmage throws. Everything is short, everything is out quick to the edges and that kind of thing. And Sean says the film showed us that there was plenty of the kind of throws that we're going to need him to make on tape. And so then they had the analytics department sort of isolate those kind of throws, right? The line of scrimmage throws, the bubble screens, all those kinds of thing, isolate them for all quarterbacks, take those away from the statistics and see where it pops up, for whatever model they built, right? Bo Nix was at the top of that. So that's sort of what he was trying to get at. Of course, you would need all the kind of the mathematical rules in terms of how they built that to really know what it was looking for, but that was the idea.
Do you imagine him being the week 1 starter there? I mean, obviously, the trade for Zach Wilson. We know that Jared Stidham is still there, but you alluded to maybe the lack of patience with Sean Payton at this stage of the proceedings. It seems like this is going to happen sooner rather than later.
I think so. I think right now my guess is that he will be, and a lot of that is just, look, the whole idea that Sean Payton kind of found a middle ground, right? We know that he had never drafted a quarterback in the first round or higher than the 3rd round in New Orleans, hadn't really worked, with a rookie in a prominent role, likes veteran players. This is sort of that happy medium, right? Bo Nix is the most veteran rookie you can have. He started a record 61 games. So it's like, I'm working with a rookie, but only kind of. So I think he'll have a real chance to kind of be that week 1 starter. Again, there's nothing that Jared Stidham has done that would tell you that he's any more ready to walk out there and do that job than is Bo Nix. Again, 4 career starts. He's been a backup since 2019. There's nothing that we've seen that would suggest that. Perhaps the Broncos have behind the scenes, but nothing that we've seen.
I also believe Jared Stidham's 3 years younger than Bo Nix. I'd have to look that up, but just off the top of my head, I think that's how it's going to shake out. Nick, always appreciate the time, sir. Great to chat with you. We will catch up very soon.
Yeah, well, and he's about the same age as the other quarterback they just got in Zach Wilson, so they'll all get along fine. Thanks, guys.
Good to talk to you, buddy. Hate to rush Nick off, but one of the reasons that I wanted to get to these picks is that we got some personal favorites flying off the board here. Yeah. Christian Haynes, guard from UConn, heads to the Seattle Seahawks with the 81st pick.
It's a great fit.
Nate, I think fair to say one of your favorite players in the entire draft relative to consensus.
Yeah, I mean, I had him borderline a first-round grade. I mean, a late first, early second. I really did. I think he's an instant starting guard, potentially plays center as well. Not that I necessarily need that, but athleticism, has veteran status already, playing 50 or more games. Maybe that Bo Nix conversation's in my head, but has a ton of starts. Also tested well. Also gets his head across. Has great eyes and some of the stuff. The one big thing for him was stoutness, and when I had pass protection, that was the big thing, the hang up for me. There's just so much to like. I actually said he's somewhere between there's shades of Shaq Mason and shades of Laken Tomlinson in a good way. And Laken Tomlinson's on that roster.
On the Seahawks right now. Yeah.
So kind of funny how that works, but I really like Haynes. I think this is a starting guard and a good starting guard, and the Seahawks need it. It's really, really a good fit.
He reminded me a lot of Kevin Dotson.
Kevin Dotson.
A guy that I don't know that he always plays up to the testing, but he killed the process. Senior Bowl was awesome. Combine was great. So, I'm surprised he lasted this long.
I did too.
The Seahawks, John Schneider has been vocal about his belief that interior offensive linemen are overdrafted. So even if it might have been the biggest glaring need on the entire roster, they have their cake and eat it too. They get Byron Murphy in the first round, they come all the way back in the third round and get what you guys see as a starting caliber guard. Right after Christian Haynes, one of your favorite players in this draft relative to consensus, Dane, comes off the board in Illinois tight end Tip Ryman. A little bit of different flavor than all these 235 fake tight ends that we see being drafted these days. This guy is a monster physically.
We found somebody else that likes him more than I do. Monty Austinfort. He's
sense though.
And you think about with Trey McBride, the way they complement each other. Tip Ryman is he's over 270 pounds.
He's a Y. Yeah,
exactly. He is a guy that you're gonna line up in line, hand in the dirt, and he's going to help block and open holes for you. And he could probably do it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It wasn't targeted a ton in college, might not be targeted a ton in the NFL, but you look at what the Cardinals have done, building the complementary pieces on this offense. That's been their focus with all these draft picks. We talked about how, all these draft picks, what are they going to do to help build out this roster? It's a lot of complementary pieces that work well for this offense. So it's going to be fun to watch the Cardinals this year.
They're trying to pound it. They're declaring what they're doing.
Yes.
And this is what they want to do. And guess what? They get two tight ends out there. One of them's a good receiver. And McBride's actually even a better. The thing that even when McBride was coming out of college, I was like, can he block? He's better than I gave him credit for. But the thing is, now he doesn't have to. Shoot, if we get two receivers out there, two tight ends, and we get two high coverages because of Marvin. Oh my God, they're just going to feast on the ground. So you can see
Trey
what they're
Benson's got to love this.
And yes. Ryman had 12 catches last year, something ridiculous like
19,
that. Yeah. I was joking with 12, and it was actually 19. But tight end is one of those positions, even if there's not insane productivity in college, bet on the big, fast athlete. Yeah. At 270, he ran a 4.64 40, and he had a 1.61 10-yard split. His numbers.
And his tape's good.
Yeah, and there's a lot to like, even if he is mostly a physical presence early in his career.
And I really enjoyed talking to him. He's an old soul. He's a fourth-year senior, so he's not super old. He's only 22 years old, but he's married already. He doesn't really have any interest besides his wife, his marriage, his family, and then football. He's just he's kind of boring. And if I'm the Cardinals, I love that. Yeah. Give me those guys. So it was fun to talk to him at the Combine.
Let's stick in the third round here and stick in the NFC. Obviously, we're sticking in the third round. Let's stick in the NFC West. Blake Corum goes to the Los Angeles Rams.
Goes to Los Angeles
Rams.
How'd Jim let that happen?
And so, obviously, Kyron Williams was phenomenal for the Rams last year, but they spend a third-round pick on a running back. That's a guy that you do not expect to sit on the bench. And Nate, what do you make of this after the season that Kyron Williams had last year for LA?
Kyron Williams getting injured. His last year, years in the pros, he consistently gets hurt. It's a Michigan run, by the way. But they kind of have a type. They trust the tape with their running backs. But Corum, the thing was, I didn't think he was going to test well, and he did test well, and it kind of surprised me. He runs between the tackles. All of his thing was he runs between the tackles, and what he's best on, power duo runs.
Yeah.
That's what the Rams are leaning heavily into. He didn't have a lot of receiving production, but I do think he has solid hands, which they'll catch a screen. That's all. We're not running choice routes or anything with him. But I mean, they're types that they go off. Kyron Williams, even the other guy that I liked that was an undrafted free agent was Ronnie Rivers, who's also been hurt a little bit. He actually has like a very similar build to Corum, but Corum has a little bit more juice. So I really like it because of Corum's vision and just what the Rams like in that run style. It makes a ton of sense.
It does, yeah. Corum's just an easy guy to like. He might not, the size profile is a little bit odd, how short he is, but he's stocky. I think he surprised some people with how he tested.
He surprised me.
Yeah. I don't think you necessarily think of him that way, but you think of him as more of the vision, the patience, the decision making at the line of scrimmage. That's what really sells you. And then he tests like you did. Okay, we can work with that.
He's so different than I know because McVay has shifted it, but he's so different than like a zone runner where it's outside stretch, getting north. Right. He gets vertical and then goes horizontal, which is exactly how Kyron runs. Kyron Williams, they have a run style that they like. They really do, because watching all these guys all have the same type of vision, all type of feel, and all type of the runs that are the best runs for them.
The Michigan run has begun, because after Blake Corum, Roman Wilson heads to the Steelers with the 84th pick.
Steelers do it again. I mentioned how the Cowboys had 3 players in my top 40. Steelers now have 3 players in my top 42, with Fautanu, and Zach Frazier, and now Roman Wilson, who I ranked pretty high. Roman Wilson, it fits what they do, right? They find these day 2 receivers. They don't force it. Wilson is outstanding speed. You love the competitive nature. He can get open and he can do something after the catch. So he's undersized. You're sacrificing something, and so you sacrifice size, but you like the rest of the package.
Slot option only, you think, Nate?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think slot only, but that's fine for what they have.
Yeah.
You're not moving Pickens to the slot. Yeah. Keeping him on the outside. So I like that, just with that kind of two-wayness. But his role is going to be, and in that offense, again, with Arthur Smith, they are very traditional in the sense, what's first down, run. What's second down, run. Roman Wilson's going to show up on third down, and that's where he's going to come alive in the slot, whoever's going to be throwing the football to him. Again, yeah, just a useful player, good player. It gets open constantly and just has a good feel for route running.
My feel right now, after the Fautanu pick, Zach Frazier, what we've seen from Justin Fields, I'm not sure how many times the Steelers are going to throw the football during the game. Just in any given game.
I'm kind of excited about it.
Yeah. I think that's going to be
a bunch of Greg Maddux starts where all their games are like 2 hours because it's just on the rock all the time.
I feel like that might be the direction that we're heading.
But look at the quarterbacks that they have: Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. What do they struggle with? Interior pressure. Mm-hmm. And they're saying we're not letting that happen. We're going to give ourselves a chance to at least throw the ball when we want to, but also you're just adding to the run game because that's going to be their identity.
Yeah, I kind of, in my mind, after they made the Justin Fields trade, I've just thought of like Taysom Hill-esque packages for Justin Fields with that offense.
Well, and with Russell Wilson, that entire offense is going to be fascinating to watch. And obviously, they've got the tandem backfield that they're going to rely on a ton. But yeah, you throw in a new offensive coordinator, and especially who the offensive coordinator is, and things are going to get really interesting.
That's also the thing. That's why I was so curious that Russell and Fields went to the same spot with Arthur Smith, because I just thought he was the opposite type of quarterbacks that he would like. I think it's going to be running and throwing that ball very far. That's why I feel this offense is going to be. Like you said, it's fascinating. They've done a lot of things I really like, though. They're getting a lot of players that I'm just like, these are players you win with. These are the type of guys that are winning players. So way to go, Steelers.
Yeah, again, an announcement of what sort of style I think they want to play on offense. And if Roman Wilson is that third down option, then maybe those 7 third downs are the 7 times they're going to throw the ball during the game.
Yeah. And that works. He's used to that from his time at Michigan.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be comfortable.
Right. He won't have to worry about him complaining about touches.
My favorite Roman Wilson stat, 48 catches last year for Michigan, 12 touchdowns. So a quarter of his catches going for touchdowns.
He's legit good in the red zone.
Roman Wilson, one of my favorite background nuggets. He grew up in Hawaii, and he wanted to go to St. Louis, the high school where Tua and Mariota and all those guys. He literally took a plane to school every morning because I was on a different island. His commute was a plane every day. He did that for a couple months before
came to his senses.
A teammate was like, "All right, just come live with me."
Yeah. In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Zach Zinter, guard, Michigan.
Michigan run continues. Zach Zinter. What do we think about Zach Zinter heading to Cleveland here, Dane?
He had a discount sticker on it on his tag because of the injury in the Ohio State game. You hated it for him because he was the glue of that offensive line. He was the most experienced guy. And so for him to go out with the broken leg, obviously we haven't seen him since that game. Obviously no Senior Bowl, no combine, no pro day, no workouts like that. But if you're the Browns, you feel like, okay, if he were fully healthy, we wouldn't be able to get him at this point, at pick 85. So, and you look at, okay, he's a guard. He is not a tackle. He's not a center. He is a guard. And you look at the guard situation. I mean, Bitonio and Wyatt Teller are not forever players. What's the 2025 roster look like? So he gives you immediate depth this year. And then next year, does he take over one of those spots?
Yeah. Both of those guys have contracts that expire after the 2025 season.
Okay.
Antonio's entering his age 33 season. This is the age 30 season for Wyatt Teller. So
I like Zinter. He, I believe he was my guard 1 going into the season. It was like a mid-late second round grade, but he was guard 1 for me. And it's nothing that he did wrong to make him drop. It's just others ascended throughout the season, and then he gets hurt. This is
no broken leg. Where do you think he winds up? Final rankings and being drafted in?
Somewhere top 75. Maybe he sneaks in the second, if not early third.
So not a drastic change.
No. This wasn't a first round pick.
Okay.
No, he was not. He was not. He's always, my grade really hasn't changed much. It's just that he got hurt. But no, he's a good, solid, smart player.
To your point, in my initial top 50 back in August, he was
49ers. And with the 86th
That's where he started the year.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers select Dominique Pooney.
Oh, there he is.
That was a good pick.
We were wondering when the interior offensive line help was going to come for San Francisco, and here they get some with Dominique Pooney.
Tackle in college, but he's a guard or a center. And they got the T up next to his name, but I doubt we're going to see him there. Played a little bit of everything at the Senior Bowl, which was nice to see, just to visually be able to see that, take some reps at center. He's an athletic player, moves well. Fun background too, Division II. He actually played on the same team as his 2 older brothers, which is a cool experience to have. And then he transfers to Kansas, and he was an all Big 12 player. He played at a high level, and so he was part of that Kansas resurgence, which was fun to see.
Yeah, good player. Good, just overall football player. It's just that some tools aren't there. I don't think he's a tackle. I considered him a guard this whole time, and then with some center upside. But hey, if they want to try him out there, it's also interesting because I really didn't think of him as this type of lineman that they would go after. Maybe he doesn't scream to me that, but he's a good player. And sometimes that's what that's what Shanahan's kind of done recently with his offensive line. It's like he just kind of takes different types of players and gets the best 5, whatever, different. John Feliciano has started games.
That's why they need a guard.
He's a starter.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not worked out with the guys, whether it's Spencer Burford, Aaron Banks. They need some bodies on the interior of that offensive line.
No doubt.
Yeah. No, he's a nice, solid player. I like him.
It could have drafted him with their last pick. They had the second round. It would have been fine. He finished as my number 56 player.
He was 63 for me.
Yeah. So he's just a solid quality player.
Yeah. I said he has some things to work on, staying balanced, not overextending, but he's going to be a good contributor in the run game right away. And that's the offense that's going to pound that freaking rock. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to go there.
Yeah, we're going to see him on the field this year, no doubt about it.
Dallas is on the clock now. Is this the spot where we see the running back happen?
So best available running backs for me, Jalen Wright, Tennessee, which I know they brought him in for a 30 visit. Braylon Allen from Wisconsin, Audric Estime from Notre Dame, Will Shipley from Clemson. I missed
different flavors there, boy.
You didn't, no kidding. I skipped Marshawn Lloyd from USC. That'd be another one that would make sense. So
all those guys took visits, you said? Or are those just guys you have on your thing?
Yeah, those are just next.
Oh, okay.
Let me pull up their 30. I got all the 30 visits, so let me see here.
I'm kind of picturing a Audric Estime now. I don't know if they'll like that or not. But yeah, no, I know that's the Jonathan Brooks thing probably for Jerry. That's still funny.
There's 30 visits for running backs for Benson, Brooks, Wright, Allen, Irving.
They did their homework.
They did.
Rasheen Ali from Marshall.
Okay.
We won't go this early, but he's a good player. So yeah, they've done, and then the linebacker list was even longer.
There's the other potential spot if they end up going that direction.
Jalen Ford, Hopper from Missouri, McGee from Temple, who we're kind of in his range now. Cedric Gray, same thing, North Carolina.
You're intrigued by Cedric Gray.
I am. I think he has 3-down ability. And again, it's like he does a lot of things okay or better as opposed to overwhelming, but he's pretty athletic. He plays a run well. He's got good recognition. I'm betting on him even getting better as a pro. I think he'll outplay his draft spot. But I get that he's not an overwhelming in any area.
The lack of take-on strength is what
bothered
bothered me with that. For me, that's what bothered me with Cedric Gray. But he is a good player. So yeah, that's kind of my roadblock with him, or my blinders.
Yeah, I have Gray at 81 on my big board. So
he just missed my top 100.
Yeah, we're getting right into his range.
Yeah, 110 for me.
Your best available, Dane, we're at Jaden Hicks still,
Yep.
TJ Tampa, Jatavian Sanders, Troy Franklin, Adisa Isaac, and then Spencer Rattler, Brandon Dorless, Austin Booker, who we mentioned, and Cameron Kinchins, the safety from Miami, are your top 10 left.
Yep. And so with Dallas, you figure, considering who they've drafted up to this point, linebacker, running back, because they went offensive line twice and they went with the edge rusher. So now are we getting back to linebacker or running back? Those are the two positions that make the most sense. Plus, you look at who's available, and they could go. I don't know Peyton Wilson. He's always a red flag, or he's always a wild card because of the red flags with the medicals. He might not be on their board. He might be. At a certain point, for some teams, he'll be off the board. For other teams, it'll be, okay, if he makes it here, we'll draft him. It's at a certain point. If you're the Titans, if Sweat gets to us in the second round, we'll take. Okay, all right, fine. It's different for every team, but yeah, we'll see what the Cowboys do here.
Last time the Cowboys drafted an off-ball linebacker with injury concerns, Leighton Vander Esch retired about 5 years into his career. So,
yeah, this one.
11th round pick. Aren't you sad we don't have 11 rounds now?
Bring it back. Bring it back.
The one I always associate is Brad Johnson.
PFAs are so
ninth rounder or something.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marist Liufau, linebacker, Notre Dame.
Name we did not mention among that entire group, Marist Liufau.
Well, I like the Cowboys picks up until now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you take it, Dane.
I actually like the other Notre Dame linebacker better, JT Bertrand. Liufau's, he's fun. He's a big athlete and he can run, but again, I think you're sacrificing some things with instincts and awareness.
Yeah. He's always a step late.
Yeah, I think he'll play right away on special teams. But at what point do you feel comfortable putting him out there? That'll be interesting.
I'm curious, because he's a pretty good blitzer, right? So
he'll play downhill, right?
Yeah. So again, I'm just picturing Zimmer. That's such a hard disconnect or thing.
Yeah,
to switch my brain on it.
You said that about Nealon before, and it's a 4-3, and I was like, oh,
that's
man.
right. A traditional one too, no hybrid to that defense at all. You
just completely lose yourself in the changes with the schemes and all of that.
This is a will. This is a guy in space that you're going for. But I just thought he was always a step away, and that's why he never played, not never, but it was inconsistent maybe playing to that speed.
You remind me a lot of Divine Diablo with the Raiders.
Also a third-round pick, right?
Yeah. Late, that was a Mayock special. A guy that, you liked. He moves well, and it's just, what's his exact fit? What's his impact for us? And
88th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Marshawn Lloyd, running back, USC.
Hey, more running backs. That's so. Josh Jacobs, you bring back A.J. Dillon, and now you add Lloyd to the mix. Man.
Yeah, I called him. I meant this as a compliment. I got some knocks for it, but we were talking about Marshawn Lloyd for the first time. I said, he's a simple runner. And I didn't mean that. I meant that as a good way. I was like, there's zero fat to his runs. It's plant and go. Of course, as they show a highlight of this. But I think his vision, his patience, tempoing, he's a very good tempoer of his runs that he kind of maximizes stuff. Overwhelming anything? No, but nice, solid back. And for the Packers, they did the Josh Jacobs stuff. They brought back A.J. Dillon for
one of the funkiest deals you ever see. But then now they get a guy that's like, okay, as we move away from that, we have a back that we can feature a little bit.
Skill set wise, how do you think it complements what a guy like Jacobs is?
Well, they're both 3 down guys. I don't know. They're actually kind of a little samey. Okay. Yeah, a little samey. Yeah.
Because they can beat you with quickness. They can. Yeah. There will be times where they try to run over you.
Have some power.
Yeah, no doubt.
I like Lloyd because any type of running run, he's solid at. Because USC has so many pullers sometimes, but they did zone RPO stuff, and
he's fun.
Yeah,
he is fun. Throw on the Colorado tape. Throw on San Jose State tape. These plays are running in my mind of where it just looks like he's dead to rights, and then somehow he was able to make something happen.
I love his vision. It's like just the patience of the vision.
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
a lot of urgency.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tyke Smith, defensive back, Georgia.
What do we think of Tyke Smith, Dane?
So he played the star position. It was kind of him and Bullard, and then he moves into that star position. And so they mix and match that secondary, how they would use him. A little bit of a tweener where he's, corner, safety, but works really well inside, where he understands his assignment, he understands lanes, he understands, especially with the scheme that they run.
Yep.
And he's good against the run. He will put his nose down and he'll run through you as a tackler. So this is a nice addition to the secondary. I like this pick.
I do too. I better closer to the ball maybe as one of those, but what they have, this kind of works. And
he first flashed at West Virginia, and then he transfers to Georgia, plays some big time football, and he got hurt. And so it was like, okay, maybe this wasn't the right choice. And then this year, you started to see that back, where he's playing up to the level we saw initially at West Virginia.
Oh, okay. So they have Jordan Whitehead again.
Jordan Whitehead, Antoine Winfield.
They re-up. Okay.
They signed Tavier Thomas in free agency. So got a lot of bodies potentially for those nickel safety roles. We'll see how those end up shaking out.
Yeah. Do you think he can play dime at all?
Probably.
Yeah,
probably.
Because he's a good tackler and
yeah,
everything. Yeah.
Right.
I know. I'm just curious how they get them all on the field, if they wanted to or anything. And Bowles never really is a dime guy. He did a little bit with the Jets. He's more of a nickel
in the 2024
guy.
NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Elijah Jones, defensive back, Boston College.
Speed. He ran real well at the combine, and he's a taller guy, longer guy. I thought for sure we might see the Packers, with Jeff Hafley now, defensive coordinator running things, make that connection. But yeah, he was a guy that Senior Bowl, okay, check that box. Combine, check that box. There's some stuff that happened towards the end of his career at Boston College. He was suspended. There's some off-field stuff that I wasn't allowed to include in the beast. I can't talk about it. It's just one of those things. But obviously, no concerns with the Cardinals with him.
Interesting.
Just outside corner, like pure outside corner?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
it's interesting. They signed Sean Murphy-Bunting in free agency. They just drafted Max Melton. And so
throwing bodies at it.
Yeah. See how that all ends up shaking out.
They're like pitchers, man. Just throw them and go. Hopefully a couple of them stick. That's what you want to do.
So now we're really getting into some of these. Tyke Smith was 153 for me.
Yeah, I was going to say
looking for where Elijah Jones finished. Maurice Luafau was 199. So far, he's the latest.
I was going to ask you how far down he was.
Yeah.
I just didn't see some of these corners coming off the board, defensive backs coming off the board before somebody like TJ Tampo. I think both of you guys, you had him at 55, Dane, on your big board. Nate, you had him at 56.
He's a 4.58 corner.
Yeah.
Not for everybody.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think he made some missteps throughout this process. Like he chose not to attend the combine or the Senior Bowl. I thought that was a missed opportunity for him, where he could have really showed out and shown his ability. He decided not to go. And then, at the Big 12 Pro Day, he didn't jump where the jumps were, where he was going to really show what he could do. I thought he'd be a 41-inch vert, didn't jump, but he ran a 4.58, and I was like, okay, that's tough.
Yeah, I like him because of just there's someone's gonna there's some role for him, but it's like you said, the speed isn't there, and you can see it kind of show up. And it's like one of those, are you gonna move the safety down the road? Because I like his awareness and stuff, but it's like, are you zone only and everything like that?
I like the football where,
because they did a lot of zone in Iowa State, where he could kind of just sit, read, react, make a play. Is he only that?
Right. Well, that's why I grew to like him, and it's just because it was one of those where it's like, does he go to a more creative, fun system and get unlocked by that, a more blitzing kind of blitz-happy type of things? I kept picturing him with Flores, with the Vikings, as just, but it's not what he played in college.
The Vikings don't have a third-round pick until 2029.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but Iowa State is more of a safer defense, zone, cover 2, cover 3, cover 2, and 3 deep safeties and everything. And yeah, I just liked him because I just could see that football IQ. Like, he knew what he was doing. He knew what the offense was doing. I liked his ball skills. Yeah, I just thought there's a role for him in this league. Even me, who likes him, I'm not sure what it is. I just know there's something out there for him.
We have 10 picks left on day 2. We're going to see Spencer Rattler come off the board.
I know, I was wondering that.
The Rams are picking second to last here.
Rams are second to last.
That's actually what I did in my mock draft, just to get them off the board.
I mean, it's a fun dice roll, right? For a team in their position.
Sure.
Yeah, I know that one does make sense. I'm trying to
the other position, I think that particularly intriguing right now, if you look at the best available guys that you have, and again, we talk about different flavors where they were going to go off the board. Jatavian Sanders still available. You still have Theo Johnson available. Even those guys that we talked about.
All the Titans except for, so we had obviously Brock Bowers, and then Sinnott from Kansas State, and then Ryman, right?
That's it, yeah.
Wow.
Which, not the order that you probably would have expected those guys to come off the board.
That.
Yeah.
Anybody would have guessed that.
Still out there?
What's that?
Theo
Johnson, Sanders,
Jared
both of them.
Wiley, and Ja'Vion Sanders, yeah.
What do you make about Troy Franklin still being available right now?
I'm not surprised. I mean, I guess I am a little bit that he's...
This far, yeah.
I knew 90s.
Yeah, this far, no. I thought it was like, he's going in the third, even if I do like him. But but not 91.
Watching his gauntlet at the combine, I was like, all right, yeah, I'm out. Like, I mean, I'm going to list him, 58 or whatever, but I would have a hard time drafting him.
It's just,
unless we're talking like 4th, 5th round.
Yeah, there's a gap between how you guys saw him and he was 36 on the consensus board.
Yeah.
And so the fact that he's available at 91 now, it's one of those we were talking about last year or yesterday. He rushes the passer. Why doesn't he rush the passer good? He's a receiver. Why doesn't he catch the ball good?
Right. Yeah. Why does it look like a challenge? Why against Washington is he not showing up in big plays, making big plays?
And you watch the USC game and you're like, yeah! And then you watch
Ponte just doing work here.
91st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tyron Hopper, linebacker, Missouri.
Okay, another one of these linebackers off the board.
Yeah.
And they already drafted Edgerrin Cooper.
They sure did.
Load up.
They're just going back to the well and adding more. That's funny.
Yeah, productive guy.
So now we just add it to the list. Edgerrin Cooper, Xavier McKinney, Javon Bullard, Tyron Hopper.
Load up on it.
We got 4 of the 7 to 8 moves that the Packers made this offseason are all on the second level and spine of their defense.
And when they have all these picks, they're like they've been doing. You just throw a bunch of bodies at it.
Nate, who are you most surprised is still out there? Not even just your top-rated player on the board, but who are you surprised that even if you didn't like him, you're surprised he's still out there, still hasn't been picked as we get closer to pick 100?
I mean, Theo Johnson, really.
Yeah.
Tight end. I mean, just because his traits, and I thought he had a great Senior Bowl, so everyone can kind of go, ooh, you got more to you. Yeah, he's very surprising to me. I know I'm high on him. He's my tight end too, and I thought maybe it was like an early 3rd pick or mid 3rd pick, but I thought by now somebody would take a chance on him and his upside.
So. Getting back to our Adonai Mitchell conversation and the homework that the Colts potentially did on his character concerns.
With the 92nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jalen McMillan, wide receiver, Washington.
We'll get back to the Adonai Mitchell conversation in a second. It actually ties together well because this is another one of your favorite receivers in this draft, Nate, with Jalen McMillan. What do you think about McMillan and how he fits with what Tampa's trying to do?
I just like that offense, and I think these guys all rock. I think he is more slot only, and because of, and Dane, you've hinted at this is play strength stuff, and I think, but the thing is, he does have a mentality. He's willing to block. That's why I liked all those Washington guys. He's a smooth athlete. He's kind of a glider. He's best, I think, intermediate and vertically. I've kind of, this whole time, I've really compared him to a version of Christian Kirk,
Like that's kind of how I pictured him in the NFL best used. Intermediate, vertical, slot only type. Good hands and everything, but I think the big concern with him is play strength. He's been hurt as well, especially this last year. Those are the kind of concerns. This makes sense. I've kind of viewed him as a third-round guy. I just like him. A little different with Chris Godwin being my power slot, but he can be a Z.
If Godwin in the final year of his deal.
Yeah. And they have Trey Palmer, who had some really nice moments last year as well. It's an interesting receiver room, so maybe succeeding to the next plan.
He was my 108 player, so just outside the top 100, but solid player. Remind me of Jacoby Myers, that style of player.
Where was Jacoby Myers drafted?
Late.
Yeah.
If he was drafted at all.
I think he might have been undrafted. That's right.
He was undrafted.
That's right. There's all those stats about him at the most production of all the undrafted receivers recently. Yes.
And part of it is they were both baseball players, rangy center fielders, and you see that with the way he plays. But also, so much of his production, and this is a role in the offense, but so much of his production, it was like over 71% of his catches came within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage.
All those bubbles and everything.
Right. And so more product of the offense than saying what his strengths are as a player necessarily. But the stuff, like the contested catch rate, that's what bothered me. But still, at this point in the draft, late third, early fourth, I like this player.
Getting back to again, you like McMillan, you also like Adonai Mitchell. A little tweet from Stephen Holder, our old colleague here at The Athletic, hearing from Chris Ballard during his press conference, called the criticisms of Mitchell's character and disposition fucking bullshit. Oh. So that's the answer as to why the Colts were willing to maybe take a gamble on Mitchell when some other teams weren't. They didn't see some of the potential issues that maybe other teams were concerned about.
I mean, I love Chris. He's going to bat for his guy, but I mean, obviously he was available for you for a reason. At 52 or whatever it was. I mean, let's be real. Like, that's just, it is. And, 10 years from now, as you look back at this draft, it might not be an issue at all. And it's not even a footnote in his, career bio. And if you're Chris, you're Ballard, you just drafted this player, you're going to go to bat for him and kind of set the tone for what it's going to be like in this organization. So no surprise that, he would say what he did.
I thought he was going to come out and say the rivalry's back on, talking about, maybe with some of the reports or something about some of the media or something like that as a part to all that. But yeah, AD Mitchell, man, I'm still excited about that.
But hey, now it's on
spot.
you. It's on you, Adonai. I mean, your
That's
GM
right.
just went to bat for you.
Yes.
Don't make him wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And obviously that's not an accident. That's why you have that be kind of the first point.
There's no, and that's what Ballard's trying to do. There's no hemming and hawing. We talk about conviction all the time. And there's positives and negatives sometimes of conviction, but that's what he's trying to do. He's like, no, this is our guy. And this is our guy for a reason. And yeah, we're going to support him no matter what.
It backs up what I was saying about Ballard. Like, it's not like they're just going to be like, all right, yeah, he's got his issues, but we'll roll the dice, see what happens.
Exactly.
He does so much work on these guys that he gets to the bottom of everything, and then they make a decision about whether or not it's a fit for them. So I think Ballard said what he did with the utmost confidence based off of all the homework they did on the player.
Get to the question that you just asked, Nate. Is there a player that you are a little bit surprised is still on the board, even if you personally are not as high on him?
I mean, it's hard not to say Jaden Hicks, just because I know how many teams like him. It's fair to say that I talk to more scouts than, general managers. And obviously the general managers are making the picks, and scouts can like all the players they want. It doesn't mean they're going to be the pick. So that one's a little surprising. We talked about TJ Tampa.
Why do you think that maybe some people are a little bit more lukewarm on Hicks than you are?
Probably for the same reason that Nate's not high on him. I see versatility where not everyone sees that versatility. They see more of I'm not sure what to do with him. More of a tweener, more of he does this well, but is he this? And I get that, but watching the Wisconsin tape and watching him being an enforcer over the middle of the field as a traditional strong safety type. Then you throw in the Washington tape. Michael Penix didn't throw many interceptions this year, but this guy had one of them covering the slot receiver. So I can watch tape of him covering wide receivers and doing it well. He ran a 4.49 40-yard dash.
He tested really well.
Tested really well. So there's a lot of things about his profile that get me excited for a safety. And so surprised that we're in the 90s and he's still not picked.
Yeah, and what Dane's referring to, like it's like, is he going to move to linebacker in his career? Because he is thick and he's a good tackler and everything. But it was just sometimes I would see him maybe take a step too many and a bad angle from depth. And it's like, okay, maybe closer to the ball, you're a little bit better. It kind of mitigates some of those angles. So yeah, I was just a little lower on him because
in the
I
2024
didn't know what to do with
NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Adisa Isaac, linebacker, Penn State.
Ravens like those Penn State edge rushers, right?
They sure do.
And it's funny, Chop Robinson went about 70 picks higher, but this is the player that led Penn State in sacks, led the team in tackles for loss, team captain. Great story too with his family. Just an easy guy to root for. So he didn't test off the charts, but I think tested well enough that you see that burst off the edge, ability to finish, close, flatten once he gets the corner. So yeah, this is a little bit later than I think we thought he'd go, considering his tools and the position that he plays. But what do we always say about the Ravens? Good players fall to them.
They do. Yeah, it's his big thing, and you're talking about the tools, is that sometimes he has a lack of plan. It's kind of like he figures out after the snap, sometimes us with our sentences and Michael Scott, he figures it out after it starts. But
he gets there eventually.
But there's tools. There's tools to work with. And there was enough production. It's not like a typical Penn State edge guy like they already have.
Yeah, like no way.
Yeah, no way. But that's where it's kind of maybe that middle ground. That's why he's in the third, is that none of it's overwhelming, but he's got something to him.
And you look at the Ravens pass rushers right now. I mean, we're talking
it's
about.
A need.
Right.
Yeah, it's a need. So they brought back Van Noy on a short-term deal.
Right. Ajabo.
You're betting on Ajabo taking a big step, but you lose Clowney in free agency. They bring back Van Noy, who is what he is at this stage of his career. So really, it was Van Noy, Ajabo, Owe. That's it.
Yeah.
So depth there was absolutely something to be addressed for them coming into this draft.
The immortal Kyle Van Noy. He's just going to keep taking these deals for a versatile defense and just keep showing up.
Good. I love it for him.
Yeah, I love it. All right, here we go. Eagles.
Eagles at 94.
94th
Another
pick
corner.
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalix Hunt, linebacker.
Houston Christian.
Houston Christian.
Yeah. Talk about a story. Oh my gosh. This guy was a safety at Cornell. Okay. That sounds made up. He was a safety at Cornell and transfers to Houston Christian. They move him to linebacker and then eventually to edge rusher. Very, very raw, but man, he's got tools. He's long, he's fast, and he gets after it. But his tape is all him just running by guys.
That's it.
It's a race to the quarterback.
A true speed rusher.
Yeah, there's no like, I'm going to set this up, I'm going to do this. No, it's just pew, pew, pew. He's just going to get after the quarterback constantly, put a heat on him. So this is a upside pick. He
can redshirt. He can do the Nolan Smith plan from last year.
Yeah.
Right. That's what it's going to be. Yeah. So if you could be patient with him, I totally understand it.
He started at safety, he probably wore number 1, and then he moves the linebacker, then number jumps to 51. Then it's like he goes 52, 53, and he just kept calling, okay, now you're an edge, and it just keeps calling with the number. But yeah, you're just betting on the pass rush upside with him, like the true speed rusher. It doesn't have to play now, but part of the rotation.
I mean, this is just what this team does, right? It's like, all right, this year he'll be pass rusher 5, maybe with Brandon Graham coming back. Josh Sweat's a free agent after the season. So now you get Bryce Huff, Nolan Smith steps into pass rusher 2. He becomes from 4 to 5 to 3. This is how they do it.
Turn it. Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle, Duke.
Yeah, he was probably with the next defensive tackle available at this point. We saw such a run on those guys early today. And Carter it's not consistent enough, but the flashes that he does show are pretty exciting because he's also, they're talking about the intangibles, first 3-time team captain in school history.
Really?
There's pedigree there. There's a lot to like with just the guy that you're bringing into your building. So I think he fits exactly what Brandon Beane and what the Bills want at that position, or really just on their team with these guys. But if you can bottle these flashes and turn it into more consistency, you've got something with this player.
Yeah, I've seen him create pressures. I watched a little. It's like after watching some May, so I was a little Carter. Right. No, but I figured that they would add something, some interior. I just kind of was like, they love having this rotation.
Exactly.
All right, take one of the top 100 here with Carter, And you were talking about the flash and stuff. He at least does stuff. Like, he's forcing the fumble. He's getting a sack at TFL. At least he does stuff, even if it is just flashes of it, as opposed to like pure projection. At least there is some production with it.
There was talks about him maybe being a top 50 pick, like over the summer.
We were talking to him, you about him during the season about some of the Duke and North Carolina's players.
He just didn't take that next step this year. Like, there was really high hopes, and he didn't quite live up to it. But he's still a quality player, and you know, the intangibles, that's a part of this as well.
You look at how they built that room. They brought back Taquan Jones on a 2-year deal, but he's 33 years old. They signed Austin Johnson to a 1-year contract, $2.5 million there. So absolutely, it could use another body. And you know, when the guys that you're bringing in as depth are in their 30s, there's a clear path to how this can fit into their long-term
There's so many teams, doesn't matter what the position is. Usually it's O-line, we talk about it, but the Eagles with their DBs, the Bills with their defensive front. I mean, for their 6-7 weeks, they went from being one of the best defenses. They faced all these injuries, and so they're just going, okay, never again. There's so many teams that do this, and you understand why they do this. They're just like, I don't want to go back to that.
You look at the Bills. I mean, we knew they perimeter receiver, safety help, defensive line depth, all 3 things that we probably would have had circled, and that's what they went with their first 3 picks.
Yeah, and I think especially these 2 defensive guys, I think they fit the profile of the guys they want. You know, like I said with Carter, he's relentless. I mean, show me the tape where he's playing half speed. You know, good luck finding that. Like, it's just not how he's wired. It's not how he works. You know, you say a lot of the same things about Cole Bishop, the safety they took in the second. So yeah, and these guys are not going to be probably starters right away. They're going to be part of a rotation, and then they're going to be counted on to be starters down the road.
Speaking of defensive pieces, joining us now, it is my favorite defensive voice around the NFL draft. It's our old friend Deontay Lee.
There he is.
How you doing, buddy?
Look like you're in heaven.
I was going to say, man, I'm deep in the bunker here, going to day 2 of the draft. I'm glad to be, you know, speaking with you guys. You know, obviously miss working with you all. Glad to be part of the live stream, man. And this has been an exciting day 2 for me specifically, because we can finally start talking about some real ball, you know, talking about the defensive guys in this class.
I would be remiss to not start this conversation with the Eagles landing Cooper DeJean, the team that you watched the most, one of the players you loved the most in this process. How do you see DeJean fitting in that Vic Fangio defense? And we've been talking about this, just the roles and how they might shake out with all the bodies they have back there. What do you think you might see from Cooper DeJean in year 1?
So to me, the first question I think is, what do they think long-term about Avonte Maddox's availability, right? This is a guy who's been dinged up throughout the year, and I think that how they feel about what Maddox can be as a nickel will tell me a lot about where they want to slide DeJean early in his career, especially having a guy like C.J. Gardner-Johnson already in the building. You know that he's got some versatility. He's got that kind of nickel safety hybrid tag on him already. Same thing with DeJean, I would think, playing in this defense. So I would think if they want to make Maddox more of a backup or cover first type of nickel guy, then I think we'll probably see DeJean in the slot pretty early on. And maybe they'll kind of flex him around from there, depending on how much he can handle in Fangio's defense.
I appreciate Howie Roseman looking at what happened in the back 7 last year and saying never again. I'm not living that life ever again. And that is, I think, the message being sent from the Eagles plan here so far. Other defensive-centric picks that you have liked, whether it was yesterday or on day 2, what are a few that come to mind?
So the first one was Michael Hall with Cleveland, right? I think body type-wise, athletic profile-wise, I think that's a really good fit for Jim Schwartz. I think that they needed a gap shooter, guy who's explosive out of his stance, can give them some interior rush. I think he pairs well with Myles Garrett. There are some things that they're going to be able to do with moving guys around up front. You know, reading the Beast and looking at Dane's takes on Hall, I look at him the same way, right? He's kind of a outside 3-4 outside backer with maybe too much poundage, you know, like that guy is really explosive, right? And you see that 10-yard split, you watch the tape, the stuff that he flashes is very evident why teams would be excited, especially a 4-down team looking for a guy who can play 3 technique. He's got to clean some things up in terms of run defense, but I think that he's somebody you can project out to be a plus in terms of pass rushing. This is a guy the next one will be a guy I've been pounding the table for basically throughout this entire process at the linebacker position. That's Junior Colson with the Chargers. Obviously, you have the schematic fit going to play for your old defensive coordinator in Jesse Minter in LA. Somebody who's going to know the defense really well. And then that's a guy that just checks all the boxes, right? Is it flashy? Not necessarily, but he's got enough movement skills and change of direction ability to be able to cover out in space if you need him to in a pinch. That's a guy that I think understands how to play slow, knows how to pace the game out. He does. I think if there's a question for him, it's going to be what he looks like when teams are really giving him a downhill run right at him. Right. I do think that he can be a little bit slow to trigger. But when you talk about tackling ability to get out in space and cover, somebody who can do a bunch of different things within the defense, I think Colston's is a really good fit for that. And then the last one, and this is somebody else that I know that Dane's been high on throughout this process, and somebody that I've loved is Andrew Phillips, right, who's going to probably play in the slot for the Giants. You think about Deonte Banks, fast guy, physical guy on the outside. Andrew Phillips is going to be another physical guy, great short area quickness and change of direction ability, and a guy that's really competitive at the catch point as well, even though he has not produced in terms of forcing turnovers. I think that Shane Bowen's going to look at that and say, hey, I got my Roger McCreary all over again, right? I've got a guy that I can move around and be versatile with, short, little undersized, but I know he's going to be competitive. So those are probably the top three guys I will be excited about in day two in terms of the defensive prospects.
Roger McCreary being the guy that Dane was comping Andrew Phillips to during this entire process. So a fitting place for him to land. I love how adorable it is that you think that Michael Hall is going to have to worry about defending the run in Cleveland. I think that's going to be an afterthought with the way that he's deployed in that defense. Deonte, always great to hear from you, buddy. We will chat with you very soon. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Love you guys. Talk to you.
Couple picks while we're chatting with our buddy Deonte. We have Jarrian Jones, cornerback from Florida State, going to Jacksonville. What do you think about this one, Dane?
The other Florida State corner, we saw Bernardo Green go earlier. Jones, the better athlete, but not as, in terms of cover awareness, is not on the same level as Green. So, you know, it's funny talking to some Southeast scouts. Some preferred Green, some preferred Jones, and it's just a juxtaposition of what do you prefer more? Do you want the athlete or do you want the instincts? Do you want the guy with the cover awareness? Still surprised we're talking about more corners off the board without TJ Tampa. And again,
it's surprising.
A specific type of corner that is not just for everybody. So that is interesting.
Yeah, you look at we always anticipated that Jags addressing corner somewhere along the way here. They do it in the third round, and again, it's more athlete-based, maybe take a little bit of time. They do have Ronald Darby there. I mean, that's the thought. I mean, you have somebody who can be a capable starter for long enough while you bring that other guy along, and maybe Jones ends up being that for the Jaguars. The other pick that we missed, McKinley Jackson from Texas A&M going to Cincinnati, them beefing up the interior of that defensive line even more in this draft.
Well, this was a case of they wanted that nose tackle. Who they drafted earlier?
Chris Jenkins.
Yes, so they had more of that, a guy they probably see as that three technique. They wanted to come away with a nose. And I think if Tavondre Sweat fell to a certain spot, they were going to be okay with Sweat. Obviously, that didn't happen. He went in the top 50 picks. McKinley, this is not a great draft for nose tackles. McKinley Jackson, I think, was obviously the next best guy for them, and he's tough because the tape is really inconsistent, off-field's really inconsistent. He was off a lot of boards, but obviously, again, here in the third round, the Bengals take Jermaine Burton earlier. Now they're taking McKinley Jackson, two guys that have talent. It's just, okay, why aren't we seeing it more? Why aren't we seeing it more consistently? But we know the Bengals felt like they had to come away from this draft with a nose tackle, and there were only like 3 or 4 nose tackles in this entire draft, and they felt like they didn't want to wait to the 4th round to potentially miss on their second guy.
Mountain McKinley becomes a pretty easy one. A 310-pound guy named McKinley.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just looking at just weights. There are 2 other defensive tackles over 320 that Dane has ahead, one of them being Sweat. You know, being that traditional kind of nose.
Sweat's more than 320?
You don't say.
I think so. I think
about
one beer's worth.
No, I mean, Evan Anderson from Florida Atlantic, but we're talking, that's 7th round PFA.
That's
like, this is not a draft. If you're one a nose tackle in this draft, it's just isn't a great group of options to choose from.
Yeah, we have Sweat, Lovett from Florida.
Lovett.
Yeah, I mean, but he's 316. Boyd from Northern Iowa. Yeah, McKinley Jackson, and then that's like the guys that have that traditional nose size. So, I mean, just look at the defensive tackles they have. Again, it's just like they're trying to bridge it. They're trying to have a foot in now and a foot in the near and short term or long term.
Steelers picking at 98 here. I believe this was part of the Kenny Pickett swap.
Got it.
The Steelers getting this compensatory pick.
Hey, if they draft Jaden Hicks here and just get 4 of my top 45 players, that's going to be tough. Heck of a haul. It's funny Deontay mentioned Michael Hall because in the guide he almost looks like a bulked up middle linebacker. Like if he lost 30 pounds, he could be an awesome middle linebacker. Talking to one scout who said he wishes he would have focused on offense because he thinks he would have been an outstanding center. With the movement skills,
so interesting. In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Peyton Wilson, linebacker.
So we were wondering when this might happen, when a team would be willing to take a little bit of a dice roll on somebody with some medical concerns, and the answer is the Steelers picking Wilson at 98.
I think the teams that had him on the board, they each had a number. You know, if he falls to this spot, this is where we feel comfortable. And so for the Steelers, it was obviously this point. Guy that had double-digit surgeries since high school, knee, shoulder. Now, he stayed healthy this past year, and that obviously gives you optimism. But is this a one-contract player? You mentioned Leighton Vander Esch, who retired after a 5-year NFL career and plenty of time on the sideline being injured. With Wilson, it's tough because he is a straight line player, short-armed. So there's already stuff about his profile that are difficult. Like you have to be okay with his style of player. But man, you felt like when you're watching NC State's defense, there was at least 3 of them out there. He was everywhere. Against the run, against the pass. I mean, it was the way he filled up the stat sheet was not a coincidence. You know, he was just always around the ball, and that was fun to see.
Sometimes it's like a good and bad. Sometimes it's 6-7 yards down the field, like where he's making the tackle, but he's running after everything, the pursuit speed. It's a little odd with the sameness with Patrick Queen.
To me, that just is an overcorrection.
That's it.
If you look at the lack of explosiveness, the lack of pop they had on the second level of that defense last year, again, that's one of those, we're not doing this again.
Yeah,
so to get him and Queen, I think, again, is a message for what they were missing last season.
Whenever you're starting an interior linebacker wearing a 90 number, you know, you're kind of just like, okay, all right, is this the redshirt freshman we have to play, you know, out of nowhere? So that's not the ideal situation. So, yeah, trying to get a little more speed on that defense, especially in the interior.
We have 2 picks left.
Rams pick is in at 99. Is this where we potentially see Spencer Rattler?
And sir. Do it.
With the 99th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Cameron Kinchens, defensive back, Miami.
Sure. Yeah.
That's no fun.
My 98th player.
Yeah, 99. He was 79 for me.
Yeah.
He's just not the caliber of athlete you ideally want, but he's a smart player, and I like his football character. He does have some range. It's just if he makes one false step,
he's done.
You worry about that. Yeah. And people always bring up the North Carolina tape because he had that sweet blitz against May. Yeah. He made a few plays, but the negative plays from that game is really what soured me on Kitchens. I thought coming into the year, this could be a top 50 pick. There's the blitz, but it was the missteps. Because again, if you take one false step, he just doesn't have the explosiveness to recover, and that's something in the NFL that's tough.
He's a gambler. Like he's a smart gambler. He's smart. Like he's really smart. He's not a great athlete, so he has to play this way. But the thing is, usually when a guy at safety, especially, what's the term we use? Safety, like keep a net on everything. Right. Usually when a guy's not a great athlete, they're very safe and they're very keep everything in front, good tackler,
conservative.
He's so opposite of that kind of that profile. It's one of those I struggled with him because I liked a lot, but then his bad was real bad because of the gambling and the gambling on the field. And the fact with that is that he can't recover, just like Dane said, because he's not an overwhelming athlete. But again, the Rams kind of like to go trust the film. That's what they're kind of leaning into always. So that it feels like a trust the film.
They don't send their scouts to all the pro days, and
no one goes to the combine, and it's.
You look at the just moving pieces in the back half of that defense for the Rams. Darius Williams comes in free agency. Cam Curl comes in free agency. Trey White comes in free agency, and now they spend a 3rd-round pick on another safety. We could be looking at a lot of new faces in the back half of that defense, which we probably could have anticipated.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the offseason we all expected from the Rams. Them dropping serious coin on Jonah Jackson was the surprise, not everything they've done after.
You get a little Colby Parkinson.
100th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Luke McCaffrey. McCaffrey, wide receiver.
Okay.
There you go. Luke McCaffrey, the last pick of our draft stream here. What do you think about Luke McCaffrey heading to Washington, Dane?
So I don't know if you've heard about his dad and his brother.
I'm familiar, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so, but credit to him being a quarterback all of his life, and then it doesn't work out in Nebraska, goes to Rice, doesn't work out a quarterback there, moves to wide receiver. He's only been playing the position 2 years, and it's been pretty impressive to watch him get better and better. My favorite thing about him is how well he plays through contact. It is uncanny. Now, part of that is he doesn't create a ton of separation, even though he's a good athlete. It's not like he's a bad athlete. Christian's younger brother is not a bad athlete, shocker. But he doesn't create a ton of separation in his routes, and so he's forced to play through contact, but he does it so well that I think you're really encouraged by it.
It's so funny how much he runs like his dad. It's really funny. They have the same like arm swing style, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Huffing and puffing.
Yeah, yeah, like you hear the pumping of the ground. No, but he, like you say, he's not a bad athlete. He was a big time recruit too at quarterback.
Yeah.
And I always say quarterbacks have the best hands on the team because we catch the most balls every day because we throw back and forth all the time. You can see the natural ball skills come up. That's what shows up, ball skills. But everything else is a big work of progress. I saw him as a day 3 guy, but I understand if you like the appeal of him because you're saying, yeah, he's going to get better. He's barely been doing this in a position that takes a lot of technique. Maybe go to camp with his dad maybe for like 4 months before he goes to.
If he's half the player that Luke Cafferty was, high school Texas football fame, then we're going to be in really good shape. So,
love it.
That's good.
All right, we are going to take one more quick break here and then come back to recap the day that was. Please stick around. Welcome back to the Athletics coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. I'm Robert Mays. We are here to recap day 2, all of the second and third round action. Here to help me do that, first off, it is our draft expert here at the Athletic, Dane Brugler. Dane, how you feeling, buddy?
100 picks in. We've got, 157 more to go. But for now, reflecting on these first 100 picks, plenty of surprises, plenty of, okay, like I can see that. Like,
you guys are too nice.
Connecting the
I
dots.
think you guys just crush more people in this process.
Well, I just got done saying I didn't think we'd see Devondre Sweat's name called tonight. That was a surprise. Titans' new regime, they still don't change.
Yeah.
That's something.
We can dig into that.
Yeah, that's interesting. But, you know, Cardinals, I think, 7 picks today? I mean, they drafted a lot of players. Not tonight, but total 7 players, I believe. So
7 players, 5 tonight for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and how many offense? 5?
Yeah, and all of one style of type of play that they're going after, which is, I think, awesome.
Also joining us tonight, my good friend Nate Tice. Nate, how you doing, buddy?
I couldn't wait. I heard Cardinals. I jumped in. I'm sitting here as we're continuing after we just blitzed through round 2, round 3.
We've been here for 5.5 hours.
Yes, yes. I've had to catch myself a few times. We're on the loopy meter right now. But day 2, and we said before the show, day 2 is so much fun, and it's one of those like, yeah, this is fun. And as it gets going, and you're like, oh, that guy went there, and you're seeing the matches and everything. It gets so exciting. So especially this day 2 and the prospects that were out there, there were some really cool fits that we got to.
Let's get to that. Let's start with just your favorite individual pick from this day, from day 2, Dane, just removed from the overall haul a team had, but just isolated. Maybe you like that and maybe not something else.
There were quite a few. I mean, I think Ladd McConkey to the Chargers, giving Justin Herbert that quarterback-friendly target makes a ton of sense. McConkey's a guy that will get open. He's going to make defenses defend you a certain way. So that's certainly really all the Chargers, what they did. And then Junior Colson in the 3rd round. We talked about that maybe being a fit in the 2nd round. They get him in the 3rd. And now tomorrow we'll be on Harbaugh watch to see how many more Michigan Wolverines he drafts. But he gets Colson, which kind of, if day 2, if he were to, maybe Blake Corum was the favorite who he's going to come away with today with former players, but Colson was a close second.
And we were wondering if that was going to be at the top of the 2nd round. Instead, they're able to wait till the 3rd round and get Junior Colson. We mentioned this. The Joe Alt pick feels like a declaration of intent. This is who we're going to be.
Right.
And so if that's a transition that you're kind of signaling on offense, it feels like the Junior Colson pick, indicative of that same sort of movement on defense. This is who we want to be on this side of the ball as they really retool almost that entire roster.
I was going to say it's the rare example where the rookie's going to know the defense better than anyone else.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
And that's going to be nice, though. It's being a tone setter.
Speaking of like who we want to be, like that's the other name that came to mind: the Steelers and Zach Frazier.
Yeah.
Thursday night you draft Troy Fautanu, who can play tackle, can play guard, can play wherever you want, and then here you don't have to trade up. Zach Frazier falls in your laps, and it's like, okay, he's the perfect Steeler. And you have a glaring need at center. It just makes too much sense. It's a perfect fit.
One of my other questions was going to be favorite haul. I think the Steelers might be my answer to that question. Because you look at what they did with Fautanu yesterday. You get Zach Frazier in the 2nd round. They're remaking their offensive line on the fly. Both picks make absolute sense. Even getting Roman Wilson in the 3rd round, his skill set combined with the things they already have. Okay, I can totally see that. And Peyton Wilson being a flyer where they took him at 98 with that skill set and what he's put on tape, even with some of the concerns, you pair him with a Patrick Queen, you drop that element into your defense. I understand what the Steelers were trying to do over the last 2 days.
I was almost waiting for him to drop one more running back in there. Like we got Warren, yeah, we don't care, we don't know, we're just going to load this thing up and just fully declare there. We already hinted at it because I couldn't wait to talk about it. I like what the Cardinals are doing. Yeah. I really do. I
similar thing, right? Just we're going to be physical on offense. We're going to have that element to who we are.
After they draft, what we think is the premier skill position guys.
That guy literally called Maserati Marv.
Yeah. So Maserati Marv. Okay, now we need the engine. Now we need the steering wheel. We need all these types of things.
Complementary pieces.
That's it. It's not just okay. We got the speed guy. Let's get more speed. Let's go crank it to the max. It's like they did the flashy pick, which is also I think the sound pick because he's the best player. But then also now they're doing the actual team building, the depth pieces, the actual starters that fill out their other spots. You had said before the show the goal is try and find 4 starters. Even 2 is like, okay. 3, it was like, okay, we're really cooking. This is the bites at the apple. They're trying to find like these starters, these contributors that can play not 10 snaps, not 20 snaps, 30, 40, 50 snaps a game.
Let's get to overall team hauls that you liked so far, Dane. If you're looking at what's happened over the last 2 days and the plans from some of these teams, who comes to mind for you?
Yeah, I think the Steelers probably an answer for all 3 of us, but I also love what the Cowboys did.
Yeah.
With Tyler Guyton Thursday night, and then to come back tonight and you get Marshawn Kneeland, one of my favorite players in this draft. To your point, edge, a sneaky need. I think we were so focused on running back and linebacker and offensive line, but to get Marshawn Kneeland there at that point, love that fit. And then to come back with that extra third-round pick that they added from trading back in the first round to get a Cooper Beebe. So instead of sticking at 24 and getting Tyler Guyton, you're able to trade back and get Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. That's smart drafting. And is he going to start at center? We're going to see him, how is that going to fit? But clearly with Tyler Smith at left guard, Zach Martin at right guard, you drafted Cooper Beebe to be a center, even though you don't have tape on him. But his profile suggests he can do it. He practiced at center. So, Luafau, the linebacker they draft, fine. He to me was more of a 5th-round pick. But the first 3 picks, especially for what the Cowboys did, love that haul.
Yeah, we talked about this. They probably needed to get 2 offensive line starters from this draft. They lose Tyler Biadasz in free agency. They lose Tyron Smith in free agency. You don't want to move Tyler Smith to tackle based on how well he played last year. How are you going to figure this out? They figured it out. This team, for all the frustration I have about the lack of how not proactive they are with contracts and how they do their homework the night before the test so often when it comes to the financial stuff, it becomes frustrating. But and that's ownership. Right? Like that's that side of it when you're talking who gets the money. The draft, for the most part, is Will McClay's baby. And
ace in the hole.
Crushes it every single year. And that's why it becomes so frustrating because you have this one side where they're just humming like a machine, and then it's hamstrung by the other side of the operation, and that's why it drives me so crazy when I think about this team.
Cowboys fans are always like, we don't sign outside free agents. Like, you don't have to mostly. Yeah. Like, you guys
drafted so
and it's not just because they're protecting the pick, which is always like the fallacy some teams have, where it's like, well, we drafted the guy in the 3rd round, we can't cut him now, we can't bench him now. These guys are all good players that should be played.
Jerry relies on Will McClay and his staff, maybe a little too much, you could argue at times. But I'll say this, there's a reason Will McClay turns down GM interviews elsewhere. He is well compensated for his role.
Yes.
Jerry is he's no dummy. He understands the value of Will McClay and that staff, and it makes all the sense in the world.
How about you, Nate? Favorite haul, or when you're looking back on which group of players did you like from a certain team?
The teams that juiced up their DBs, that's the Eagles and the Lions. They had a hole on their roster where there's other stronger parts. And rather than just, one guy to, a Band-Aid on a bullet hole, they're like, no, we're loading this thing up. We're putting a lot of patchwork on it. So the Lions getting their, pick a scrappy corner, pick a feisty corner, and then the Eagles getting 2 guys that we both consider kind of premium players, high-end players. One fell to him, and then the other one, Cooper DeJean, going there at 40, moving on up just slightly for him, and that's great. This guy, where does he start? Doesn't matter. Vic Fangio is going to find a role for him. They have a succession plan for the corners they already have. Yeah, I really like those kind of collection of picks to, again, throw bodies at the problem, but it's not just bodies. These are guys that I think, have a chance to be impact players.
The other team I would mention, I think the first 2 picks, not the guard depth they used in the 3rd round, but the Colts getting Latu and Adonai Mitchell in the first 2 rounds. I just understand it. I understand the swings. I understand how it fits with the overall team building plan that they have. 2 positions, like we mentioned, that maybe aren't the most glaring needs, but they need upgrades. They need an uptick. This idea of this Colts roster, obviously, I remember talking to somebody there at the Combine. I was like, all right, promising. Right? Promising year 1. How do you take this to the next level? The answer is, obviously, we get Anthony Richardson back. That's how we get lifted. But where else are you going to make these incremental improvements so you take this team that seems like since Chris Ballard got there has been a B-plus roster consistently. How do you raise that just a little bit? And I think Latu and Mitchell, those are both picks that are in pursuit of that exact idea.
Yeah, we laughed at ourselves. They're like, all these players that we liked, like these B players, maybe B-plus players, maybe B-minus players. they have character actors, and now they're getting the star power that they hope to get. They're getting the guy that can finish the sacks outside of just getting the pressures and Latu. They're getting the guys that can finish drives, and A.D. Mitchell, not the guy that just gets a bunch of yards. Like, that's what Michael Pittman does. He eats a bunch of yards, but then it's like, can you get us over the top? No, you can't make that one play. That's where you bring in the real star power. It's maybe, whatever A.D. Mitchell is, and again, everyone's all over the place, and there's quotes about all this stuff now, but it's just like he has that high-end upside that you want to be chasing.
I would throw the Commanders in there as well, another team that had a lot of draft picks, and I think they did a nice job maximizing them. Obviously, Jaden Daniels, you get the quarterback at 2, but then you come back and you get a Johnny Newton at 36, I believe.
Yeah, 36.
Right, and so
Mikey Sainers still at 50.
Yeah, who's one of the better just pure football players in this draft, even if he is a nickel only. Ben Sinnott, maybe a little earlier than we thought, but again, all the tight end rankings are going to be different from team to team. He's a versatile H-back who is going to help the quarterback from day one, so like that pick. Brandon Coleman, who tackle, guard, wherever he fits, I think he's going to provide immediate depth. We will see him on the field this year. And then who was our last pick?
Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, there you go. So you add another receiver to the mix, a guy that has played good football, but his best football is still to come.
Yeah, they have received, obviously Terry McLaurin is there. They still have Jahan Dotson, but in your mind, those 3 guys can fit together with the roles that they would play.
No doubt, I think so. And he gives you someone that can all 3 levels. Down the field, he plays well. So just different than the guys they already have on the roster. So you love the toughness that he brings. And again, playing through contact is some of these targets that he has. It looks like the DBs are just trying to rip his face off, and he's just like, oh, yep, got it, yeah, cut the ball. For being 2 years removed from playing quarterback, it's pretty impressive. So if his last name was Smith, does he still the 100th pick? I think so.
Let's get to the other side of this. Maybe a pick from today that you thought was a little bit confusing, a little bit surprising. Where would you start, Dane?
I mean, T'Vondre Sweat, it's a gamble. Again, we hit on it. I don't want to, talk about or over talk about it, but it was something that this is a huge gamble with a player that with weight concerns, performance concerns, up and down, you just don't know what you're getting, and then obviously off the field judgment. You understand if it hits, if everything works out the way hopefully it does for the Titans and for Sweat. You understand the risk, or you understand why they would bet on the player, but I didn't think we'd see it happen this early. I didn't think we'd see it happen top 40.
We mentioned, we didn't bring up his name when talking about this earlier, but an allusion to a problem they've run into in the past. This is the team that drafted Isaiah Wilson in the first round.
Yes.
And it never happened. We never saw him on the field because of those off-the-field issues. And it's a different front office, it's a different coaching staff, but still ownership. Right. It's still a top 40 pick. So I'm just surprised that the people running that team after that process, I mean, not that far in the rearview mirror,
Caleb Farley.
Caleb Farley, the same sort of deal.
Yep.
I mean, they've taken some really big risks and really big swings in the top 40 picks of the draft, and for the most part, those have not worked out for them.
Yeah,
I guess Jeffrey Simmons.
I was going to say, they've been chasing the high of Jeffrey Simmons this whole time because of what he turned out to be.
And I'm sure they still use that as an example. Like, look, see, this one worked out, and it's like each one of these cases is so unique, and Sweat's no exception.
Nate, how about you? A pick from today that you felt was a little bit surprising, a little bit confusing. I don't want to say bad, but a pick that you did not like from today's draft.
Rook Ororo. I think
Rook
Ororo. But it's...
Plus they traded up for him.
Plus that's why. That is why I'm getting at, is that, oh God, what are you, Falcons? But that is kind of why I'm a little confused by it. Not like I could see the player going on day 2. That is such an easy call for it because of the talent level. It just was interesting to me that I thought maybe they want a guy that's not maybe, I don't want to call him project-y, but more like some projection about what he is.
He's toolsy.
Toolsy is a better way to put it. I thought that maybe we would go for a guy like, a guy that maybe is like going to be playing right away, going to be like Trice was that, their next pick, but maybe that D tackle, especially who was on the board, they kind of started that D tackle run and they're at the front of it. So that kind of to me was maybe not exactly what I thought they would go after. Don't hate it, but again, just an eyebrow raised.
Yeah, I mean, they traded away the 79 to move up from 43 to 35 to make that pick. That is a rich trade up.
They need a lot of defensive help still. They need O-line depth. Like they need stuff still. That's why they're just they're trying to bridge a couple things right now. It's a little confusing.
And the other big time trade up from today, the Rams trading a future second-round pick to trade up for Braden Fisk. I think both of you guys feel like that's a little bit rich for a player that, while, to steal a term from Nate, may be useful, there's a limited upside to somebody like him.
It will be interesting to see his impact.
Yeah.
His impact value for that team, because, like the player, I want him on my team, absolutely. At that cost, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow. So it's not a question of, is the player good enough or anything like that. It's more, is he going to, my return on investment, is it going to match, what the cost was?
Was it worth adding all this extra vig to it? Like I don't think it was, but like you said, I like the player. I really do, but it was one of those, he's a player that you wait for him to come to you as opposed to, I have to get this guy. This is our guy in this draft. That he doesn't scream that to me.
It is kind of, I mean, we talk about the Rams and, maybe not investing in the process as much, and, Senior Bowl and Combine, all that what Fisk was, Senior Bowl was his time. Combine was his time. That's what really, I think, elevated him from third rounder, fourth rounder to all of a sudden he's a top 50 pick. And so, but I tell you what, they went for a certain type of player, because Jared Verse, he said that the only player who has matched his energy that he's played with in his career was Fisk when he came in. And that, just playing
Rams
energy,
love that stuff,
the relentless motor. Yeah, so you can tell, obviously, the type of player they want, reunite these guys on that defensive line. If nothing else, that's a fun story.
It definitely is.
Two teams, obviously we're going to lump them together for the rest of the time, but I'm curious your thoughts about them, just because I feel like pivotal moments. For the Giants kind of pulling themselves back from the brink after last season, and for the Jets, what is a phenomenally important offseason considering the stakes. What have you felt about how the Jets and the Giants have approached the weekend so far?
Jets they've only had 2 picks, right?
Fashanu and Malachi Corley.
I do really like what they did with Corley. That was one of the picks I did in my mock draft, because I just love the fit. I want to see that happen. You think about what they have in the slot currently and what this can mean. And, it's interested to see if they use him exactly how Western Kentucky used him, as, a lot of bubbles, a lot of manufactured touches, an extension of the run game almost, where it just get the ball in his hands and let him create, which that could work, absolutely.
I thought, Nate, your point about the fact that we envision Brock Bowers potentially in that role, and that Corley, even though different position, different body type, but usage and maybe role within the offense, the same sort of conversation we were having about Brock Bowers, just take a shrink rate to it a little bit.
It is. Take a shrink rate and then move him out about 2 yards. That's what it is. Just move him out a couple yards. Same role. Flat routes, crossers, screens. That is his role. What's great is they have Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson's a 1. He is a 1. And Mike Williams has a lot of ability. It's just you can't rely on him. So they're trying to create, if teams are going to play us in a certain way, we have to take advantage of those looks. And maybe Corley is going to early on have to have some stuff designed for him. The runway routes that Dane likes to use as well, more gadgety plays. That's fine, because we have the actual receivers. So he's more of a fun super role player that they can drop in there, especially at the slot too.
And then the Giants get Tyler Nubin, Andrew Phillips, Malik Neighbors. How do you feel about how the Giants have done so far?
Obviously, they made a focus to remake the secondary. And you add Tyler Nubin, who will go and get the football, does wide receiver-like things at the catch point, smart player, just well-rounded. Is he a super athlete? No, but he is a coordinated athlete. He is a smart player. And then Andrew Phillips, I can gush about him all night. He's a player that might not jump out when you just look at the back of his baseball card or his football card. The stats don't jump out at you, but when you watch his film, you're like, all right, I can work with this, because he's a smart player. He's an athletic player. He's really competitive. If maybe a nickel only, and that's why we're talking about him as where he was drafted as opposed to being a top 50 guy. But for the Giants, as they remake the secondary, I don't think they're going to be too choosy. Just get us good players and we'll figure it out. And the Roger McCreary comparison, obviously, I think makes a ton of sense with what they could be looking for. So, and then obviously Malik Neighbors. Explosive. That's what this team has been missing. That's what they add with a guy like Neighbors. Maybe if you're the Giants, I think maybe the fans, they wanted this, they wanted that. What they come away with these 3 players, I think it could be a lot worse than that.
if we kind of look at a more pessimistic spin, a little back to the negative, is there a team haul, Nate? Maybe this may just be an extension of what they did yesterday for Atlanta. Atlanta might be your answer, but over the last 2 days, is there a team that you found their approach a little bit confusing?
The most confounding pick yesterday was Atlanta, and then that's also your answer.
It was today. I know. I was like, man, I really am piling on here.
Is there anybody else for you, Dane? That if you...
I don't. Not that like really. It's more like one pick here, one pick there.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if
it feels like so far,
right, as opposed to a haul.
Because at first I was like, oh, San Fran, but then I was like, not really though. And also I like Pooney, and I like that pick. And it's like Pearsall to me is like a little rich, but it's not like it's like egregious. It's like, and I understand especially where they're at as a team. So I'm just like, it's more like a pick here, pick there. I guess maybe some of Carolina's stuff, but again, like you said, it's kind of the regime change going like out with the old, in with the new. But the old is just very fresh. It still has some bubble wrap on it and still has some plastic wrap on it. But they're like, still, we got to refresh this. So maybe some of that, because that's like, I don't know, maybe you can add some different pieces there.
Another team I'd throw out that they've only made 2 picks, so it's hard to be super excited about them compared to a team like the Cardinals, who've drafted 17 players over the last 2 days. Seattle coming away with Byron Murphy and Christian Haynes with their 2 picks over the first 81. I understand what they're trying to do. We were wondering, what was that first defensive player of the Mike Macdonald era in Seattle going to look like? What would it tell us? And them deciding we can build the pass rush around somebody like Byron Murphy, not surprising, but still illuminating. And then to get the interior offensive line help, potentially the interior offensive line starter that they need at 81, a player that you love, Nate. I think that them coming away with those 2 guys with the only 2 picks that they have, I think you feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I for a while, my first round, every time I was like, man, I really like Graham Barton there. I really like Graham Barton there because, interior swing guy, maybe just in case if Abe Lucas gets hurt, he can maybe go out to right tackle. But, hey, we need interior help. He's going to help provide that. They got Haynes, who is one of my favorite like pure guards that has a little bit of center, kind of versatility as well, working at it. So, yeah, and that's a guy that I have a very high grade on, and they got it a round and a half later than maybe I would have taken. So yeah, I really like what they did with Seattle. Again, I'm always going to love teams that build through the trenches. I love teams that build through the trenches with really good players and really players I really like. So
one of the teams that was kind of lukewarm on, as much as we praised the Jaguars last night for Brian Thomas, today is like Mason Smith. That's a pure upside pick. I would have been fine with him maybe 15, 20 spots later. They take him top 50. And then Jerrion Jones, I thought was more of a 5th round, 6th round pick. He is a very good athlete, but worry about just what he's seeing out there and how he reads routes. So Jaguars.
Bulky giveth, bulky taketh away.
Yeah, that sums it up very well. You're just not going to love all the picks when it comes to the Jaguars.
A team that I think, obviously, the first pick they had yesterday, we were a little bit confounded by because no one had mocked that, was Brock Bowers going to the Raiders. But then today they come away with Jackson Powers-Johnson and then Delmar Glaze, who I cannot get over how much I love that name. Delmar Glaze and Jackson Powers-Johnson in rounds 2 and 3. Those maybe align more with what we thought the Raiders' needs would be. So maybe a little more traditional, a little bit more expected on day 2 compared to the Bowers move that felt like a curveball, even if an intriguing curveball last night.
Sure. I don't think any of us were going to say the Raiders made the wrong move. If anything, I definitely applaud it for going best player available and going with, again, I don't throw out positional value. Give me impact value. And with the way that they can use him in that offense, love to see how that's going to turn out. And then, with today, with 2 offensive linemen, the interior and Glaze, if they think of him as a tackle, let him compete for the right tackle job right away. See what happens. That's what training camp's for. Jackson Powers-Johnson, not for everybody type of guy, but you love the tape. And he's a guy that will come in, compete right away for a guard spot, and maybe be the long-term future at center. So I think, if you're a Raiders fan, this feels like a draft where it's not a Band-Aid. This isn't like we're going to draft players that are going to help us win quickly. And this is going to be an investment for the future with these 3 guys.
It's not bodies at the problem, it's talent at the problem. Yeah. And we knew they have offensive line stuff, but they were like, are these guys all the way there? Are we sure what position they are? Hey, but they're talented and they have enough to work with. And Bowers is, of course, what we consider an elite talent. And again, it's one of those things afterwards you're like, well, we couldn't take Brock Bowers there because he wasn't a perfect positional fit for what we needed at the time. And a year later, you're going like, why did I do that? Like, why would I pass up on that? So
it's one of those, in the moment, I was like, really, the Raiders? And more was like, why not the Raiders? Like, why wouldn't you? You're the team that pulled the trigger on it. All the other teams were like, well, we're trying to trade up. Like, yeah, they actually did it. They stood pat, but they did it and actually took him, I should say.
It's like Hunter Renfrow did the Captain America thing, went in the tube, and Chris Evans, and then gave him the thing, comes out yoked. And it's basically what they did with Hunter Renfrow. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, they have the same hairline, so actually that's perfect.
It works. It works.
Who slid a little bit further today than you just ever expected? That just went way later, or is still even available that you're a little bit surprised?
I was gonna say we could talk about both, because my best available right now, Jaden Hicks. I mean, I know I was higher on him the most, but still surprised he's still available as we go into day 3. TJ Tampa from Iowa State. We kind of hit on maybe some missteps along the way, not going to the Senior Bowl, not taking advantage of some of these opportunities, and I think that's showing right now. Jatavion Sanders, even though there were some question marks about him, surprised that he's still available. Troy Franklin, a guy that you and I both kind of a love-hate thing with him.
It really is. It's been 9 months of it that we're just kind of like going back and forth.
Walk me through both of those. So you give me the love, you can give me the hate. Actually, you know what? I'm doing the opposite of that. You give me the love, you give me the hate, because you're too positive of a person.
Let me channel my dad.
What's the love with Troy Franklin?
What are you saying about me? So, it's pure speed. I mean, he's going to take the top off of defense, and he's not a bad route runner, but maybe a better route runner than some people give him credit for. Maybe better with his releases than some people give him credit for. And look at the production. I mean, what he did the last 2 years in the Pac-12, leading that conference in receiving, a lot of touchdowns, a lot of big plays. So get the ball in his hands and let him create. That's the easy sell with a player like this.
It's funny because like Dane's talking like, yeah, you're right, exactly. The negative sense is he's skinny. He's very, very skinny. He's not physical, and that shows up a lot. I do think, I shouldn't say he's not physical. He lacks play strength.
Play strength.
Because he's willing to scrap as a blocker, and I know I'm supposed to be negative here. Can he get it done? Not always. And so it's like, okay, and that's what, it's like there's so much I do like. There's this twitchiness stuff that, okay, there's some things, there's some ball skills, but then there's 7, 8 plays where the weight shows up more than all the other stuff. And that can be concerning. But again, I don't think any player has gone up and down my big board more than Troy Franklin. That guy has gone up 10 spots, down 20 spots, down up. It's just because every day I get a different feeling of him, and it feels like the NFL felt the same. It's like, is he inconsistent? I'm not going to bet on it. I'm not going to find out. There's a classic scout line, let him be someone else's mistake, or let him be someone else's problem, let him be someone else's, let someone else figure that out. That's what kind of, I think a lot of teams did with Troy Franklin.
Texting with a scout a month ago about Franklin, I said, okay, if I put his over-under at 50, what are you taking? He's like, oh, he's later for us, but that's a good over-under. And so teams were even kind of like, he might not be for us, but I bet you somebody bites.
Yep.
Somebody will chase that. And here we are into the hundreds, and he's still available.
Yep. I mean, I liked his tape better than Luke McCaffrey, even if they're just different kind of, way different styles and different projection. But yeah, it's just not exactly where I was going with there. A lot of the tight ends came off, and we knew this would. It's so many flavors with this. Some good athletes in this group too. And again, we're talking about the bed, some different styles there. You talked about Sanders, Theo Johnson for me, who's my tight end too, Stover. Wiley, like these guys, it's just one after another. It's funny because we did the pre-show and I was like, pick a day 3 tight end as a guy I'm higher on against the consensus board, and we're laughing like those guys are in the top 100 in consensus board. Well, shoot. Here we are. None of them went on day 2. So, but again, it's the flavor that everyone wants with these. But I don't know. I thought those guys would be more like tasting like vanilla, where everyone likes it, as opposed to something where it's an acquired taste.
Right. And 4 months ago, if I would have told you Tip Ryman was going to be drafted ahead of Theo Johnson,
Especially if it was Senior Bowl.
And if you wouldn't have told us that, then who would have?
Right, exactly.
As America's biggest Tip Ryman fan.
100%.
Funny.
Looking just forward to tomorrow, obviously some of the guys that you're surprised didn't go, but any other players whose landing spot you're particularly intrigued by? Maybe a Spencer Rattler, one of the running backs, some of the bigger names that are still on the board, where they might land.
Definitely the tight ends, to your point, with Theo Johnson, but also Jared Wiley, Cade Stover, plenty of good tight ends still available. Some of these safeties are still around.
Yeah.
Not just Jaden Hicks, but Malik Mustafa, who's your top safety, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, Mustafa's still around.
Man, we gave them both the kiss of death.
I know.
Right? Those are our safety ones, and we're like, yeah, we feel good about it too.
I mean, again, it's just such a different flavor for every single one of these guys. It's
one of those
the preference says more about you than it does about the player, probably.
I like Malik Mustafa, but it's also one of those things, as I like him, I understand why others don't. And so it's one of those where I'm not going to go like, you guys are, what are you not seeing? It's like, no, I get it. I totally get why not. But yeah, the safety run or what safeties have been going, it's kind of, it's going to be dependent on what the teams want.
And Spencer Rattler, that's a good one. I mean, where does, we thought quarterbacks usually get pushed up. He would be no exception. So maybe in the second round. If not, then he's going to the third round. Here we are, he's going to be at least a fourth round pick. But yeah, is he the next quarterback off the board, or could we see someone jump him? Whether that's Michael Pratt from Tulane, or who knows? Thinking back to last year and some of the quarterbacks that went ahead of others, again, quarterback boards are different from team to team, and so the quarterback, the run that we'll see on day 3 will be interesting tomorrow.
I'm curious where Austin Booker goes. That's one that is a player, and I think we both got hyped up on, and then he didn't test what we thought. But he moves and does some things that are hard to teach because he can bend and everything. So maybe the testing doesn't show that all the way. I was curious which team would kind of take a swing on him because he has some kind of cool, toolsy stuff.
Some of the teams we were intrigued by coming into the process just because of how important this draft was. Washington, Arizona, the Chargers. We talked about all of them. What do you make of what New England has done so far? Because I think they're firmly in that group.
I mean, I'll defer to Nate just so we can talk about Jalen Polk again. But yeah, they obviously, it starts with a home run. You feel good no matter what else happens the rest of this draft. You got Drake May. You got your quarterback. You feel really, you feel strong about the future of your franchise. Now it's about surrounding him with talent. And, they moved down. They could have had Ladd McConkey. They didn't. They moved down. They really like Jalen Polk. And I really like Jalen Polk too. I just, a little surprised he went ahead of some of these other receivers. And Polk's a guy that he could be a 3-level threat. I don't think he's going to create a ton of explosives, but he is, a lot of B's. Maybe not.
That's it.
It's size B, speed B, route running B. And that's, you can win with those guys.
It's like my GPA, man.
There you go, right, 100%. So it's and as opposed to maybe a Troy Franklin that you've got an A, then you have a D,
and
then
an
you
F.
have 100%, right. It's more of a roller coaster, just like his gauntlet, all over the place. So with Polk, you can understand why a team would want that consistency. Want a guy that day in, day out what you're getting, with the toughness factor, with what he brings. So for the Patriots, I can understand how they came to the conclusion Polk is the guy that's going to help our young quarterback.
That's it. He's a safety net. And I think safety net, they can maybe do a little bit more than just a traditional, he's an auxiliary piece. It's it's reliability. That's what you're getting. He's the Honda Accord for you.
So that's how you arrive at the Jalen Polk conclusion. Walk me through how you arrive at the Caden Wallace conclusion in the third round with all those other tackles who were available and just that plan compared to some of the other alternatives.
Well, all those other tackles, the tackles were wiped out at that point, right? I mean, it was just okay, best available. And we even
maybe not having an urgency to move up for that guy, being willing to sit and wait for him.
We talked about it, though, before the pick was made. Tackles still a glaring need here. And if they have to dip into their fourth-round tackles, then you can understand why they would do that, whether it's Christian Jones, who did not get drafted, or if it's Kalen Wallace. And we'll see how it works out because, again, Caleb Wallace is a right tackle only at Penn State. Smart guy. He's always square. He plays controlled. Maybe not another guy who kind of fits maybe not an A+ anywhere, but kind of B, just kind of steady. So in the third round, that's nothing wrong with it hitting one to the fairway.
And maybe that's what they're trying to do with that team. We know the defense is pretty dang good, and it's got some cool pieces. They're probably going to continue the same kind of system there. And then offensively, I think that's what they're doing. It might not be this overwhelming, they're really going to help out Drake May, but they're just kind of going all right, at least it's steady. At least that he doesn't have to just be a hero every time. Sometimes he can just wear glasses and be Clark Kent and be just okay as everyone else trying to helps him out. That sometimes having a bunch of B's around is fine, but you need a dude at quarterback to make that fine. I think May is a dude, so I like this plan that they're trying to go through right now.
One we didn't talk about really that much last night in these terms, because I think we were mostly intrigued by the fit, the position he would play within the defense. You alluded to this a little bit earlier. Is it time to have a Kwesi conversation in terms of how they've treated their resources in Minnesota in this draft and the way that they've moved around. If you look at all the math, and I'm sure I'll get this wrong 6 hours into this conversation, but I think to move up from where they were in the second round to 17, they ended up giving away their second round pick next year, their second round pick this year, their third round pick next year, and their fourth round pick next year. And then the change that they had to go use to get McCarthy. That you'll do every single time.
Right.
They paid a pretty paltry price compared to what we thought they were going to have to go get J.J. McCarthy. But to give up 3 additional picks, essentially, to move up and take Dallas Turner, are we okay with that because of the type of talent that Dallas Turner is? Or is that a team that was feeling themselves a little bit after making that J.J. McCarthy pick yesterday and got a little bit carried away with how they were tossing away some of that
We're coming
draft
out
capital?
2 blue chippers.
Listen, but
that happens.
I guarantee you
it does.
that and we try to ascribe, I think the general NFL media machine tries to ascribe a certain scientific thinking to Kwesi Adofo-Mensah based on his background, where he comes from. The man built draft charts for the teams he used to work for. So him eschewing the draft charts, I'm wondering if that's something where he knows something that we don't, or if this is just a classic case of, when you get in that chair, sometimes human nature just starts to take over.
Not everyone's meant to be a general manager. And I'm not necessarily saying that he's not, but yeah, once you get there where your decision's on you, whether or not you're gonna move, what the decision making is, and you have to be the voice in the room that is everyone's gonna rally around. And this is what they decided to do. And I do wonder how many scenarios they went through where they thought Dallas Turner was going to be an option for them.
Yeah.
Or was it a split second, like in the moment, okay, let's go get our guy? Or was it something that they were fully prepared for? But it's, when you think of his background, when you think of, just what he's known for, and you see how all these things have played out. I mean, you look at their draft next year, they have what 3 picks?
Yeah.
And it's a first round pick and then what, a 5th round pick? Like
No, they'll have a third round compensatory at least,
right?
Because of the Kirk Cousins deal, the D. Hollister deal. I have to look up the exact movements of that because they did sign free agents, so they canceled some of those out. But even if you're going to give them 1 to 2 mid-round comp picks, it's still a lot to give up throughout the entire process.
You better hit on these guys.
Right. Yeah.
You better. It lowers your margin for error. And
J.J. McCarthy is a top 12 pick. Nobody gives a shit. Yeah. Nobody cares how this all turned out, even if Dallas Turner was an overpay. We don't talk about, this is a terrible example, but it's midnight and I'm losing my mind. We don't talk about the Frank Clark trade with the Chiefs. Right? No one cares.
Right.
And so if you hit the big stuff, the little stuff, and throwing away a little bit of value here and there, it doesn't end up mattering.
That's absolutely
if you know
fair.
the quarterback, I mean, even after they took Xavier
I am not saying that J.J. McCarthy is going to be Patrick Mahomes.
Even after Xavier Worthy got taken by the Chiefs, they're lucky they're the Chiefs, man. It's just like, they're going to get away with this, and everyone's going to.
At least they offset that with Kingsley Suamataia.
Yeah, they did. A lot of teams kind of were doing it. Other than the Patriots, just kind of going here, throwing me a ball throughout the night. But. Yeah, I had a different train of thought, but I'm going to cancel it.
Well, we're about 6 hours and change into this, so we are going to wrap it up. For those of you guys listening on the podcast, if you want to understand how we arrived at this moment, the entire 6-hour draft show is available for you on the Athletic NFL YouTube channel. I would encourage you to go take a look at it, even if you are just a podcast listener. For you guys that are watching the draft stream, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Probably should have said that last night multiple times and didn't end up doing that. I am terrible at 85% of this job, and I think the more people learn about that, the better. I just want to extend a special thanks to a few different groups of people here as we wrap up our second night of the draft. First of all, our production crew, the people who we work with at The Athletic. Michael Beller, Alex Hample, Kent Garrison, Erica Matson, who just joined us, was wonderful to have her here. This is a labor of love from a very small group of people who have made this happen in several different iterations over the last few years, and we would truly be nothing without them doing all of the work that they've done behind the scenes. And also want to extend an appreciation to the folks at Building 22, which is the studio that we've used here in Detroit over the last couple nights. Can't even tell you how smooth this has been and how easy you've made it on me. As a moron who can accomplish very little and should not be in this position, the fact that I was able to pull this off relatively smoothly over the last couple of days tells you how much of it was spoon-fed to me. So thank you very, very much for all the help across the board. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Again, this is such a fun thing that we get to do, and the fact that you guys are willing to sit here with us for this length of time is the only reason that we're allowed to do it. So for me, for Dane, for Nate, really appreciate you guys spending a couple nights with us. We will talk to you very soon.